At the Okoli Law Group, we specialize in producing justice. If you or a loved one in the Atlanta metro area is facing serious criminal charges, then you need serious legal representation.
The Okoli Law Group is here for you. The Okoli Law Group is here for us.
The Okoli Law Group, serious legal representation.
Peace, fam. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Got a couple of announcements before we get started. Hold on. Oh, I can't forget that. Here we go. Sierra Leone. Citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. If you're interested in getting your Sierra Leonean passport, please visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Again, please visit donfo, that's DANFO.africa to learn more. We leave for, where are we going? We are heading to Senegal next week. Again, we are heading to Senegal next week. I am looking forward to it. We are going to have an excellent time in Senegal for the Jazz Festival. Looking forward to that. Then we head to Nigeria in August for the Osun Festival. Again, Nigeria in August for the Osun Festival. Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Then Namibia and South Africa in November. Then we go to Sierra Leone in December. So if you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. Again, if you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. We will love to have you all on one of our experience. Somebody say Obama phone. Am I on the Obama phone? Hold on. Is my mic sounding like an Obama phone? Is my mic sounding like an Obama phone? Hold on. Can you guys hear me clearly? My mic sounding like an Obama phone? Well, hopefully it's not. But yeah, that's what's going on, guys. That is what is going on. I will put the link in the chat room and in the topic. The Afrikaner refugees who are coming to America. Why can't they just go? Why won't they want to? Why not? Why are they refusing to return to the Netherlands? That's where a good majority of them come from. Oh, the Dutch government said that? Hold on, I gotta look that up. Really? So the Dutch don't want them. I gotta look that up. Dutch government, Afrikaners. So let me see what comes up. Yeah, put a link in the chat room that goes into detail on that. Because I mean, I've heard of that before, but I didn't know that the Dutch government officially came out and said, "Hey, we don't want y'all." Like I didn't know that was like an official response from the actual of the Dutch government. That's interesting. But yeah, put the link in the chat room. Put the link in the chat room if there is one to that. But guys, links in the chat room. If you guys want to call in, add to the conversation, you are more than welcome to call in and add to the to the convo, and we could jump right into it. But if you guys don't know, so-called refugees, white South Africans are coming to America and they're getting preferred refugee status. And some people are upset. Some people are saying, Trump is giving these white South Africans preferred treatment, and he is actually. But I'm like, if you guys are upset, I mean, how can you not be upset about the millions coming from the southern border, but be upset about the few, even if it's a few thousands coming from South Africa? I mean, come on now. Oh, here we go. This is good. Here we go. Let's peep this out.
If you're white, you're wrong in South Africa. You're a land thief. You are a racist. The whole time it's being told, and there is racist white people, plenty of South Africa. You're a land thief. You are a racist. The whole time it's being told, and there is racist white people, plenty of them.
You say you're not a racist white person?
No, not at all. I've got many black friends. I think I've got more African black men as friends as white friends. I'm tired of being told, just because I'm white, I'm a thief. Just because I'm white, I'm wrong in this. I had nothing to do with apartheid. Nothing, nothing, nothing.
Is there anything specific that's happened, Charles, that made you think, I've got to get out of here? I've got to leave.
After the death rates and stuff and my machinery being cut up, and I'm still, after reporting everything to the police, not getting any protection or anything like that. The only thing that's left on my farm is a sign that says mining area. All the fences has been taken off. Boom gates has been broken off.
There are voices out there, including the South African president, who has called you cowards.
Yeah.
You've got other Afrikaners who are saying that you're not refugees, you're opportunists, that you've abandoned the country. What would you say to those people?
I had to leave a 5-bedroom house, which I will lose now because I'm not going to pay for it, behind, my car behind, my dogs behind, my mother behind. It is not I didn't come here for fun, but my children are safe.
What was it like when you got off the shuttle bus and came into that hangar and were greeted by the Trump administration?
It was overwhelming. I didn't expect that because I thought we're going to be in a shuttle bus, taken somewhere, and we must start working. All of us that is there, we know we're going to start here from the bottom because we are the new people here. We're going to start from the bottom.
Do you ever worry that you might be caught up in some big political game here? That you're a pawn somehow?
Yeah, it's a scary thing, but people mustn't think we're just taking advantage of this. We're coming here to make a contribution to the country.
Old tweets of yours have been dug up in which you appear to have made anti-Semitic comments, and so people are questioning, should you be here?
Yeah,
what would you say to that?
I would like them.
What would you like to clarify?
I've deleted the comment. But I was actually thinking I should have not deleted it. If you can look where I commented on, it was Passover, the Orthodox Jews, and I'm Christian, were spitting and screaming and bumping Christians walking with the cross. For me as a Christian, that is not acceptable. In Israel, and I went and I said something on Twitter, which I copy and pasted from somebody else's page, because if you go read my post, you'll see it's not the way I write.
So you had quoted someone else. I mean, the quotes...
I copied and pasted it.
The quotes were anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
They said Jews are dangerous people, they're untrustworthy, they're not God's chosen people.
I was super angry too.
So you did it out of anger?
Yeah. And I was in hospital at that point of time. I was on morphine. But that's not an excuse. I'm not trying to make an excuse.
Do they?
Even now, if I would see any person going against my religion, I will speak up against it.
You have high hopes being here in America. Is there a part of you that
Fair use.
anxious that it might not work out?
No, to be honest with you, because of my belief, I believe this is God's plan for me.
Okay. Again, guys, links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Hold on. What's going on here? I got a lot going on here. Hold on. What's going on here? Give me a second. I don't know what's going on here. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, links in the chat room if you guys want to call in after the conversation. If you know more than I know in regards to why, then there we go. Go ahead, Wildflower.
Yeah, hi Dennis. I hope you're well.
Well.
It's really great to hear that. Yeah, I'm just asking, I've always wondered why they are not going home, as in their ancestral homeland, which is a very nice country, by the way. Lots of lovely flowers, and for them just to choose America, I just find that very weird because Europe is more closer to them culturally anyway, like in terms of like food, language, religion, that type of thing. So I'm like, why would they choose America? I mean, if that was me, if I was in their shoes and I'm being mistreated in Africa and, I'm not really, my ancestors are not from that continent. My ancestors are from, Belgium, Holland, some are from the UK. I would want to go back to that land, and I find it very strange that when Europeans go all over the world and colonize other people's land and take on their identity, they seem to really forget their homelands. They have no desire to be reunited with the land of their ancestors. I find that very strange because they've done it in the Americas, in Australia, New Zealand, Southern Africa. They tend to go to these lands and they really just literally cut the umbilical cord with their ancestral land. I find that really hard as an African who's very attached to my homeland. And I see Black Americans, Black Caribbeans, a lot of them always talk about, we need to connect with our homeland, our ancestral home. You don't get that with the Europeans and the Arabs. I find that very odd that they have a very, weird sort of detachment from their ancestral land. There is no desire. There is no calling. I mean, what kind of people are these? I'm trying to understand.
Go ahead, Afro Man. Meet yourself, Afro Man. All right, go ahead, too, Nigel. Meet yourself.
Yeah, greetings, Diners. Thank you for having me. Yeah, you say, why wouldn't Afrikaners just go back to the Netherlands? Why would they want to go back to Netherlands? They won't have the privileges that they have in all these places. They need a free population to. I don't even think they are going to do that well in America because America is not that easy going as South Africa for them. Because when I checked in South Africa, you can't believe that these guys, they enjoy more privilege in South Africa than white Americans enjoy compared to Black Americans. That is how well they are doing there. And some of them are leaving and coming over to this in America. They are not going to be able to survive in America with the lack of privilege that they will have in America, because the household income in South Africa, the Black population there that make up over 70% of the population control about 5% of it. Household income, 5%. The population of the white people there is about 5% or so. Yeah, they control more than 70% of the economy of that country and the wealth of the country. So you can see, I don't, for the life of me, understand why they came to America and ambushed Ramaphosa as if he's some kind of genocidal leader. And in a way, what they are trying to do is shake him down for more, which is sad, because South Africans should be trying to go in the other direction and get their lands back from these people, and try to ensure that their people get the benefits of their own nation. You see a lot of Black South Africans doing well That's in terms of when you see the numbers, they are there, but the vast majority of them are not doing that well. The vast majority of them. So, and most of the wealth is in the hands of these Europeans and other races, because there are other races in South Africa too. So they will never want to go to Netherlands, because Netherlands doesn't have anything to offer them. Netherlands will just put them in, according to one guy, if they leave South Africa, they will just become like this middle class or underclass people. They will just put them in housing estates, and they will not have farms. Where are you going to get all those lush land? Netherlands is almost flooded all the time. Where are you going to get the lush land for people to be giving you, and you acting as if you have been living there for thousands of years and you don't want to give the land back? You're not going to do that nonsense in Netherlands. So they will not go back there. The only place they will want to go to is Australia. And Australia, they've tried it before. It didn't work that well for them. So, and the difference that what they're going to encounter in America is that, you know what? Today I was watching this lady, African American lady, on online, and I was like, for one, the way it came across was that I say, thank goodness for African Americans, because you have to say whatever you like about them in so many ways. They tend to be more clued on, and if these South Africans encounter them, they are going to get a rude awakening that they never got in Africa. And that is something that to behold in the coming period. And like I said, they don't have much of a reason to go back to Netherlands. There is nothing there for them. There is nothing there in Europe for them. What is in Europe?
The ancestry homeland.
Else. Pardon?
No, I'm just saying it's the land of their ancestors. It doesn't have to be something physical. There's got to be a spiritual connection. I don't see it with these people.
They don't care about their ancestors. They do visit there. They don't care too much about that. They care about how is it going to be good for them. That is how they look at it. How is it good for me? How am I going to live? Do I have all the privileges I used to have? I used to have a farm. I used to have a big house. I used to have a space. I used to have maids. You know,
but Africa is not their ancestral land. The spirits don't belong to them. That land don't belong to them. So these are squatters, to be honest.
But they don't see it like that. They see it like, even if they know it's not their land, but they see it like this is a good place for them to be able to thrive. They can expand there. They have space. Why would they go and choose a smaller space to go and live in Netherlands? Netherlands is not you don't see sprawling large buildings all over the place in Netherlands. They have to keep the sea at bay from stopping the country, from preventing flooding in the country all the time. They are always struggling against nature all the time. Why would anybody want to go there when you have a continent like a country like America, Australia, or South Africa to occupy? Beautiful lands.
No, but those are our lands, though. It's not theirs. Those are our lands. See, we belong. We belong on those lands, and they don't.
For you to own a land, you have to be able to control it. If you lack control of that land, is it yours? You see, that's the problem.
No, you don't control the land. You live in harmony with. That's European thinking. You need to live in harmony with the land. That's how our ancestors always lived. We didn't own the land. We lived in harmony with it. We lived off the land. But the Europeans have a different philosophy where they have to believe in ownership. We're not like them.
It's about whether you can prevent people from taking it from you. The land that they have in America, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, they took it.
By force.
Why did you not?
That's a very violent culture. I don't recognize that.
Then why does nature reward it? If it is yours, you should protect it. But you did.
Because we don't have the philosophy of taking things by force. It's not our way. We're two different types of people. They have a culture of being forceful because they come from lands of lack. We're not like them. We didn't evolve to be like them. They are hungry scavengers.
Madam, do you say
on the continent of Africa?
Do you say because you want peace, you allow somebody to kidnap your child? No, you don't do that, because you are bound to protect your child. That is how much you are also bound to protect your land. If you don't do much to protect your land, you are betraying the land itself. And when somebody takes it, some other person that is stronger come and takes it away from you.
So it's all about force. It's all about, they use force to get whatever they want. I've never met people, they are not moral. Everything about European culture is by force. By force, I'll get what I want. I'll make you do what I want. That's the essence of their culture. We're not like them. Africans don't think like that. by force, I'll make you do this. But that's who they are. So we can't evolve and become like them, because that's not fair enough.
You have to be like that, because that's the essence of nature itself. It's deeper than humanity. If a leopard takes the calf of an antelope to feed her young, do you say that leopard is a bad parent? That is not how it works. Nature, this is deeper than human beings itself.
We live on a
something that's
planet
woven
full of
into our
killers.
very existence. And what they've done, you have to ask yourself, why is it rewarded then? Why do they?
It's not reward. You think it's rewarded, but they're interrupting harmony and balance. Now in Africa, we always believed in Ma'at, we believed in Ubuntu, which are all about balance. Things are about balance. Europeans don't believe in balance. They believe in I take what I want, things have to be my way. That is not how. Everything is out of alignment. That's why they're destroying nature. They're literally destroying the ecology of the planet by the rampant capitalism, taking and consuming.
Let me pass the mic to Alan. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah. I was going to actually say that, these people are coming, and they're not coming in great numbers. I think people need to remember that. Most of the white South Africans have figured it out. What we're receiving are low-level farmers who are going to come to the United States with the skills to farm, but they're going to find there's no place for them to farm. And the only thing they would have the skills to do is replace the migrant workers that we've kicked out of the country already. And so this is not going to be a good situation for them once they get here. I was watching something where this one Afrikaner was talking, and he was he moved to Alabama. He figured that Alabama was weather-wise, everything was close to South Africa, which is not. And he went ahead and he decided to move there. Well, there's only limited stuff that he can do in South Africa if his only skill is that of a farmer,
He learned
a middle-aged farmer,
didn't he?
And that's the thing that he's going to learn. Is that, here in America, we don't have individual farmers. Matter of fact, we treat our farmers quite poorly. And we have corporate farms, ConAgra, all these types of companies that actually do the Monsanto. They do the bulk of the farming. So what he's going to have available to him is all those jobs that people don't want to do, like the dairy farms and the strawberry patches and so on and so forth, is back-breaking labor. For him to say that he left a 5-bedroom house, a 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and a farm in South Africa to come here and do grunt work is ridiculous. But they've been sold a bill of goods because they recognize something in Trump that's similar to what they like philosophically. And they just rushed a handful of them, not many, because I hear there's a few million Afrikaners. About 150 or 100 of these people are rushing over here, and they're gonna send back word that things aren't that great in the United States for people who only skill is farming. I don't know why they're doing it.
The majority of those Afrikaners, the majority of them are saying we're not leaving. We're still going to fight this fight. So
correct, yeah. because as Ramaphosa said in the White House, there is no white genocide. There's a crime problem, a massive crime problem in South Africa, and everybody there agreed to it and fessed up to it. But but if you watch some of these conservative people online or on X, they'll make it seem as if Trump stuck it to him and made him admit that that there was a white genocide, and nobody, even the white people that were brought, didn't say that. They said we have a massive crime throughout, and if you can go ahead and claim that white people are being victims of genocide in South Africa, I think you make a better case that Nigerians are victim of genocide in South Africa. You can make a much better case for that, and you still wouldn't call it a genocide.
Alan, that's a great point. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can make a much better case of them having a Nigerian genocide than you could whites. This is just propaganda, all brought on and spurned by Musk. It got into Trump's head because Trump can only deal with agrees with the last person he talks to. So that's that.
All right, go ahead, Kidola.
Well, thank you, Dennis. For me, white South Africans are part of South Africans. No matter how they came there, if they fought to fight a war, whatever it is, they're part of that. They make that country very great. You see the buildings, you see the roads, you see everything. If you would have left those one for the black people over there, there'll be nothing. Black people are naturally corrupt people. They can't build nothing. They only know how to steal money
What?
and go to the white man country and buy mansions.
You said
Especially
black people are inherently corrupt people?
they're naturally corrupt. They can't do no shit.
Jesus Christ.
They steal money in their countries. Even though that South Africa was so very developed like European country.
Yeah, see, we don't have that problem in America.
Hold on.
We have Dr. Umar, right? But we don't have a national
Really know these
epidemic
niggas
that
are
he's
corrupt.
speaking to.
Really know these niggas are corrupt.
Hold on, please.
In fact, hold on. Hey, Alan, what was the mayor of the city, Dalton? What was her name?
I forgot her name. The city girl
how
mayor.
How much money did they get? See,
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, so what the brother's speaking of,
Tiffany Hayter. Yeah, all these niggas.
The problem on the continent, though, like it eclipses the little bit of change from a few.
Go ahead, Kidola.
Sometimes it's hard to hear the truth. The truth must be said always. You cannot hide the truth for anything. We are very good in having dreams be built on skyscrapers and all these things. If you leave South Africa, now allow these black people to control South Africa will be like a shithole, like any other African countries. You tell me which African leader. Now check the Orion they try to form now. Both their men and women, they're up deck. Ain't nobody twinkling, they'll shake it down. Nobody's shaking their ass and start dancing anyhow. African people dance and sort off. They can't even build anything, a city. They can't even do it.
I don't know, Kidola. Have you read any history books? Have you read any history? No, I can't listen to this nonsense because you sound like you're using a lot of white man talking point. I don't know if it's your white woman that you're sleeping with that you're really I know you have a snow bunny. You have a snow bunny and then you've lost your mind. I think you've left your senses have left you. No, he's not being honest. This is internalized self-hatred. That's what I'm hearing.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Kidola. You got 30 seconds, Kidola. I'll pass the African.
Okay, you see, let me just tell you this. Check the whole of African country. The whole of Africans, which is like European country. They can
speak for your but you know why that is.
Go ahead, Kidola. You got 20.
They can create jobs for their citizens, create homes. They can provide electricity. They can provide good hospital. Where these leaders running to? Our people are inside the boat.
You're still wrong. You're very wrong. I feel bad for you.
This black boy go for nothing, man.
There's a lot of self-hatred in your country, and it's very common with people that come from your country. They have a very inferiority complex. Because the things you're saying, it's like you got it off 4chan, some sort of right-wing white. This is why you have a white girlfriend. No. This is why you have a white girlfriend. Is it the Russian one or the Polish one? I can't listen to any of your nonsense. It's really embarrassing. I'm not. This guy is African, but he doesn't represent Africans.
No, where you from?
This guy is African, and he's sleeping next to a Neanderthal.
I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead.
One question. Where's she from?
I think she's Wildflower from Eritrea, Wildflower, or Ethiopia.
I'm not even going to tell him where I'm from. This guy's an embarrassment. No. You have a white girlfriend. Be ashamed. You're sleeping with the enemy.
That she's black Ethiopia
No,
is
no, no,
itself.
no, no. You're sleeping with the
Black
enemy
people
and
and
your
other
mind is
people. You say
gone. It's so
forget it now.
embarrassing. You're embarrassing
Forget it now.
yourself. You're
You
embarrassing
Ethiopians,
yourself, not us. You don't know the history of Africa.
Ethiopians don't even think of
Keep
black
your
people in your
mouth in
country
between
well.
that
You Ethiopians don't even
Snow
think the
Bunny's
black people in
legs.
your country well. People don't
Ew,
black in
that's
your
what you
country.
like. Yeah,
Come
yeah,
up
you're all
and let's
getting
see.
hit.
Come up and
No,
let's see
no,
if you're
no,
not
no,
like
no, no,
Germany.
no, no. You've been
Come
poisoned.
up and let's see
You've
if you're
been
not like Germany.
poisoned. You've
Come
been
up and let's see if you're not
poisoned.
like
You
Germany.
have been
Come
poisoned.
up and let's
And
see
your
you're not
self-hatred
Germany.
is
Come
coming
up and let's see
out.
you're not
It's so
Germany.
embarrassing. Look at you.
How about the black people in your
I
Oh,
mean,
country?
the
maybe
white
he was just
man
being
that built
honest.
cities. Oh my
All right,
God.
let me.
Yeah,
I
this
gotta,
is
I gotta
so
pass the
sad.
mic.
Look, is this Ola? Ola, this is
I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Afro man. Go ahead, Afro man.
Peace, everyone. Now, first of all, why would white South Africans even consider returning back to Europe? I mean, have you seen the Netherlands compared to South Africa? Nobody in their right mind would give up South Africa, especially if you own the majority of the wealth and land in South Africa. Only an idiot will give that up to go to the Netherlands to be a low-class worker working 9 to 5. If you have ever been to South Africa and you have been to Joburg and other cities, but let's take Joburg, Sandton City, which is a specific area within Joburg, is the richest piece of real estate in the whole of Africa. There are more millionaires in Sandton or in South Africa than any other place in Africa. And those millionaires, by the way, happen to be majority white. So white people are in a very comfortable place in South Africa. And those few who left, those 59 or 49 people who left South Africa for the US, you can bet that these are people who are barely scraping by in South Africa. And they're going to be a huge burden for the American government. It's not going to be all rosy, okay? Even the white minister for agriculture, when he was called upon to respond to a certain question by Ramaphosa, he said that white people are not going to leave South Africa en masse. And that alone should tell you there is no genocide. If there is genocide in South Africa, if there's white genocide in South Africa, why are we not seeing mass displacement of white people? There is no genocide that you can name, that you can point to without displacement of people. If white areas are known in South Africa, and South Africa is quite segregated, you have white areas and you have black areas, you have Indian areas, okay? If white people are being killed and they are living in white neighborhoods, why are we not seeing displacements? When the Tutsis were being killed by the Hutus, we had displacements of people from Rwanda into neighboring countries. When the Liberians were having their civil war, you found that there were mass displacement. Some of them even had to come to Ghana as refugees and other countries. Okay, there is no genocide without displacement. Why are white people not displaced in South Africa? That's number one. Number two, to the point to the last speaker, is it? I think I know him as Ola. It is not that he is wrong in the sense that, I mean, let's be honest, okay? You cannot point to a single successful black country. However, the reason that he is ascribing to why we are not succeeding, I don't agree with. It is not that we are inherently corrupt. No. It is just that the kind of environment that we find ourselves in, given our poor leadership, it has engendered a certain culture and mindset that is very short-sighted, and there's a very low collective ambition. There's very high private ambition. People in their private lives have great ambition. They want to be millionaires and billionaires, and they achieve it. But when it comes to the collective well-being of the people, that's where we are destroyed as a people. The difference between the Ramaphosa's and the other presidents of Africa and the presidents of the West is that Trump, Macron, and all those others, including Netanyahu, they have a responsibility to the collective. They want to see their people on top. We don't have that kind of desire. It is because of our experiences we have killed, or rather our ambition has been killed. We are satisfied with just traveling abroad, sitting next to white people, being part of the
Not
agenda,
me.
flying past.
Damn.
No, hold on. I'm speaking about the African leaders. Okay, I'm not speaking about the ordinary common African.
I get
Although
your
they
Yeah, but
point.
the
themselves are not
African leaders are
quite right.
selected by the
I
West.
get
I
your
don't know
point.
why you guys have. Do you
Hold on,
guys
let
have
him
collective
land.
amnesia? Do you
Let-
have collective
but
Let him
amnesia?
land.
that is my
You're acting
point.
as if these
That's
African
why
leaders
that is
have autonomy. Come on.
Just let him land.
that's
Go
why
ahead. I get
that
your
is my
point.
point. Okay, that is my point about the nature of the African leaders. They are not leading their countries because they want to see their people on top of civilization. They are leading because they want to be able to increase their bank accounts. You cannot, as I said, you cannot find
Nah, it's
it
not.
is whether
They're leading. These are colonizer supervisors. Come on. It's not. It's not just about the little
Can you
bank
let him
account.
talk? Can you
This
let
is
him
a
talk?
deflection,
Shut your mouth.
Afro man. You're doing a deflection. It's not just about the bank account. Come on now.
Let him
You know
talk.
who they work
You
for.
disturb him.
they are leading because they want to increase their bank accounts. You cannot
Nah,
find a
that's wrong.
poor
That's a
African
very
Hey,
weak
Wow,
argument.
you gotta let him talk. Good. Go ahead, Alfred. You got 30 seconds. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Okay, all right. You cannot find a poor African leader. All of them have very handsome bank accounts. And the same thing in the Black American community. Look at the leader who was jailed. He was the former mayor of Detroit, Kwame Kilpatrick.
Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah,
No, yeah.
exactly. Then you had Mayor Barron in DC, who was a crackhead. Then you had Tiffany in
Look,
Dog.
can I defend Mayor Barry in DC? One thing Mary Berry was not was a klepto or greedy. He was a crackhead, but he
Yeah.
was but he
Yeah.
did not take from the people. He lived in a
In
single row
fact,
house, and every time people came around looking for corrupt money from him, he did not have it. He was never
yep.
never a corrupt
He
person.
put the needs of the
He did a
people
lot for
first,
people.
and the
He
pipe
put a
was
lot for
second.
people. And if you were in this area and you knew anything about Marion Barry, there's a reason why they called him the mayor for life.
That's a
He had
fact.
his ills. With addiction. But in terms of
But
who he
Black
was as a
DC
politician for
knows he
black
took
people, Black
care of
DC,
Black
people
DC.
swear
Yeah.
by Marion Barry. You could
Yeah.
go to his row house and you can go knock on Marion Barry's door, and guess who would answer? Marion Barry. And you could talk to him. That's how, and he
So
was an
now we are
alderman all the way
defending
up to the
crackhead.
end. So I will defend
Now we are
Marion
defending
Barry.
the crackhead.
Can I say something? Is
No,
Afro
let,
man done?
let Afro Man finish. I gotta pass to Willie. Go ahead, Afro Man.
Okay, Diana, I'm actually done, so that's fine.
All right,
I'm done.
go ahead, Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
I mean, that was a great point that the brother just brought up about Marion Barry. And I think that's the fundamental difference when you're looking at Black leadership in America from the continent. So you're having two brothers be honest.
That is one example. The rest of these Negroes are shady as hell. You know it, Willie.
I
Come on, man.
disagree. But the one thing I will stand on is you can't find them guilty of corruption, right? You will find some, and when you find it, I have no problem with burying that. But you're trying to put things on Auntie Maxine that aren't valid.
Who was guilty of corruption? Name the African leaders who were guilty of corruption. Then, Willie, since you want to place this Maddox, who was guilty of corruption?
None of them.
Okay, so
Who?
go ahead.
You have one? Right. That's my point. You can't prove they're corrupt. You can only make that claim, right? What I'm saying is what's happening on the continent to what the brothers are saying, it's pretty well documented and you can see it in the development of the people. So, I was shaky on where bro was going to go with that with Marion Barry, but that's a 100% fact. He had a problem. He had an issue, but it never, you know, uh came in conflict with his action for the people. And that's documented in how the people of DC view Marion
Well,
Barry.
you know what, Willie, I might have to shut down. I might have to close the door. You still ain't sent your fine. I just forgot about that. Stop trying to get over it. See this Negroism. Stop
Yo,
trying
I
to get over
told
it.
you. I got off the platform that day. So that fine follows me forever. I thought it was for the
Sam,
day.
you know, I gotta lock the doors. I gotta lock the doors. Willie playing games. I gotta lock the doors. Hold on, I gotta
I'll
lock the
drop
doors.
off.
I gotta lock the doors. I gotta lock the doors. Hold on, we're gonna lock the doors. Go ahead, City.
Hey, Danis. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know. We diverging from the topic. The topic is why the Afrikaner they are not going to Holland instead of USA. And I don't know what this other Nigerian guy is coming or attacking all the black people. That black people are corrupt when they leave.
They always do that.
It doesn't make sense. Stick to the topic. If you want to talk about corruption, talk about Nigeria. Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world. So don't come here and talk about all Africans are corrupt. Start with Nigeria first. I think Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the entire world. When you come down to black people, you will find corrupt people among white. You will find them among black. Even in America here, right? I can remember the former mayor for Detroit, Kwame. I think he's still in prison. He was in prison for corruption. Jesse Jackson's
He's out now.
son. Okay, Jesse Jackson's son was in prison again. He had living a lavish lifestyle. He was using the money from the state wherever he was serving. So corruption is all over the place. Corruption has no limit.
They're acting as if only black people corrupt when white people are the most corrupt. I'm sick of this nonsense.
So when you say corruption, it has no limit. The reason why people now too corrupt in America is because the system will investigate you and you go to prison for it. And we don't have that in Nigeria specifically, you know. The former senator from New Jersey, Fernandez, one of those senators. He's in prison right now. He was living a lavish lifestyle. He's not black, you know. I think he's half Spanish. So there's corruption wherever that you go, you know. It has no limit. So let's stick to the topic. If your country is a failure, if Nigeria is a failure, go and face your shithole country. Don't come here and talk and attack all black people and say, well, all black.
Where you from? I want to know where you from.
Thank you for telling him.
Hold on, I want to know where you're from. Hey, let me tell you, you're Ethiopia or Eritrea. Go and face your damn fucking shit country too. You run away from there. You want to attach yourself with black people where you know the black people in your own country, you people not treat them good. If you come up now, you look like Yemenis, right? So don't talk those shit. I want to know where you're from, brother. Where you from? You that speak that. Tell me your country. Tell me your country and let me tell you how
where's your white girlfriend from? What country?
Shut your mouth, Yemenis. Don't attach yourself. These are people from AU are destroyed. Your country.
I'll tell you where I'm from when you tell me where your white woman's from. Do you know someone? You know they don't wash down there, and you go down there.
Try to attach yourself to the dark-skinned people where you know the black people in your country.
Why are you going what country is your woman from? On a serious note, is she an Afrikaner?
All right, y'all. Let City go ahead, City.
Come on, yeah, guys. So, you know, I don't have to tell you where I'm from. I'm just a black man. You know, it's not important.
He doesn't have to tell you.
It's not
necessary. Is the mic gonna get passed on down?
You're not black. You're not black.
If you listen, if all the trouble that we're facing right now in Africa, specifically West Africa, is Nigeria. You have to fix Nigeria. There's so much problem over there. You know, looking at the over 200 million population, you don't have a...
Don't escape your own and say Nigeria. You say, oh, Nigeria. Somebody say inferiority complex.
You were in here saying that Africans haven't done this. You're literally glazing the Europeans. Stop that. That's embarrassing. What country is your wife from? Is she Russian or Eastern European?
Stop attaching yourself with black people problem. Go and fix your Eritrea problem. You that look like Yemenis or Ethiopia.
No, don't be.
No, honestly, what country is your
More
wife
food
from?
for
Honestly,
them,
I want
any
to know.
problem.
Because you
More
were
food
saying
for
some
them,
things that
any
were very
problem. Okay?
hateful to my
More
continent. I'm not
problem
going to have any of that. I'm sorry.
Listen,
I ain't going to have any of that.
I have a lot of Nigerian friends. They always tell me don't go to Nigeria. It's a messy country. Don't play with Nigerians. You know,
Exactly. A lot
your
of
case
I live
Nigerians,
in
they really
Nigeria.
talk negatively about Africa, and I'm not going to allow
I live
that.
in
I'm
Nigeria.
not going to let anyone talk negatively
I
about my
live in
continent.
Nigeria.
While
I
you're
live in Nigeria.
sleeping next to a
But
snow
where is your
bunny, he's
country? Why
whispering
you
in
not
your
going to
ears.
your country?
You're
I
not an
live in
example
Nigeria.
to talk about
Why you not going
Africa
to
and our
your country
failings.
that have
No, 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 no.
resources?
No,
You are
when you're
Yemenis.
sleeping next to a
You are
snow bunny,
Yemenis.
I'm
You
not going
cannot
to
get
have
to
it.
your
I'm
Yemenis
sorry.
problem.
I'm not going
You
to have
cannot
it
get
at
over
all.
Kidola, slow down, slow down.
You are
so
White
Yemenis. You are
flower,
just fucking Yemenis.
slow down, slow
I'm
down,
going to be
slow
honest
down,
to you.
slow
You are
down, white
Yemenis.
flower, slow down, Kidola.
so
White flower,
listen.
are you? What part of Africa are you from?
It's not important right now. It's not
No,
important.
it's important. If you mention
It's not
Nigeria,
important.
you have to mention your
Because
country.
I'm not.
Mention your
because
country.
you know where we are from. I'm just curious.
I'm a proudly Nigerian. Mention your
It's
country.
it's not important because it's not
No,
important.
it's not
It
important now.
could be.
Who
It
have the
could be
inferiority
important.
complex now?
He's
Who have the
African. That's all
inferiority
that
complex?
matters. He's a proud
Who have
African,
the
unlike
inferiority
the
complex?
self-hating
I'm
ones
a
we
proud
have in here.
Nigeria. I'm a proud Nigeria. Mention your countries.
No, you're not proud
Doctor,
when you were saying we
no,
haven't built
proud
anything in
Nigeria.
Africa.
I'm
We're
a proud
corrupt.
Nigeria. I
If
live
the
in
white South
Nigeria.
Africans
I'm a
go, the
proud
country's
Nigeria.
going
I
to
live
become
in
a
Nigeria.
shithole. Who
Mention your
talks like
country.
that?
Kidola,
Did you
slow
Mention
get
your
your
down.
talking
country.
points from those white
Mention
forums
your
you're
You know
hanging
where
country.
out?
they are
What
You really got to
from.
be careful. You know, the
of
white
you are ready
forums
for
you're
your
looking
country?
at. It's not very
Mention
good
your
for your
country.
Tell
mind.
us your
I'm a
country.
proud
Are you
Nigeria. I
from
live in
East
Nigeria.
Africa?
Mention your country.
Are you from East
So
Africa?
you the only person that I've seen that will claim that he's Nigerian. No African want to be Nigerian
Hold on.
specifically.
Are
I'm a
you from
proud
So
East
Nigeria.
my
Mention
Africa?
your country.
country, listen,
No, mention your
what
country.
I'm
You
trying
are
to
scared to mention your country.
give me
You
a
see?
See,
break.
why you
Let
not
me
why
explain
you not
why.
why you
I
picking
can.
the part you are
I have no
from?
problem. I have
Why?
no problem mentioning. I have
Let
no
me
problem mentioning where
explain.
my
Let me
family's from.
explain why. Let me
No, no,
explain why.
I need him to tell me where his wife's from.
Yeah, let me
No,
explain
Well,
why.
Tell me your country. Tell me your
Okay,
I
country.
can.
You are
I
it's
can
a
tell
very
you.
very
Nigerian.
I can
Why
tell
important.
are
you.
you
But
trying?
let
No,
me
no, I
Tell
ain't
me
even
your
gonna tell
country.
you.
Tell me
You
your
are here
country.
dissing Africa. I'm not
You
gonna
have
let
no
no one talk
husband.
nonsense
You have
about my
no
continent.
wife.
I'm sorry.
You'll be sitting
I'm
with
not gonna
TV for a
let
very long
nobody talk.
time.
So, depending on your country, it might
No,
make a
he
big
was talking
difference.
about
No,
Africa in
Because
general and saying
look
how
at
we're
East
not doing
Africa.
nothing
I'm a
and we're
proud
corrupt.
No,
Nigerian.
No,
he
no,
wasn't.
no,
He
no,
wasn't.
no, no. If you're
He
talking
wasn't
about
talking about
Nigeria,
Africa
talk
in
about
I
general.
Nigeria
live in
specifically.
Nigeria. Tell
Don't
me
talk
your
about
He was.
country.
Africa. Don't talk about
He was.
Africa.
He
Talk
wasn't.
about
No,
He
tell me
wasn't
your
talking
Nigeria.
about. He
country.
wasn't. What he
Tell
wasn't
me your
talking about
country.
Africa in general. His statement was that there's not one single functioning black country on the planet. Is what he basically said.
Yeah, but
And
I get
my
that.
and my
That
and
is
my
not
family.
true. There's a
Of course
reason
it's
for
not. Of
that.
course
There's
it's
a
not.
reason
Of
for
course it's
that.
not. Of
And
course
he's
it's not true.
acting as if he's got
Hold
collective
on.
Tell me
Hold on.
your
amnesia.
Hold
country.
on. I'm on your
Tell me your
side here.
White
country.
power. I don't know who gave you the mic to be speaking so often. Because when we
Yeah.
don't even know the country you are from, because that matters on the
No,
continent.
she just
No,
Some
no,
only
no, it
people
herself.
doesn't
from that
matter.
continent
So
It
are there
doesn't matter
to
when
Wait,
there's
see,
people
Tell me
on
your
here
country.
like
actually
Tell me your
Tunisia
country.
and
belong to that continent
Kidola
are there to
who
Hey,
govern that
guys,
clearly
continent.
have some
I
kind of
got it. Hold on.
inferiority complex.
One mic. City, are you done?
no, not yet, not yet. Those
Okay,
the
30. You got
guys
30
go back.
seconds. Go ahead, guys. Don't
Okay,
interrupt him.
please.
Go ahead.
So please, let's try to understand situation here. If you want to speak, try to be specific. Focus on your country, Nigeria, because that's why a lot of Nigerians are
No,
fleeing to
tell
go
me
to
your
Kenya and
country.
other
Don't say
countries,
Oh,
anything. Just tell me your
right?
country.
City. Go. You got 30 seconds. Don't interrupt. Go ahead, City. You got 30 seconds.
So please, let's stick to the topic. The topic is why Afrikaners are moving to America instead of Holland. So don't go over the place. Say all Africans are corrupt. Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Afro Man. I mean, yeah, go ahead, Afro Man. After you, Leroy. Unmute yourself, Afro Man. All right, Afro Man is on his
Let me go, Dennis. You
No,
see,
no, it's
Dennis.
not. It's not your turn. It's Leroy. Go ahead, Leroy Green. Unmute yourself, Leroy. Leroy. Unmute yourself, Leroy.
I heard you.
Go
Y'all
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, peace, y'all. So why won't the Afrikaners just go to the Netherlands. The stats say they are going to the Netherlands at a pace of like 11% per year for the past 10 years. So I say about 4,000 a year for the past 10 years. And they coming to America as well. They seeking refuge or however you want to call it. They facing persecution. And they coming to America just like all the other immigrants around the world. They coming to these Western states just like people flee and go to UK and they go to Australia They leaving for better pastures. They trying to excel, and I believe it's not being propagated that they go into the Netherlands because USA don't really care about the Netherlands. Like we never hear about the Netherlands. And also, I believe it's more sensationalized that they coming to America because they ran a whole campaign about illegal immigrants, but you still have people who conflate illegal immigration with legal immigration. So it's just like everybody's at an uproar because we already saying we don't want illegal immigrants and we need to get the illegal immigrants out. But you got people who feel like somebody is going after them because we saying we don't want illegal immigrants. But then when you let in legal immigrants, it's like we're hypocrites. But in fact, they sticking to the same script. It's just they don't want illegal immigrants and they don't want Islamic terrorists and people with that type of mindset. And I pass the mic on that. I ain't gonna go all day.
All right, go, Kinola.
Yeah, look, these white South Africans that are coming, they're not going to come in numbers. Donald Trump just used a special power that he have to invite his own people. You understand me? And these people, they're going to be with the white people. They're going to be farmers. They're going to be whatever they want to do. I don't think most of them they're also farmers. You know, some of them will be doing well, and then they lost South Africa passport. That's what you have to also understand. They'll be going back, you know, to South Africa and everything. If they wanted to come to Holland, they would have been here. You have to understand, this people have left more than 600 years ago or 500 years ago. The Netherlands is a very cold country. Most of them are not. Some of them are not even from the Dutch monarch, country. When the thing was really bad, the Dutch people built a powerful apartment for them, you know, in a place called in Burma. They built a powerful house, over 3,000 buildings, apartments that they built for them to come back home. That's it, because they left a very long time. They're not used to the weather, but it's even their ancestors that are left, not even them, you know. So they cannot live in the Netherlands. It's cold. Going to United States, you see, they went to Texas because that place might be warm for them to live. You understand me? They are part of South Africa. We cannot take it or anything. No matter how they came over there, they are part of society. They build that society. You understand me? They're built to be so very beautiful that everybody want to go there and live there. These two guys are called Said and the other Yemenis woman. I'm a proud Nigerian. I live in Nigeria. Yeah. And nothing like you might be, you might have inferiority complex. Talk about your Nigeria is so very cold. Yes, we criticize our government every time on internet. Y'all don't do that. This one that is from Yemenis or Eritrea. She's always attaching himself whenever black people are talking about their country or whatever is going on among the black people. You see, that undercover that Haile Selassie brought to destroy the black race. To destroy the black race will never exist anymore. That's what I said. The Sub-Sahara have to form what we call Sub-Sahara Union. So you cannot come here try to fake it again, like what Haile Selassie did. When you have black people in your own country, but you never treat those black people good. If you come up now, you look like Yemenis. There's no difference between you and Yemenis. You want that's our land. Which land do you owe? We Eritrea ever allow black people to live, in that country, or is it Ethiopia that deal with a black person in their airport and dead to that person mercilessly because of his skin color? So please, every time you come here, you talk, I listen to you, I'm like, oh God, go and face Eritrea problem, your Yemenis problem. I would love to see that.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna pass it to Luis. Luis, go ahead.
Yeah,
So,
but
I mean,
Diners, it's
my
not fair,
issue-
you seem to be picking everyone else.
Is it my turn to speak? Dynasty, it's my turn to speak. Yeah.
And Lewis, the two
I'll be quick. Yeah, Dynasty, I'm not going to be long. I'm very respectful. You know that. So basically, I'm annoyed because we had like a couple of Africans come in here and say that African ain't shit, that we're corrupt with this and that white people built South Africa. When it was black, there was slavery. It was slaves that actually built Cape Town. This actually always giving credit to non-blacks. I don't like that because it just kind of speaks of an inferiority complex within us. We've built civilizations when Europeans were still living in the caves. And for some people to come on here because they haven't found the time to pick up a history book, they're too busy glazing Europeans or looking for a snow bunny to lay up with. And you come on here not knowing even the recent history of Africa. We're not developing because we're being undermined by these people who are more corrupt than us. Africans don't know how to be corrupt. These people are so corrupt here. They've done it so well that you won't even see it. Africans are just very like low level corruption. They don't know how to do it well. The Europeans are the most corrupt. People come on here, they're like, we ain't shit. You know, they're the best. They've done this, they've done that. This is just like, what? And of course, I am going to call out Africa when we do wrong, but I'm not going to sit here, call out Africa while at the same time glazing other people who have oppressed us. As if these white South Africans go, South Africa's going to fall into shambles. South Africa was there before these people even evolved to be humans. So move on with that nonsense. And also, where does your wife come from, Kidola?
Go ahead, Nigel.
Where's your boyfriend? Do you have a man?
Kiddo, we're moving on. Go ahead, Nigel.
You have a man?
Yeah, thank you for that. Nice. I see you there. Hello. It's been a while. Regarding what Wildflower is saying, I find it a little bit, a nice one. I find it a little bit disturbing how 1 minute you are sounding one way and the next thing you are sounding the other. You literally advocated that we shouldn't defend ourselves because the continent we lived within balance. If you are living within balance, then you probably believe that the continent is alive. And just like you protect your child, you don't allow people to come and take your child away from you. You are meant to protect the land that gives you life. Why did we not do that? And if somebody takes it from you,
we didn't do that because we didn't know the people we were dealing with. We don't know their culture.
And when
now we do. Now we're trying to get.
Wildflower, listen, stop it interrupting everybody. Let people finish. There's other people on the panel. Respectfully, go ahead, Nigel.
So now you do, and when you, it's your duty to do those things. And when somebody's advocating it, don't tell them that they are trying to copy the Westerners. No, I'm trying to do what is right for our people. The idea is that if you have something and a land that you are meant to protect, because I think we completely lose the value of land, what it truly means. Land is life, and from the way you describe it, it's actually accurate. And if it is life, then why do we not protect it? Why do we allow people to just come and take it and do whatever they like with it? And these Europeans are in South Africa now living large, and South Africans have technically been captured by them now, and they are ostracizing many Africans from that country. And look at it now, they are even coming to America to blackmail the black South Africans again. And in other words, they are going to use the power of America now to even nail the system down even further to make sure that that country will never be liberated. And it becomes a launching point to oppress the entire continent. We can't have this type of behavior. What we want to be doing is be locking hands, looking for ways to undermine some of this action that they are taking. And I'm really glad the South African president is not, he doesn't punch below his belt. What he's doing is that he has relationship with the BRICS nations, he has relationship with the Chinese, he has relationship with Russia, and he has relationship with the West. But the other African leaders don't do the same. Why are they not doing like he is doing? If they take his lead, maybe Africa will be a little bit more out of the mess that we are in now than the way we are behaving right now. That our president runs to the France, stays for 2 weeks. The other one runs to this in Switzerland. Our leaders are just acting childish compared to what the South African leader has done on that issue. That's how I will look at it. And these Europeans that are coming to America is something that I don't think is going to work out for them. But Americans and Black Americans need to watch them closely. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Louis.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I didn't start from the beginning, so if I missed some of the points,
hi, Louis.
Forgive me. Hello there, madam. I did say some time ago, I gave a testimony of how back in the 1980s, me and my Jamaican brother, we went to a convention stage, all day a convention stage in Brixton, and we were privileged enough to witness our brother Jesse Jackson introduced Winnie Mandela on stage, and she had no less than 25-minute what we call it, ovation on stage. We were so overwhelmed. If they were recruiting for people to join an army to fight the racist Boers in South Africa, they would have got loads and loads and loads and loads of people. But nobody has disappointed me more than the South African administration that has been in power since Mandela's time. Okay, what you're seeing is a display of white supremacy and what white people think of black people who think they can get along with a white man. You cannot reform these people. And if the South Africans don't know that now, well, there's nothing we can do really for them. You've watched a benefactor of racist South Africa make money in South Africa, go abroad with the money, make even more money, and now he's weaponizing his influence on the most powerful man in the world to come against South Africa. The South Africans have made their bed. There's only one way to deal with the white people in South Africa, and that's what President Mugabe done. He would never have stood there and allowed this to carry on. He would have walked out. So, in going forward, I say President Ramaphosa, I thought he conducted himself quite well. I wouldn't have took that nonsense. I would have took it straight to Elon Musk's ass, because he edited that film. And if he wanted to speak to Julius Malema, he could have asked. He could have brought Julius to the White House. But he turned it into a rally cry to make himself look like the victim among his white people. So now what's going to happen going forward? They're going to make legislation. I bet you he's already speaking about having a garrison, an army to go and attack the black people or defend the white people in South Africa as an excuse to have their own homeland. This is what they really want. So I'll put the blame purely on South Africa, the black South Africans, who think they can work with a white man. White people don't like us. After all these years, you haven't liked me. Okay? Then it's up to you. I've given up on South Africa. I said it before on your show, Diana, and I'll say it again. I'll wash my hands off South Africa. That's what I'm going to say. That's it.
All right, go ahead. Hello. Then I got to read the super chats. Go ahead. Hello. Unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Hello, Dinus. A few times that I've been listening in the background, and some make good contributions. I know everyone is entitled to their opinions, likewise myself. But it's very strange that some Africans will come publicly and shit on themselves. It's like someone carrying a pile of poo within them and then looking at some other person saying they got a lot more poo. Poo is poo. You know what I mean? So if something is bad, it is bad. I've had this man called Sidi. This is not an attack, but if we are to unite, we must toe the line of carefulness. We must unite in love and togetherness. We are not going to be pointing fingers at ourselves, saying you are a criminal, you are a thief. In every household, there are K-legs, there are problems in households, but the kind of problems may differ. Accusations are hostile. There are more ways to unite than pointing fingers at your neighbors or people that seem to look like yourself, that they are criminals, but looking inside you, you may be the worst criminal. Someone that is always accusing, acting like a saint, is always on the defense. Easy to call out other brethren as criminals. Like this man, Sidi, calling Nigeria the most corrupt country in the whole world. I am proudly Nigerian, and I don't believe that. We have bad ones amongst us, and we have good Nigerians. The population of the bad ones may even be smaller than the good ones. Doesn't mean that I condone evil that Nigerians commit anywhere they are. I always want my Nigerian brothers and sisters to represent themselves in high esteem wherever they go. But you cannot control what others do. But for CD, he, I believe, is a Liberian man who, for some reason, had been in Nigeria and has a lot of Nigerians as friends. So if you claim Nigeria is the most criminal country in the whole world, why are you keeping lots of friends as Nigerians? You call them smart, but yet they are criminals. If I find out that someone's household is criminal, I don't want to do anything with them. But I'm not saying Liberians are criminals or other African countries are criminals, but the way other African brothers and sisters target a particular country in Africa is appalling. So how are we going to unite if you keep calling me a criminal and you don't know me? You don't know all Nigerians. You may have not been, it's possible that you haven't even come across a Nigerian. Some people just go by the news that they hear from people saying Nigerians are criminals. But we have good things about Nigerians. I am a Nigerian. Any day, anytime, I will carry my passport with my head held high, knowing that I am not a criminal. But if I come here and I'm hearing CD every time, at every slightest chance he has, he says Nigeria is the most corrupt country. But Liberia, crime rate per 100,000 population for 2012 was 3.2. A 19.06% decline from 2001. Liberia's crime rate per 100,000 population for 2011 was extremely high. They have lots of crimes in Liberia. Do you know what I mean? Nigeria housed some of your people. We didn't call them criminals. I saw them at the university. We embraced them as one big family. Why is it that when there is any problem in any part of Africa, they run to Nigeria, we welcome them, show them good hospitality, but when they go back, they say we are criminals? Yes, there are bad ones amongst us, but don't use one brush to paint all of us. CD, please try and be a good representative of Africa if you want unity. Otherwise, you are a hypocrite to the most of your friends you call Nigerians. If they hear you on this platform, I don't think they'll be happy with you. You need to think carefully, look inside yourself and ask yourself, CD, are you a perfect man yourself? You are not. I am not perfect either, but we have to do better. We have to unite, not by accusing one another or coming on the public place. You are not a Nigerian. You cannot even speak for Nigeria. Yeah, maybe you may have had some experiences, but don't call on Nigerians the most corrupt country in the whole world. There are corrupt countries that do not parade their criminals publicly, but Nigerians come outside to speak evil of their country, men. Imagine how many African countries come out to condemn their evil. I have seen in places in some other African countries that eat human beings. Yes, but I can't come out to condemn them because I know there are internal crises. But how are we going to unite when you look at your brother and you say you are the most, you are the darkest, you are the evil, and you are a saint?
Sister, what country is humans?
I'm not going to say that because I will never publicly speak evil against people that look like myself. You should learn, please.
You should call out evil whenever you hear it.
Now I know it's Liberian. Now I know it's Liberian.
I'm not gonna.
How many Nigerians die in Liberia for you?
Dennis, can I respond?
How many Liberians die in Nigeria for you people? How many Nigerians?
Can I respond,
now I know it's a Liberian guy. It's a shame. Nigeria
please
never
don't do that, brother. We're not here to fight, please.
Can I respond to hello? I've got a main question.
Nigeria never attacked Liberia.
I've got a question. I've got a question for hello.
Liberia, I will attack you even more.
Do not fight.
Is just static. Can I speak to hello? Because hello made some interesting point. Can I? Can I say hello made a point about people coming on here and disrespecting Nigeria, and that is not right. And this is why I was very angry when two gentlemen came on here and started saying that we are corrupt. They generalized the entire continent as being corrupt and glazing Europeans, really, really licking their boots. So when you're saying that you don't want people speaking bad about Nigeria, how about the people that were on the panel disrespecting Africa? and saying that it's corrupt, nothing works, we can't build this, we can't get nothing done. And it was almost like these are right-wing talking points. I don't know what kind of boards, forums they are following, but it's very concerning. And I hear you saying that you don't want people speaking ill of Nigeria, which is true. I don't want anyone speaking ill of any African country. But there were people on here who I think you're trying to defend, who are I don't know how you weren't here in the beginning. And this is why I have an issue with people coming on here and dissing Africa. And they have the audacity to have snow bunnies, and then they want to talk on my continent. Don't bother.
I don't even wait 1 minute. I don't even want us to speak evil of our brethren in America, the African Americans, because we are one. In the sight of other people, we are one color. You guys should know better. You should. Is there anything a shame among
Hey,
us?
one minute. Hold on. 1 minute. 1 minute, Willie. Until you pay your tariff, you can't come back on, Willie. You did this for 3 days straight, Willie. You gotta pay your tariff, Willie.
Can I respond? Can I respond, Dennis?
Let me go, Dennis.
No. Let me hold on. Hello, are you done? Hello.
I just want to say, I enjoy this platform. I discovered it not long ago. My brother Tunaja is here as well. So please keep doing the amazing work for us to come together. But we are better off being together than being divided. We don't think alike, but you can't tell me that your thief is better than my thief, because a thief is a thief. We don't want any corruption in any part of African continent. We should come together. How are we going to come together when there are sellouts amongst us? You come here, you tell us you have so many Nigerian friends that are very intelligent, but then you now say Nigeria is human.
Can I respond? You continue to
I'm not repeating myself. I have a voice, and it's very strong.
This guy from Liberia will attack him now.
Let me respond.
Let's go.
So, I don't know who you are talking to. That I specifically say all Nigerians are criminal. That's not true.
You were saying it.
I'm not sure who you are listening to. What I said.
Yeah, listen to you.
I want this guy.
Sidi did not say that all Nigerians are like that.
He said Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world, and Nigeria is the problem of West Africa. Let's talk about how many Nigerians died in your country.
Listen, man. Listen, do you know? So let me go back to what I'm trying to.
He gave achievement when we employ them on Nollywood and other things.
Let me respond to the young lady.
This little guy who have nothing in his whole country.
Please let him speak, please.
All right, so I specifically said that all the issue that we have right now, specifically in West Africa, most of the issues are created from Nigeria, because the fact that they've been the most popular country in West Africa, specifically in Africa, in the population, and we don't have leadership in West Africa. For example, if you look at East Africa right now, they have a very good leadership. Kenya is there, stepping on every aspect of East Africa to make things work. Wherever you travel in any part of East Africa, you have to hit Kenya. They have a very good system, which is influenced by a lot of Nigerians anyway.
East Africa is great.
I did not say all Nigerians are criminal, but I said was I want this guy to be
I'm not
specific.
attacking you, though. I'm not attacking you.
I want you to limit his experience when he said all Africans are corrupt. We're not going to have a leader for a specific country. I said no, that's not true. You limit yourself to your country.
No, your tone is changing now. I didn't come on to attack you. 1 minute, sir.
Can I finish, please?
Changing. No,
this is your narration.
Your narration is changing.
That's why you guys are so loud.
Your narration.
Give me a break.
You see, you're being rude now. You're being rude. You're calling me
If
loud.
his country have anything now, let me respect him. He countries one of the most worshipful.
I'm trying to respond to you.
You said Nigerians kill women in one African countries. Their body parts are
yes.
You said it days back. You said Nigeria is the most.
This guy come from a shit country.
Every day that you come here,
his country
you
is like
evil about Nigeria.
Like
this is not the first time. This is not the first time. You need to educate yourself.
You were wrong. You were wrong when you said
I don't care if you call me loud. I don't care if you call me criminal. I have a voice and it's strong, and that is what you are afraid of. You cannot bend me.
Are you
Okay, so
bleaching?
don't talk to me anyhow.
I don't want to talk. You look like you're someone who is bleaching anyway. So basically,
Bleaching.
what I said,
You see?
you
You
look
see, you
that
don't
way
have
anyway.
you don't
So
have thinking faculty. Your brain, you
no,
have a fish brain. You can
no,
see you have
that
a fish
I don't know
brain.
because
Can
that's
you
the
see you
that's
have a
the
fish
that's
brain? You
the
don't have
typical things of
manners.
Nigerian lady. They bleach.
Can you see
So
that you
what
don't
I'm
have
Can I?
saying,
manners?
Could
Can you
I
see
just
you
what
don't
say
I
have
said
something?
manners?
was,
Could I
Can you
it's
just
see
not
say
that
something
all
Nigeria
about
Nigerians. I didn't say
terrorizes
all
you?
Nigerians are
Can you
criminals.
see
right?
that you're jealous of
Your country is
Nigeria?
nothing. Your country is
You're
2
jealous
million
of
population,
Nigeria. You can
not
never
even
be a
up to my
Nigerian.
state even.
You don't speak the good that we do, but you
And
focus
still you're a
on
But
our
shithole.
but
weaknesses
You're
can
why
I
and
just
if
say,
evil.
listen, on
if
behalf,
your
what
country
good in
if
West
your country
Africa?
was
You're
good,
telling me I'm bleaching.
if your
Do you
country
know
was
me
good,
before? Have you
What are
seen
you
me
doing in the
before?
United
all
States?
Do
Nigerians
you know
carrying
me
Nigerian
before that I'm
passports?
bleaching?
Idiot.
Shame on you.
Your
You're
country
What?
not a man.
your
A
country
real
don't even
man
have
will
a
not talk
market.
like
There's
you.
no
You have
market
a
to your
fish
country.
brain.
yeah,
How
Mr.
can they even do
City,
business
Mr.
with you?
City,
You're
Yeah.
actually
Mr.
very
City,
scared of a
Yes.
Nigerian.
Mr.
Yeah, I
City, if
am a
I can just say,
Nigerian and I
listen,
can never
listen to me,
deny where I come from.
listen,
Calling me
sister,
bleaching, that is rude.
No, because you don't
on
want to give.
behalf,
I'm
listen,
being respectful to you. And you don't want to
You're
What,
not
listen
being
what
to
are you
City,
me.
respectful. You're
respectful for?
rude.
You
You
are a
don't have no
fool.
manners. You're not well brought up. You're not a
yeah,
man.
Mr.
His
City,
country's a
Uh,
shithole. There's nothing in this
Shame on
country.
you,
listen,
man.
There's nothing in this country.
Nigeria, listen,
It's a very
Nigeria
simple
and the
country.
Dangote just invested 160 million in a sugar
Who said that
factory
I'm
in Ghana.
bleaching? Show
it
yourself.
doesn't.
I am
160
showing
It
myself
million
doesn't
in the
matter.
in a
camera.
sugar
I am
factory
showing
in Ghana,
myself.
giving people
Can you be
employment,
confident
making
enough?
the
Let's see
investment
what
we
you
need
look
in
like.
West
Maybe
Africa.
you look like
You got to balance your views, my brother.
That's not important. When you look at
It
the
My
is
street
economy of
important.
the
economy is better
160
than the
million
whole
in the Ghana
Liberia.
economy is very important.
Anyways,
Okay,
I'm
My
that's
going to
people
street,
shut
being
up
my
now.
street
employed.
economy is
Okay,
better than Liberia economy. My street economy. If you want to
because
go
your
that way,
population.
we go
Look,
that
look.
way.
You should be ashamed
Who
of
said
My
that I'm
street
yourself.
economy is
bleaching?
better than your country.
Can't
It's
you
better
see
than your
how
country
crispy
economy.
I
You
am?
should.
Can't
You
you
should
see
be.
my skin, how it's glowing? What do you mean I'm
You should
bleaching?
be. You should be. No. Now
Let's
You
you're
see
don't
trying
your
have
to be
nothing. You're the
camera.
one
sensitive.
making big
Now you're
mouth.
trying to
Let's
be
see your
sensitive
You don't have
camera,
nothing.
because
You're
man.
the one
you.
Show
making big mouth.
yourself.
You want
Let's
to
see
be
what you got.
pompous. You that doesn't have
you
nothing. You want to be.
Let's
You
see
want
what
to
you
have a
got.
big mouth
Show us
voice.
how man you
A
are.
poor
If
man.
you're a
A
man,
poor man
let's
want to
see your
pretend to be rich.
camera.
You see, that's why it's
Let's
good.
see you on camera
That's
and
why he
calling me
was heading his
bleaching. I bet
country.
you're
You
very
have
ugly.
noticed my street economy is better than your country economy.
should
When
be
your country
ashamed to
was
make
killing
that
themselves,
comparison. You
Nigeria
should be
came to that
ashamed to make
country
that
and
comparison.
sacrificed a lot of their men there.
Look.
Nigeria came there to sacrifice a lot of their soldiers. You
You
don't
should.
have nothing to talk about.
You should be
So you,
ashamed to
because
make
your
that
country is like
comparison.
a toilet.
You should be ashamed to
Can
make
we
that
Let's see
move
your
on,
comparison.
Your
When
camera. We
please?
country is
have
like
a
a
lot of
toilet.
you
Liberians
have
in Nigeria. You
250
know that.
million population.
Your country is
We
like
have
a
a lot of
toilet.
Liberians in
250
Nigeria in
million,
our
250
universities.
million. One person is richer than
Until God
your
has
whole
given
country.
to them
But
by
why you
Nigerian
flee? Why you
government.
flee your country? Why you
Why
flee
you
the,
free?
all
I
over
live
the
in
world?
Nigeria. How about
What
you?
are you doing in America? Where are you?
How
Why
about
you
you?
guys
You
fleeing?
you got no
Why are you
shit.
trying to sound American? You are a
What?
fake
I was
man.
trying
Show
to get where is
yourself
he
on
from? Where is he
camera if
from?
you have the
Now he
So
guts.
want to
You're a
disgrace
coward.
himself.
so
Show
why you're
yourself
using the
on
other West
camera. You don't
African
have no
passport?
thinking
Why you using
faculty.
Liberian
You
passport?
don't have
You have a
Why
anything.
very
you
low
using Sierra Leonean
IQ.
passport
You
to
said
flee
you
to
You
have
the
don't have
Sierra
Nigerian
anything.
Leonean?
friends, but you have no
Your
Nigerian
country,
friends.
your people came to Nigeria, take
You
refuge.
are a
We put
disgrace
them
to
in our
Africa. You're
universities.
not a man calling me bleaching
But you
person.
see, you guys are very loud. This is
Yes,
the
I
You
am
issue here.
loud.
idiots.
That's
Who
very.
are
I
you?
can't be loud, and I'm not denying that. Only
But
If
then give
someone
me
somebody
a
that is
speaks,
break.
like
no
Let me
poor man like
respond
you
to
that
you.
is
I've
you.
been
speaking.
very respectful. You don't want to
You're not
listen. What
respectful. You
if
said I'm
Nigeria was
bleaching.
powerful?
You
Why
said
you
I'm
guys are the most
bleaching.
You're
You said
disrespected?
I'm
allowed the real people
bleaching.
to talk.
Why
Don't
Nigerians are the
protest
most
like you have to
disrespected
You
talk.
people people
said
in the
I'm
war.
Allow the people
bleaching.
to talk. You are
You
broke
said I'm
ass.
bleaching.
Your
You don't
country is
know
a
me
broke ass.
before.
You are a broke ass.
Why
Allow
You
you
said
Nigeria?
I'm
allow the people
bleaching.
to talk.
Okay, let me.
Your economy is not existing. My street, my two block of my house here is far more better than your own economy.
I'm bleaching. Let's see your girlfriend if you
Come
have
here, be
one. Let's
talking
see your
nonsense
wife. Let's see what she looks like.
nonsense.
Someone is bleaching.
Can we move on? Can we
You
move
have no
on, please?
thinking
Let's move
faculty.
on, Danny. Come, bro.
Can we get
Yeah,
back to
I'm
the
right here.
topic,
I'm right here.
please?
Let me pass it to Afro Man. Afro Man, go ahead.
White flower, please educate that man.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Afro
you.
Man, go ahead,
Thank
Afro
you.
Man.
Okay, thank you. Let's
Next is
calm
white
down.
flower. I will know where white flower is
Let's
coming
calm
from.
down.
I will attack also.
Calm down. Calm
Go ahead,
down.
Afro
Calm
Man.
down. I don't think it is. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't think it's necessary for us to be insulting each other, insulting countries. Okay. Let's move on. On the topic of white South Africans. Okay. I believe, okay, that you're not going to have a mass exodus. And what one person told me was that I saw a documentary where they were interviewing white South Africans, and they were emphatic. They said they were not going anywhere, and that they were as much African as the Zulus or the Xhosas or the Idembeles, and they were not moving an inch. At the same time, they said that the Dutch government wasn't giving them any right of return, right of abode, and that they will be seen just like any other foreigner. So in the minds of the South Africans, the white South Africans, they're actually trapped. They have nowhere to go. And even if the Dutch government were to ask them to come back to the Netherlands, they said that, I mean, the white South Africans said that they don't know anybody in the Netherlands. They have no family ties there. They were brought up in South Africa, and they are, for all intent and purposes, Africans in their minds. Okay, this was a documentary that was aired, I think, a year or so ago, where they made this particular statement. But what we should rather be talking about as well is the land reform, because until there is equitable distribution of the land in South Africa, okay, all we're going to do is to repeat this same song each year between the whites and the blacks. The ANC, I don't see them. Okay, if you even heard the speech of Ramaphosa when he was at the White House speaking to Trump, okay, he was trying to placate himself towards to Trump, trying to let him know, to appease him, and to let him know that they were not going to take the land forcibly. Although the law that they passed through the parliament, I believe it states that the government has the right to take land without compensation. I doubt that the ANC government will do that. And their major fear is to follow the path of Zimbabwe, where the economy collapsed as a result of improper redistribution or reclaiming of the
That's
land
not
that
why. That's
belonged
not
to
how the economy
It was
collapsed.
sanctions. The
That was
economy
not
collapsed
why
was
the
due to
economy collapsed.
sanctions. Come on.
Okay.
me land. Oh, you guys need to chill.
We're not
Okay,
giving facts,
I know
brother.
the
We
history.
all
I
here.
know the history
Give facts. Don't just make shit up.
of Zimbabwe.
The
Okay,
economy
I know the
crashed
history of
because of
Zimbabwe.
sanctions. The sanctions are even still in place. Are you aware of that?
That is not the point. The
Are you
point is
aware
that
of
the
that? That
economy collapsed.
Zimbabwe was put on sanctions by Western nations. Are you aware of that?
Wow. The thing I
Zimbabwe is
have.
not doing that bad. The economy
Let,
So
collapsed.
for you
Afroman
to
finish.
blame the collapse of the economy,
Don't interrupt him. Go ahead, Afroman.
Thank you very much. You see, the problem I have with some of us here is that we are so emotionally charged. We don't even see. I know the history of Zimbabwe's land distribution
what's
very, very
emotional about
well.
mentioning
Oh
sanctions?
man, Wildflower, chill out. Go ahead, Afroman.
You see, let's not play this utopian thing about Africa, okay? The land distribution in Zimbabwe, okay, was a complete mess. I have been to Zimbabwe several times. I've spoken to farmers, met with business people, but that's a whole different story. My point is, South Africans are afraid that their country would take the same direction as Zimbabwe. So they want to have what they call a willing buyer, willing seller. Now, whether that will work, I don't know. The other options, they could have equity, where they actually give Black people equity in the land. There's so many options that are on the table. But I think the proper thing is for them to think it through. It's not about rushing things. It's about having a good strategy. That is one thing that we Black people lack. Is good strategy. We have all the slogans. Black power. I can't breathe. I can't spit. I can't stand. Whatever. But when it comes to actually thinking through a policy, that is where we falter. And that's my point. We need to think through and get the land back for the Black South Africans. Thank you, Dynasty.
Can I speak, or is it Louis' turn?
So you go ahead.
Well, hold on. Anybody, let me
Okay.
see if anybody else will speak first. Alan, you want to ask something?
Yeah. Basically, what I wanted to add was that I was really kind of offended when the statement was not African countries. The statement was there's no Black country and that we're inherently corrupt. I completely reject that. This is not true. My family's from a country that's not corrupt. That is that, you know, it's not in Africa, but it's a black country, and it's not corrupt. And so I kind of I resent that. I've been meaning to say that for a while now. The issue, again, getting back to the white farmers, is that, you know, these white farmers are not the white people. If you want to talk about Zimbabwe or anything else, in this system of white supremacy, we figure out a way that white people are the only people who receive any of the reparations. And so what people are afraid of, honestly, and what people like Trump are afraid of, is that you could end up with a system where black people are actually fairly compensated, and there's no need for the whites who are there to go ahead and rule 70% of everything. And that's really what they're afraid of. They've always had a problem with black rulership because they know full well we're capable of ruling our own countries and doing our own thing, but they don't want that. And so you got to be aware of who Trump is, who JD Vance is, because that's going to be a future president, and you know, and what it is that what is they're trying to do in the world, and hopefully, you know, people can be honest on this forum without completely disparaging black people in general. Now, Nigeria, it has some concerns. I'm going to say it that way. Nigeria does have some concerns, but you can't assume that every country on the continent is Nigeria, or Equatorial Guinea, or whatever country you could think of that is in dire straits or problems. I like Rwanda and what they've been doing. I think they're a good example of a country that's moving in a positive direction.
Oh,
I know some people will think I know it's controversial. I think that's controversial to say. I know that's controversial to say.
Headquarters, brother, invading Congo, that's the way to go. You think that's a good example?
Again,
Yeah,
what I'm speaking again. You think that's a good way to go? Again, I'm strictly talking about in terms of what we were talking about in terms of corruption,
how long have you been in power, brother?
Things like that.
How long have Rwanda been in power? Paul Kagame.
All right. So that's the point. That's the point I was trying to make. Okay. They call the country. They call the country
with good information.
They corrupt people in everywhere.
Okay.
They call the country
in every country.
Let's fill our heads with good information. Okay.
Hold on.
Like Paul Kagame, who was put into power by the American administration.
Hold on. Two things can be true, man. Relax.
Just stop cutting off.
You need to relax, man. Because I never mentioned.
You got to be mad.
I never once mentioned.
You just did.
I did
how long have you been in power?
I never once mentioned.
Then how the hell
Again, can I finish? Can I finish? No, and then you can go ahead and tell.
Rubbish. You should not be allowed to.
Fine. Then let me talk my rubbish. Then you can go ahead and say what you have to say. Fine. Okay. Anyway, back to my rubbish. What I was trying to say simply is that in terms of corruption or lack thereof, in terms of building infrastructure and doing things for people inside the country, yeah, Rwanda is actually a good example on those things. Did I say Rwanda is perfect and that they did everything 100% correct? No. You know, they have a benevolent dictator who's doing a decent job with the people on the inside of his country.
He's doing the job of America. Okay?
I'm sorry?
He's a CIA American plant. That's why Trump.
Hey, guy, let Alan talk. Alan, you got 30 seconds. I got read.
All right, no problem. Again, all I was trying to point out was that in terms of what the infrastructure looked like, where they were in '94 and where they are now, is actually a good example in terms of infrastructure and corruption. That's the only point I was trying to make. That's it.
Okay, whose turn is it? Louis' turn or is it my turn?
Well, I gotta read these super chats first. Thank you for the €6. Why do some of us feel so inferior to Europeans? Are we not tired of being inferior? What is wrong with us? It's time to be proud of who we are. FBA Young Lion, thank you for $1.99. Holla. Passport Granny Wildflowers romanticizing Africa. Yaya King, thank you for the €6. Lewis is 100 on this. Thanks, Unc. FBA Young Line, thank you for $1.09 hollow. Other Africans have inferiority complex to Niger. FBI Line, thank you for $4.99 holla. Thank you. Hello. This is why Black Americans and Nigerians are the kings of the Black Kingdom. These other blacks are jealous and have inferiority complex. FBI Young Line, thank you for $4.99 holla. I stand with Keola to Niger and hello. This Liberian has the spirit of a General Butt Naked.
Well said.
And
it has a very
General
small
Butt
titty as
Naked,
well.
very archaic.
All right,
Gotta be General Butt Naked, man. Why you gotta be General Butt Naked?
Yeah, let me respond.
He's a reformed man now.
Can I respond?
but General Butt Naked, he is a pastor now. He is a prophet, as they say.
Okay,
Right.
let me
He is
respond.
a prophet. He is a prophet.
Let me respond.
Is it Louis' turn to speak?
No,
or is it CD?
Let's CD respond.
Thank you.
Let's CD.
Right. It's getting interesting right now. So the brother that just spoke of Rwanda, Rwanda had a genocide, a few years ago. Nigeria had a Biafra war, maybe 50 or 60 years ago.
60 years ago.
Look at the development. Let me finish. Look at the population of Nigeria compared to Rwanda. Look at the development.
Stop talking about
Rwanda.
Nigeria. You're not a Nigerian.
No, you are a bleaching lady.
Let's see your manhood. Let's see your dick. You have no dick. You're a coward.
Oh, come on, hello. Oh, y'all, come on, man.
I think
Nah, come on, hello, come on, man.
Oh,
man. Nah, we ain't doing that
guy
here.
said enough.
We not doing that here. Come on, man. Nah, hello. No. Pause. Listen, we don't want to see that.
Let me finish. You wanted to impress us with your bleaching face. We don't want to see that.
Well, y'all take that somewhere else. Get his number in the back chat. And y'all can do that. Y'all can do that somewhere else. Y'all ain't doing that here, man.
So I have to get back.
Is it Louis' turn to speak now? Is it CD? Or can I speak?
Or y'all can do that on I don't know. Go to Jason Lee's.
I think that guy said enough. That means the CD said enough.
Jason Lee's page.
I think Louis' turn to speak.
If I may be permitted to speak.
Well, hold on, CD. Are you done, CD?
No, not yet.
No, you're done.
No, he's not. No, let him finish. No, he's not.
We have a success story in Africa. When you look at Rwanda, when you look at Kenya, the system that in place, the system works over there. Why is
they having riots on the streets? What are you talking about?
Let me finish.
They're rioting on the street, you fool. You give us wrong information.
So
what system works in Kenya? Go and ask the people on the ground.
The system work over there. I've been there. I have proprietary in Kenya. I know how.
You're a blind man. You're a blind man.
The system working in Rwanda. Look, Nigeria right now.
It's a dictatorship in Rwanda, you fool. How can the system work? It's a dictatorship.
Okay,
dumbass, he's invading the Congo. Fool, he's creating war. You come for war. You like that?
Okay,
you want to take over Liberia?
Okay, you don't have a democracy in Ghana, right? Why you guys running all the way to IMF all the time? You're in debt.
Why you not investing in your country? You know why we go to IMF? We can afford to go to IMF. You pussies don't even have a fucking economy. What's your economy? What's your economy in Liberia?
Business, like as if you got business, you got nothing.
What is your Liberia? What is the economy of Liberia? Tell me. You fucking idiot Ghanaians and Nigerians come and rescue you, fucking idiots. Now you can't talk shit. Man, fuck you. Let me just slap in the face. This is why we got problems in Africa, illiterate fools.
Let him finish. City, you got 30 seconds. Louis, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
We have a democracy in Ghana for over 10 years, right? Ghana CD is always in free fall. They run all the way to IMF.
About your country. Danny, can you do me a favor?
I can't do you a favor. Let him finish. Go ahead, CD.
Let me finish.
About your own country.
So when you look at Rwanda, the system work over there. They have regular electricity, and they have the system works. But Ghana got to get electricity from Cote d'Ivoire, even though they have a democracy in Ghana. But I'm telling you right now, you have no idea. Cote d'Ivoire supply Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire supply Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone. I'm telling you right now.
It's a pity. I didn't like to attack Liberia. It's a pity it's a pity you have to force me to do this, bro. I don't really have no problem with Liberia. But you even the local market, the deepest rural area.
But look at your population. When you make it comparison,
you come from Liberia. You come and talk shit today. You come from Liberia. Listen, Donald, he talks about the city.
You make
Dennis,
it comparison.
Dennis, have nothing.
With
Whenever talking about
Dennis,
the
listen.
country, it's always hiding about it. I'm saying you're not proud to be Liberia there.
With 200 million population, you don't even
Doesn't
have
matter.
you don't even have your own
I'm proud to
currency.
be Nigerian.
You gotta get this guy is an idiot, bro.
I'm proud to be Nigerian.
Do you
I'm proud
guys
to be
have the
Nigerian.
airline?
Your
Is
shit
it
was
Louis's turn to speak now? Sidi, are you finished talking now?
You are the five power. People came from a shit country too.
Nigeria being okay, sorry.
You know,
Nigeria being a
you're a
shipping
shit
giant, why you don't even have a plane? You don't
you're the
have
biggest
a
poop
private
here.
airline.
You know, you're the biggest poop here.
Liberia,
You are
listen.
big mouth.
I'm gonna try my best not to go in hard because I have a lot of Liberian friends and I feel for that country. Okay, a lot of
African Americans because they
a lot of Liberians took refuge.
Without African American,
Hey, can you let me speak, you asshole?
Do you know that? Without African
You know
American,
what? You know what? Listen, you idiot. It took Ghanaian soldiers. Okay, it took Ghanaian soldiers and Nigerian soldiers to rescue your country. And today you got enough to come and talk shit.
To white people.
Can you please? Can you? We will give more. We will give more passport to white people. You know why? I live in a white country. Listen, I live in a white country, okay, and I'm an African. So if they want to come to Africa and do business and follow our laws, we're gonna give them passport.
No.
They don't come. You know why they don't come to your country? You know why they don't come to your country?
They are the backbone of Ghana economy.
They don't come to Liberia because Liberia is a basket case, my friend. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Liberia is a basket case. Let's break it down. Let's break it down. You said the CD.
Ghana is oversold.
My friend, listen to me. You said the CD is in free fall. Right. The CD, according to Reuters, 2 days ago, is the best performing currency against the US dollar in the world.
Oh, because after getting
you want to fucking talk about Ghana economy? What's the size? Dennis, can you do us a favor? Can you please find out the size of Liberia's economy for us?
After giving money to IMF?
No. Can you tell us the size of Liberia's economy? GDP? Can you tell us?
Listen to me.
No. Can you please tell us the Liberian GDP and then tell us the Ghanaian GDP?
And you just received military equipment.
Listen, you asshole. Your country is war torn. You understand what it means when you're war torn?
Pan-African, right?
Right? Do you understand what it means when your country is war torn? That means you fucked it up when you took over from the days of October. You fucked it up when you done a coup d'etat with the CIA.
You fucked it up. You just received military equipment from the US.
My friend, you know why? You know why? Because the white man want to be our friend because we're so fucking good. They don't give you that because you fucking get time shoot. You don't even know how to shoot a bullet.
No, now you
got a nerve to talk about Ghana. We gave you refuge in Ghana. You got a nerve to talk about Ghana.
What I've noticed, people that came from a very deep shit hole like this guy and White Flower, their mouth are very, very big. Their mouth are very, very big. They got nothing to show.
Oh my God!
You know how many Nigerians carry Liberian passports?
Hey, don't worry, brother.
You know how many?
You people don't even have anything. Even the TV you put.
But what Nigerian carry Liberian passports?
Can you tell us how Ivory Coast is giving electricity to Ghana? Can you give us an update on that? I didn't know that.
Even the TV they watch, the TV that they produce it, the TV, whatever TV they have in Liberia came from Nigeria. The banking system from Nigeria.
you out of your mind.
Even their food, they don't have anything. They don't have anything. They are living in Nigeria for free, and he comes here to talk rubbish.
Nigeria is the biggest brokers here.
My friend.
Very loud mouth, just like him and White Flower. They're from a very deep shit hole. They are not to show.
Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world.
They hide where they're from.
Liberians are begging on the streets of Ghana, and you got a nerve to come and talk.
We have a lot of
Nigeria is the most corrupt country. Nigerians carry all West African passport. They don't want to carry their own passport. Why? If you guys are powerful, why?
You see. We are from. I say I'm from Nigeria, but you were hiding where you from. It doesn't matter.
I'm asking you. Why you're as high?
Dennis, can you please Google the currency of Liberia, please, for us?
You know how many Nigerians are
living in eat your mud cake. Go eat your mud cake. You got no shit to show for anything.
I don't want to insult you.
I'm a professional.
Can I speak now? Louis, so you've been Louis, have you finished?
I gotta pass to Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
Still whole country like Nigeria.
Go ahead, Robert.
Can we have order, guys? Silence.
In regards to South Africa, with the Boers going to America, I just believe that white people have a predisposition to domination and control. And what other best place to go than a country where there's pretty much a permanent underclass, so it reinforces the superiority complex that you have in your mind. You know, if they were to go to the Netherlands, which is like 80% Dutch, it really wouldn't soothe that itch that they have for domination. And I found it interesting in the interview. It seems like white people always want to rid themselves of the guilt of their forefathers, but you know, like the saying goes, you suffer the sins from your forefathers, and you suffer from the success also. You know, I don't. If you hate apartheid and slavery so much, then why don't some of these white Americans move to a country that never participated in the African slave trade, like Switzerland or Poland? But we all know they would never give up that advantage. That's all I had to say.
Well said.
Can I speak now? Good point. Can I speak?
Go ahead, Caesar.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So basically, as I was saying, that listening to the panel and everybody going back and forth, it just doesn't look well. And one of the things I like to pull up on the panel is this constant talking down of Africa, you know, and really just kind of like acting as if Africa is this autonomous continent and countries where leaders are elected by the general public. When we know our leaders, they're selected in these Western think tanks. They pick them. If you think about all the leaders we had in Africa that were amazing, they all got deleted, you know, by nefarious means. People of no color made sure they were deleted. So when I hear people say, we ain't shit, we can't do nothing, look how lovely these whites have built this and that, then you forget we had leaders that wanted to do that and they got rid of them. So the ones they like are the ones that lick their boots, the ones that speak like some people on the panel here, white worshipping, you know, and it's almost there's like an inferiority complex built in through these Abrahamic religions and so on, where you see these people, they can't do no wrong. Now, somebody the other day said on here, I don't know what lady it was. It was like, we have to stop blaming the whites. And by saying blaming, when you're blaming somebody, you're kind of trying to say they are not at fault. Why do you blame me? You need to look at the words you're using. So it's almost like never hold my angels and saviors, the people I worship, to be accountable of evil. But when it comes to black people, all of our failings, everybody's like, yeah, it is your fault. There's something wrong with you in your DNA. But when it comes to these people, we can't blame them. We can't hold them accountable. They were innocent. They had better guns. There is some kind of like psychological problem with our people. And I see in so many of us, whether we're on a continent or whether we're in a diaspora, there's some kind of like a weird self-loathing thing. And also through that self-loathing, there's this admiration for these people. No matter how many times they spit in our faces, we still want to roll out the red carpet. They built Africa. If they leave tomorrow, where are we going to be? We built civilization before they even came out of the caves. Do people ever pick up a history book? I don't think so.
Yeah, and we're always so eager to invite them to the cookout. Next thing you know, they pop up to the cookout and they kick your fucking uncle off the grill and just start taking over shit and divvying out sausages to everybody for $100. We should not invite these people to the cookout, man. I'm tired of that shit.
Well, I'm afraid some of our people cannot live in a world or even imagine a world without these people being in charge. And that's what South Africa has allowed.
Exactly. Thank you, Louis. That's a perfect point.
Yeah. South Africa has allowed that. I said I've already given up on South Africa. I've got good South African friends. But what needs to happen in South Africa is what happened in the overall office, where they played Julius Malema. That's the people you need to have in power. When you have that, you're going to have a future. But as it was said by Kwame Nkrumah and Sekatore, we would rather have freedom in poverty than servitude under subjugation. That's what they got in South Africa.
Our people love servitude. Our people are addicted to servitude. Come on.
What you're looking at in Zimbabwe, okay, is an economy that has recovered. They've got good gold reserve, platinum reserve, professional people, the most literate black people, that's them. Hardworking people too. Okay, now you've got a leader who's doing something that even the white farmers don't like. He wants to give $3 billion to them. Why? To appease white people. Why? If you're not prepared to leave the comforts of this world that a white man has created, if you're not prepared to leave that, then you're not ready for freedom. Fidel Castro himself was white, and he knew that. That's why he stayed in Cuba. He wouldn't have been the man he was if he was chasing the dreams of America. You've got to stop chasing the dreams of America and the Western world and build your own paradise.
Exactly.
Zimbabwe is the price you pay. Zimbabwe is the price you pay for freedom from the white man. If you're not prepared to pay that freedom, to go back to the beginning and start again, then you never wanted freedom.
But our people have no self-belief. I mean, how are you going to say that it was the blacks that destroyed Zimbabwe when we know sanctions from day one? These pan-Europeans, they all get together and sanction you to the bone. They destroy your whole economy. How dare you stand up to us? How dare you take what's stolen from us? This is who we're dealing with. I see a lot of black people, you don't know the psychology of these people. This is why they keep on playing us like a fiddle over and over again. Bitch slap us and then we're like, oh, please come sleep in my bed. We're not mentally well.
You're setting up a straw man argument, Wildflower. I never said black people destroyed Zimbabwe. I said they went about the land.
It was corrupt leaders, and you ignored the fact that it's sanctioned. Zimbabwe right now is still under sanctions. And you don't, because you love these people so much, you don't even want to put it out of your mouth to say they're in the wrong. Why don't they lift the sanctions? No, because you don't want to hold them accountable. Just admit it. You worship these people subconsciously. You know you do.
You need to take a chill pill and understand someone's argument.
No. When somebody is defending something that is wrong, I'm not going to be chill about that. When you're defending things that are completely wrong. You're in the wrong, and I'm not going to stand here and take that and listen to it. You said that Zimbabwe was failing because of us black people, and you completely ignored it. Do you know how many sanctions are on Zimbabwe? Do you know how long they've been on them? Do you know how long the sanctions have been on them? Can you speak on the sanctions?
I'm not responding to a straw man argument, Wildflower.
Can you speak on the sanctions? You can't even get it out. You see, this is where your love for them. Can you speak on the sanctions? All right, don't talk to me now.
On straw man arguments. Do you understand me? You are setting up a straw man argument. Ask somebody else. If you want to ask me about my opinion on what I said, I'm willing to answer. But I'm not going to answer for
your opinion is your opinion, and it's wrong. You can have it, but it's wrong. It's not based in facts or reality. You know very well that Western powers put sanctions on Zimbabwe, and you don't even feel bad about that. You actually on the side of those people. How dare you come on here and call yourself an Afro man? How dare you? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Tony Blair wanted to assassinate Robert Mugabe. Okay? He's on record for that. Tony Blair wanted to assassinate Robert Mugabe. That's on record.
Louis,
okay?
Don't join Wildflower in a straw man argument.
It's not a
I have
straw
never
man argument.
You can't even mention sanctions. Look at how weak you are. You are a weak man. You're not an Afro man. You're an Afro
on a wild beast. She's too emotional and doesn't know what she's talking about.
No, I'm not even. I'm calling out your BS. I'm calling out your BS because you said Zimbabwe was destroyed by us, but you haven't even mentioned about sanctions that are still on the country now. You're too scared. Why are you scared? Why are you scared to call out your zaddies? Hold them accountable.
Therefore, they can do what they like. South Africans do not have freedom.
I'm in Africa. So if you're talking about Zaddy, you are in Zaddy's lap, not me. I'm in Africa.
No. Okay. You're Zaddy's biggest cheerleader. You're right. They haven't done anything. It was you blacks that done that. It was, you know what? You're scared of them. You're scared of them. So it's easy for you to pick on other blacks, but you know who has the power. You're scared of them. That's weakling. You need to handle that. You need to look in the mirror and say, I believe in myself, because you don't. You're on here glazing Europeans, yeah? They love people like you. This is why Africa is not in front, because we have people like you that will sell us out for a mirror because you worship them. You see white Jesus in them. You do. You need to deal with that. You need therapy for that.
You are in a white man's country. Whether you talk about white Jesus, no, you are in a white man's country as we speak.
I am in this country to take my resources back. I'm not here glazing them. I'm not here just because I'm paying taxes. I want to get my stuff back that they took from, and I tell them to their face, I'm not like you who glaze them and pull out the red carpet. You know you're in love. Come on now.
How much have you paid back so far? How much have you got back so far? Please
I'm
account.
taking a lot, and I don't glaze them. I tell them to their face. I call
You're
them out. I'm
taking
not
a
like
lot
you,
and you're
who's there
still there. Why are
cheerleading,
you not backing up?
cheerleading. You can't
If
even
you're
say the word
taking a lot,
sanctions.
why are
You're
you
so
not backing up?
scared. You're scaredy cat.
If
Have
you're
some
taking a lot,
confidence as a
why are
man.
you not
Have some
backing Africa?
self-respect. You're not an Afro man. You're not an Afro man. You're not an Afro man.
If you
Don't
have taken
relate
your
yourself
money,
to me. You're not
why are
like
you
me.
still there?
You're only
That's
here.
the question.
You're even scared to call out the sanctions. Come on, have some
You pay
confidence.
taxes to
Come
white
on,
people.
come
I
on.
don't pay taxes to white
Come
people.
the African
on.
giant.
I'm done with you. Call it out. Say what it is.
You
Say it
pay
with your full
taxes to
chest.
white
You're
people.
scared. You're
I don't.
scared. It's okay. I
I don't.
understand. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. It's okay. It's all
So
right.
let's
Well,
talk
It's
about
okay.
you're too old
giant.
for it.
People who claim
You're
that
too old.
Nigeria is the
You're
part is the giant of
too
All
old
right,
for it.
let me read these super chats. African Goddess, thank you for the 2,000 naira. Can we respect each other, please? FBA Online, thank you for $1.99 holla. At MD2V4, Liberians eat human cakes, not mud cakes. Oh wow, okay.
So if let's talk about the African giant, if they can't even get rid of the Boko
Stop
Haram
talking
that
about
carried
Nigeria. What is wrong
a
with
single
you?
barrel gun, then you call
You have a
yourself
problem with
African
Nigeria.
giant.
Has
I
Nigerian
don't know
women
what type
broken
of
your heart?
military that you
What is
have.
your problem with
Up to this
Nigeria?
time, you cannot control people that carry a
You're
single
so
barrel.
bitter.
And you have all this military equipment. You claim that you have you guys are the
Nigerian
giant
women have
of
broken your
Africa.
heart and
Why
gone
you
to your
can't
piece of
control
shit. Just stop talking
the
about
Boko Haram?
Nigeria. Stop talking about
The
Nigeria.
whole
You're not
country
a Nigerian.
the whole
You're a
country is controlled
Liberian
by
and
Boko
you have
Haram right now.
Liberian problems. Focus on Liberian problems and deal with
Listen,
them first of all.
I told you I don't want to talk to you because you bleaching. You wanted to show your
I'm
bleaching
bleaching.
face again. Let's see your bleaching face.
You don't even know me.
No, because
You
I can
don't know
tell.
me. That is
I
a
can
man
tell.
like a man like you don't have respect for
Nigerian
women.
bleach.
Otherwise, you will not
What are
stoop
the
so
ladies
low
and the
to
men
say
they
I'm
bleach?
bleaching without
What is
knowing
the
who I
women
am.
doing? Your women also very.
When a
You want
man
to
wants
keep
to,
us in
when some
bleaching.
men want to attack women, they start attacking their physical appearances and how they look. It shows you have no thinking faculty. You have a
It's
free
an
Why
brain.
you
orphanage.
hiding your face again then?
You
It's
are
an
Why?
orphanage.
illiterate.
It's an
Let me see
You
orphanage.
your
You
are
have
face.
nowhere to go.
educated
So
illiterate.
you need to.
Let me see your face.
You don't need
So
to see my face. You don't deserve it. You have seen
your
it before.
country
Let's
going
see
through
you.
a civil war
Let's see
right
what
now.
you
You
look
cannot
like.
even
Let's see
control a
you.
Boko Haram.
You're calling a kettle black. Let's see what you look like.
And I wish
You
if
have
the
no respect for
nothingness of
woman.
Nigeria were controlling Nigeria, Nigeria could be better
You do not
because they
have
don't
respect for
travel.
woman calling me
They are
bleaching, whatever.
No,
very, very patriotic. The Hausa,
This is
it's
not
an
be patriotic.
orphanage.
Stop. You
It's an
cannot finish
orphanage.
a
You have no
sentence
country.
without
It's an
mentioning
orphanage.
Nigeria.
You
You
want to
can't
claim
finish any
Liberia? It's running
sentence
away
without
from
mentioning
Liberia
Nigeria.
because you know you cannot claim
I'm
Liberia.
African. You guys
You're an
just talking
orphanage. You're an
about
Stop
one
talking
orphanage.
about
specific
Nigeria.
country.
You're
I'm
an
African.
orphanage.
But what
You're an
I'm
orphanage.
saying,
You're an
Focus on how we
orphanage.
can get Africa right.
if we had
Let's
nothing else
make
for Nigeria
Africa great.
controlling
Stop
Nigeria,
focusing
Nigeria
on
could be better.
Nigeria.
You're an orphanage.
Because they're not
You're
fleeing.
you're
Nigerian fleeing
orphanage.
all over the
Why are
world.
you crying?
You're
Why you
in
always cry
Kenya
about
causing
Nigeria? Why you always
chaos.
cry?
Nigerians have
Are you
Kenya
jealous?
outsmarted you and dealt
committing
with you. Don't come
crimes.
Are
here
you
and be
jealous? At least
be
Nigeria
speaking
employ
evil
your
about
Why would I
people.
be
Nigeria.
jealous of Nigeria? It's no
No,
You
Nigeria
are
African
employ
want
your
to be
jealous.
people. All your
Nigerian.
banks belong to
Obviously, you're
Nigeria.
jealous. This is not the
Tell me
first
a
time you've
single
All
talked
your
about
African
banks,
that want to
all
Nigeria.
your
You
identify
banks in your
himself
always
with
country.
talking
Nigeria.
Go
No.
about
and check it.
Nigeria
Go and
in
check it.
every
All the banks
broadcast. You
belong to
always
Nigeria in your
mention
country.
Nigeria.
But what I'm
Nigeria
saying,
every second of your
no
life.
African
You
want
have
to
nothing to
identify
do.
himself with Nigeria either. Do
All
you
your
know
banks
that?
belong to Nigeria.
See,
All your
for so
banks belong to
okay,
Nigeria.
CD, you need to quit this Nigerian business.
Yeah, because they
Um,
attacking me.
No
You
one is
gotta calm
attacking
down your
you.
brother.
All
They
the
Stop
came
banks
calling me
after
belong to
me.
bleach.
Nigeria. Your country have no
They
banks.
came after me. So they have to they
Your
don't
country have
even
no
No,
know
you've
banks.
what
been
I'm
saying it since days. I've been
Your
listening
country
to
have
you
no
in
saying.
banks.
background, and you're saying Nigerians are butchering women here and there. You have no proof. You're
They,
just
they, they,
damaging our
I was in
image.
So
Nairobi. Ask anybody. I did
There's
not say
no
that this is
proof.
His country have no banks.
You're
His
talking
country have
about
no
Nigeria
banks.
as
All
if
the
you're a
banks belong to
Nigerian. You don't
Nigeria.
even know anything about Nigeria.
If Nigeria is not controlling some of your
I
micro
don't think
economy.
he's Kenyan. He could be
You,
Somali
I
or
did.
one of those.
No, he's not
Different.
from
That's why you
Somalia.
don't
He's from
understand.
Liberia. His accent is
I went
horrible.
to school with
Liberia.
Nigerians.
How can a Liberian be
Hey,
South?
I gotta pass the mic. Kufunya Ife Wellness. Go ahead and mute yourself.
Yes. Oh my God, this is like I can't even hear anyone because oh wait a minute, hold on. Let me just hold on. Okay, I'm sorry about that, Dinus. Why is everybody you know, you see, back in the day, the Berlin Conference came in and divided up Africa. Everybody knows this in the chat, right? I hope they do. So why are we bashing one another? That's not the way to go in 2025. Every country on the continent of Africa has experienced the colonial mind. Even in the diaspora, you know, in South America and North America, even in the Caribbean. So the colonizer doesn't have to do any more work because the work is being done by the people such as, you know, many of the panelists here on this live. This is not the way to go. We each have our individual problems and challenges, and it's up to us to use our higher mind to make it a better place for everyone. Africa is the future now. Regardless if you're in Liberia or Nigeria or Zimbabwe, you know, or Burkina Faso, whatever, we have to learn to respect each other and not be a part of the problem, but part of the solution. So when I tune in and I hear all of this yabba yabba stuff going on and y'all, you know, calling one another name, how is that helping the progress of Africa? I'd like to know. And I'll land my plane until I'm ready to say something else. Thank you, Diners.
You're welcome.
Part of the problem is too many people are emotional. They don't want to tackle the issues by looking at the facts. The fact that somebody has a different opinion from you doesn't mean that that person is a coon, is a sellout. These are cheap labels that people throw out on another person simply because they don't have what it takes to deal with the issue. There are aspects of our behavior and culture and leadership that has inured to our own detriment. And then there are other aspects that we do that are beneficial. We should be bold enough to point out where we have gone wrong and where we have gone right. The story can't be only right for Black people. There are areas that we have gone wrong and we have to own up to it so we can deal with it. This utopian ideal that we have of Africa and our history and everything that is wrong with us is white people. Everything is white people. We don't have any agency whatsoever. It's
When are you going to call out what they've done?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This
No.
emotion.
You're saying that, oh, we are for this. I've just listened to what you said. I'm waiting for you to call them out because you just seem to always picking on us.
Actually,
Afro man, I heard what you said about us, that we have failings. When are you going to call out other people's failings that actually affect us?
Actually,
so, throughout this discussion, we have been
you
talking
haven't said anything about these people. It's very. I find that really strange and odd.
Please don't listen.
I've heard you list all the things that Black people do wrong.
Second here, people, you know, have to understand that Africa played a big part in the transatlantic slave trade. They did. Nigeria played.
Be careful. Wildflower will jump on you.
Wildflower will jump on you. I'm speaking truth here because there's no way that a European colonizer, French or Dutch or whatever, could go up in the part of these different parts of Africa and take our people away.
Well, they can if they have better weapons than us.
Well, okay, but still, my sister, still.
At threat of a gun, you know, I think everybody would just comply.
But still.
Here we go again.
Excuse me, Afro man, let me finish. Afro man, please let me finish, and Wildflower, let me finish. A lot of that information has been hidden, but I know recently maybe 1 to 5 years ago, Nigeria accepted the fact that they played a huge role in the transatlantic Atlantic slave trade, even, on the West Coast, Ghana, Senegal, Goree Island, all of those different places. But I'm not mad at them. I'm just saying, I'm not mad at my African brothers and sisters. I was born in America with roots in Africa and the Caribbean. I love my brothers and sisters no matter what. We all make missteps. And like I said before, the colonialist doesn't have to do anything anymore because he planted those seeds. He planted the seeds of
self-hatred,
self-hatred,
internalized self-hatred, which is on display here.
Bleaching, having long blonde, they
having snow bunnies, laying out with snow bunnies, divesting, wanting people with good hair.
Right, exactly. So the self-hate is real, but we're in so-called 2025, my people. We see the missteps that has been taken on both sides of the fence. So now we have to come together. Like one brother said, we don't have to agree with one another, but the main thing we have to agree on is that Africa has its resources and it must go to the people first and then shipped out later. And this is why I love Ibrahim Traoré, I do, and I love all the other countries because it's not just him alone doing this. Look what's happening in the Ivory Coast right now. They just had a big uproar over there because the young people or the non-colonized mind sees that Africa has been hoodwinked for their resources, and leaders such as the president in Ivory Coast was selling out his people. Enough already.
That's not happening. That's not true. Ivory Coast situation is nothing over there. That's not true. It's not. It didn't happen. It did not happen.
Well, this is on major news, my brother.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, Africa right now is.
There was no coup. There was no coup in Ivory Coast. It was fake news.
I have a project.
Okay.
The president of Ivory Coast is somebody who works for France. You're acting as if he actually works for the Ivorian people, which he doesn't. So we really need to get that correct.
Because they're just bleaching this bitch is coming with her bleaching face here.
We can't have that. We can't have that.
Okay,
we can't
sorry.
use the word, man. We can't have that, man. Come on, man.
So
let me do this. Hey, hold on. CD, apologize for calling her the B word, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear what he said, Dinah.
Oh, that's good. Go ahead, Kafunya. He wasn't talking to you though.
Okay, so I'm saying, we've all been through it. Okay, and the magic word is through it. Through. We're not stuck. We're not. Well, some African leaders are still stuck and they're still afraid of the so-called Western. They don't know what they have. So they feel that they don't want to let go of the colonizing mind, right? That means they don't believe in the future generations of not yet being born, being free in their own land. They prefer to be comfortable with, U.S. bases and all of that other stuff. No, man, the time is now. The time is now for us to shift. Stop with the name calling. Let's come in, because this platform, Dynas's platform, is a very beautiful platform where we can exchange ideas. Now, again, we don't have to agree with one another, but one fact that we have to agree on is that the Western countries need Africa because they have all the resources. The very computer that I'm on, the very cell phone that I'm on, the very diamond tips that happen. Where does it come from? Africa has, I mean, European doesn't have any chocolate that
Come from
grows
China.
there. The European nations don't have chocolate that grows there. Cocoa, they don't have that. They don't have diamonds. The writing is on the wall. So let us not fight one another. Let us have a reasonable interaction, because let's say if somebody else was listening that was non-melanated or lightly melanated, they would say, "Oh my God, these people, and these people are too much. They can't even have a decent conversation." You know what I'm saying? And the topic is, why won't the Afrikaners go back to the Netherlands? That's what I said too. Why don't they? Why are they here? You know what I'm saying? They're not really real refugees. They are not. So that's something that a lot of people, both black and white, agree with these so-called Afrikaners who came to America. They are not experiencing genocide. They are not refugees. They are not even farmers. So let's talk about that. Should they go back to the Netherlands, yes or no? That's what I want to know from the panel.
Yes.
Look, I think what you see here is this. No matter how I want to put it, when I say about corruption, it's about can some of the diaspora, talk about the Caribbeans, can they come to Africa to find a job? No. At least why South Africa can go to America and find a job if our leaders, right, were doing the right thing, taking that money, invest in that country. They're going to some of these big countries and buy mansions, refuse to build good hospitals, refuse to do the necessary thing, create jobs that at least if the blacks that left are coming back, they can look for a job and get a job. This West Africa, these white people you said, which I see them as South Africans anyway, they were they in America, they will get a job. They will get a job from the white people. They will be working down there. They will have work a nice life. But our leaders are not thinking like that. All what our leaders, forget about this black power. Black power is selling nothing. Our leaders would prefer to take this money from these countries and treat it and do it anyhow. And go over whatever way they want to go to. If it's France, they'll buy a house in Paris. If it's London, they'll buy a house in London. If it's United States, they'll buy a house somewhere in Houston or somewhere in any other place. You know, that's what I mean when I mean corruption. It's not about.
But you're saying it's corruption.
Please,
you're saying it's corruption. Corruption works. You have to have someone else to be corrupt with. You're not corrupt by yourself.
Why you always start to content?
If I hurry up, make it quick, because I'm like, I need to respond to this.
Let me finish. You know, so we should not be having this kind of like kumbaya about Africa, where it's not even kumbaya there. Africa there's nothing good about it at this moment. Until we're able to.
I disagree, but carry on.
This story of a guy, whatever propaganda is throwing up now, the people that is doing propaganda on Tory, the same people doing propaganda now against the Ivory Coast people. You understand me? That's when I start believing this is a very big propaganda. It's a machine. You know, it's
so
a very big machine.
What do you want to happen as a black man being decolonialized and having your own resources?
We have to be realistic. We have to be realistic.
Your realistic is talking down on our people. You said that we are corrupt and we have leaders who are taking our money and not building hospitals. Do you know that these leaders are not allowed to use that money to build our infrastructure?
He's talking about the realistic. Let's hear what he's.
No, he's not talking real facts. And I have receipts.
About the way Africa is.
No, you don't.
We have to be realistic about Africa is not there yet. These people.
I'm realistic about Africa's problems. Africa's problems are not just our problems alone. They are caused by other people. Come on.
We cannot be blaming the white people. The white people is not in these countries.
Well, they don't have to be there physically. They don't have to be there physically, and a lot of the time they are there physically. We have agents, we have spies and agents all over Africa. I don't think you know Africa that well, to be honest.
we need to take care of our different countries, develop it, let it be welcomable to other people to come and enjoy it, than our leaders running to go and treat it themselves somewhere else.
They're not my leaders. You keep on saying these are puppets. Why do you say leaders? Who are they leading? They're not leading me. I don't know. They're leading you.
People that are not
I just want to jump in for 1 second.
Sorry, give me 2 seconds. We cannot be blaming people that are not.
2 seconds. Go ahead.
These people are not balancing our account. These people are not our bookkeepers. Is the indigenous people from this country are the bookkeepers.
No, they control what money you can get from the banks. They control the credit ratings, your currencies. Come on. You're acting as if Africa is this autonomous place where people have agency and the banks are not connected. I don't think you know how the global economy functions, Kidola, but I know you're too busy with Snow Bunny.
Why you always focus on
propaganda? What about propaganda that they used to put on TV that they would show Africa in the worst state? They would show Africa in the worst state with children with flies, not eating or whatever. Who spread that propaganda? What the white people are there in North Africa?
Your audio is shaky, sorry.
Yes.
I think that the argument about whether we are blaming the Europeans or not taking responsibility, both things can be true at the same time, at least in my mind, because you can have a problem and still take responsibility for aspects of that problem coming to you. If you are mugged on the road, are you going to say your mugger, it's not, you shouldn't hold the mugger accountable? That you are the only one that you should blame yourself. But to an extent, you can argue that, yes, maybe you shouldn't be there. Maybe you shouldn't go out to an alleyway or something. But at the same time,
you guys are that's called victim blaming, isn't it?
No, the point is that both things can be true at the same time. You can expose yourself. At the same time, the problem, you have to deal with it. If a snake bites you, doesn't mean the snake is not going to be dealt with. The snake needs to be dealt with. That's a problem. So if somebody, and this is why I find it disingenuous for people to say you shouldn't blame Europeans. No, they are not helping the situation. Clearly, they too are an issue, but it doesn't mean we are not ultimately responsible for what is happening to us. We can't keep blaming everyone else and say, okay, we don't have our own agency. We have our own agency. We should be able to chat our
to
own
Niger,
path.
when we've tried to exercise autonomy, you know, they shut it down. You know that. Come on.
They will shut it down. That's what I mean.
So how many times are we going to try over? We need to deal with the actual issue. When you want to build your little hospital and your little schools, you know, they could come and interrupt all of that. You're acting as if, I'm going to go and do my own thing. You can practice autonomy and agency and they will shut it down. So the problem is bigger than that. It's bigger than us. So we have to handle it.
That unless white people, okay, are extradited from the planet, black people have no hope. Is that your argument? Unless we get white people and send them to Mars, we don't have any hope for ourselves.
Now you're being unrealistic. Now you're saying silly things here because you're getting all sensitive in your feelings about your zaddies. The truth is, you're scared to call them out for their nonsense. We need reparations for colonialism and slavery. We need reparations for colonialism and slavery to balance our books. And we need to nationalize our resources, yeah? So we can keep all our money so Niger doesn't have to get stressed or Kidola doesn't have to go snow bunny hunting, yeah?
See what she just did? I answered the question and she just started running all over the place. The issue is to deal with
point.
You claim that you want to deal with the Europeans. I said you focus on that and stop dribbling all over the place. You focus on that. It's a problem and we have to take responsibility for it and deal with our problem.
But it's been the longest problem. You guys have no solution apart from deflecting to other blacks because that's the easier option. No, to Niger and Kidola, you guys like the easier options because you know it's a lot of planning to tackle the real enemy. You know that. So it's easier for you to say, oh, our governments are corrupt. They're taking the money in Swiss bank account. That's baby work. You need to handle the real people. But you're too, a lot of these people ain't got no confidence, man. No backbone, no spine, all jellybacks. Come on. You can easily say, it's the corrupt African leaders. That's a weak man's point. You know those African leaders work for white supremacy. Come on.
Did you hear me say that?
No, someone else, I think it was Kidola that's here glazing them. Is that no? It's the African leaders. Of course, they're corrupt and they're annoying, but you need to go for their boss. You need to go for their boss. Do you understand?
What is the solution?
But a lot of
Give us
people
the
here,
solution.
they don't have the confidence, so they want to pick on the African leaders because they're useless and they're weak.
Well, some of them are weak and useless. They are. We have to
by getting rid of the African leader, they'll put another one in. So the real issue is we're scared to deal with the real issue. That's the problem with the black people. We're busy attacking each other while the real enemy is laughing.
Your problem is that you don't seem to understand that we have come to this conclusion a long time ago that we have a security challenge here. The security challenge we have is that we have to learn how to defend ourselves, because if you are not able to defend yourself, then you cannot get rid of all those sellouts. How are you supposed to get rid of all the sellouts if you don't learn how to defend yourself? So sooner or later, the continent, a cataclysmic event is going to occur, a catalytic event is going to occur that is going to galvanize the people. The people they will not react until something like that happens, because this is why people accept slavery sometimes, because if they don't feel they are about to die imminently, they are not going to react. It's just what it is. I've seen it, and even if you know the fact intellectually, it doesn't mean you feel it in your bones and you feel the necessity to discomfort yourself and remove yourself from your computer and the iPhone and go into the field and actually do the dirty work of saving the people. You have to feel threatened.
But you
let me ask you a question. This is a question to everybody on the panel. Okay, what stops Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Zimbabwe, okay, from building roads? What stops us from building a pan-African road network?
They're not there for building roads. Are they? Who told you they're there to build roads? Who told you they're there to build roads? They're there to make sure that the Western corporations get the resources. Who told you they're there to build infrastructure? This is why you're living in La La Land. You're living in La. Those leaders are not there to build you roads and hospitals. Come on, you should know that by now.
Asking a question, you are distracting from the question.
No, I've answered his question. He said why they're not doing it. I said they're not there to do that. Come on, it's very clear.
This woman is so emotional. She's a wreck. Oh my God. Listen to the question.
I understand what she's saying, because they have been in Africa for years, not centuries, but decades. And no infrastructure was ever built in Africa. So I understand what she says. Wildfire says,
That is completely false. That is completely false.
They were not there. Hello. They were not there to do that. And that's true. They were not there to do that. They were there to take out the minerals and
listen.
They were not there to do that.
Can I answer your question?
The question wasn't about why the leaders haven't done it. He said, why has it not been done? It could have been Pan-African leaders that could have transformed it. The problem is that
they tried, it was assassinated.
You're saying why have they not to Niger? You're saying why have they not built roads? They are not there to do that. Why don't you get that? They are there to pretend to be leading you, but they're working for somebody else.
You are not listening to people. I know that aspect, but why have Pan-African leaders, why are people nationalists not come up to do those things?
They got deleted. How many of them are still alive? They're trying to get Traore. So they have all the puppets. Those are the ones you think are real leaders.
Why are they not creating more? Why are you not asking yourself?
Oh, because you have people there that don't believe in anything in them. They've lost hope. When the real Pan-Africans try to lead Africa, they delete them. And then you have presidents out there for 40 years. And then you're asking, why are they not building this road? Why are they not putting this clinic there? Come on.
Hold on. You have almost 1 billion people on that planet, on that continent. Why is it that 1 billion people haven't moved? The reason why they haven't moved, because they haven't had a reason to move. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
People have tried to move, and then you know what happens? They get deleted.
See, look at this. How did North Korea move? How did China move? How did Japan move? How did
they were allowed. They were allowed. You don't understand how white supremacy works. They were allowed. They can only go to they can only develop to a certain level. I don't think you understand how the economy. I'm going to have to recommend some YouTube channels for you to get educated, because I can see there's missing gaps in your knowledge.
That's the problem. You need to go and study geopolitics. You don't understand what you're talking about fully.
No. To Niger, you're not very well understood you're not very read on how the economy of the world is structured.
we have some
But
leaders.
that's okay.
We
You're
have
very
some leaders.
passionate. I respect your passion, but you're not very well read. That's all.
You don't understand what makes people move.
No. Because tonight you're saying, oh, why are they not doing this? Why they're not there to do that? You don't understand how the system works. These people are
what makes a
corrupt.
man gets up
You're
and
here
fight?
sitting there saying, oh, African leaders are corrupt. The Europeans taught them corruption. Do you understand? They wrote the book on corruption, but you're here asking these people that own like level 1 of corruption, why are they doing this? Why are they not building my clinic? Come on. They're not there for that. They're there to ensure that Western corporations get your resources and you're stuck there in poverty and slapping mosquitoes.
Wildflower, you know your problem. Your problem is
Naja.
not that you talk a lot. Your problem is that you don't listen at all.
I have a
That is
question
your
for
problem. If you're being listen, we'll get somewhere.
Amen.
I have a question for you. Ghana and Nigeria, they have a true democracy right now, right? Nigeria have over 200 million population. They elected a almost 90-year-old man. There's no excuse, right? Listen, there's no excuse for Nigeria to say, well, we have a bad leadership anymore because they have been practicing democracy for how many times?
And Cameroon as well. Don't forget other African countries.
No, I'm talking about country. You're not understanding me. I'm talking about countries that have democracy, right? Ghana right now, they have practiced democracy probably over 15 years. Where is the difference? Why you guys can't elect someone that you think that can bring better change to Nigeria? Why you can't elect someone that can get rid of people with single barrel gun that are harassing the ordinary Nigerians?
What are you talking about? Is there any country in Africa that is not trying to practice democracy?
No,
Why you focused on Nigeria?
You're not getting my question. I don't know.
I am getting your question.
I have
But
no idea how to
you
speak
need
your
to zero your mind about Nigeria so that
My
people
question
can
is-
understand it
Move on
properly.
from Nigeria. Use other countries.
My
Yes.
question, okay, I
You
said
need to-
Ghana.
you need-
I
yes,
said
thank
Ghana.
you.
Ghana just elected someone in Ghanaian state. Ghana and South Korea took their independence at the same time, and they have the similar economy. Right
Don't
now,
forget
Ghana is
Cameroon as
receiving.
well. Don't forget Cameroon and Liberia.
So
as
Ghana
well.
is
Thank you.
receiving aid from South Korea. That's a shame. And you guys been practicing democracy for what? How many years? 15 years. So why South
Democracy
Korea
doesn't work for everybody.
South Korea left Ghana back? But again, Ghana did benefit a lot.
Hey, I gotta read these. I gotta read these super chats. Go Niger. Thank you for 999 holla. We all know the damage white Europeans caused in Africa, but Wildflower needs to stop pretending that Mugabe and other black African leaders didn't cause damage either. The fantasy is annoying. Shaking my head. JC Inc. Thank you for $1.99 holla. The 1492 guns took 1.5 minutes to load. A bullet is excuses. All right, go ahead, Rokoya.
Greetings. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, I want to first of all commend the panel. I haven't reacted in a few days, but I just had to come into this one because honestly, I'm kind of cringing listen to some of these points that are being made, which are clearly not based on actual facts. You're all talking a lot of sentiment and spinning the truth and all that. I mean, straight to the point. Look, the fact that Africa has a deficiency in infrastructure, it's a very complex situation. But let's just say this, okay? I think the person who gets the concept is Wildflower. Although I'm in the chat saying that she's being silly. Yes, because she has the concept, but she's making silly points and people are not listening. Let me just state it. This is pure economics 101. The fact that Africa has a deficiency in infrastructure is simply because rightfully the capital markets have prevented Africans from independence from building infrastructure, and they do it very simply. When they give you, I'm sorry, did you want to say something or should I continue, sir? Continue, sister. Continue. So basically, when you go out, let me tell you how they capitalize development projects in Africa for a long time. We're only moving from that because of the Chinese. Most African countries were colonized by the Western Bloc. We didn't have any of the Eastern blocs involved in colony, although I would still accommodate them under the racist pan-European movement, but they never actually had their hands on African resources. So they pretended or looked like they were, because of geopolitics, they acted like they were actually friends of Africa. And so we know Russia and a few of the other Eastern European countries helped us to get our independence, fighting with us because they wanted geopolitical points. But the main source of our capital came from the colonial. Britain leaving the Ghana was also written into most of their exit strategies, that they would give us the loans to develop. America, the Swiss bank, IMF, Exim Bank, these were the Western capital sources from which Africa went to get money to build the roads, the hospitals, the telecom systems that had not been built by colony. And the reason they didn't build any of these things as colonial powers for the 50, 60, 70 years after slavery that we were under their rule was because they were focused on extraction of resources. Even if you look at the map of Africa and you look at where our concentration of infrastructure is, it's always around the coastal region. It's always around the ports. Nigeria, Lagos, you go to Ghana, Tama, where? And these places were built purposely and supported with infrastructure because all they wanted is to get the resources out of the interland, straight out of the ports, straight to
Tema
Europe.
was built by Kwame Nkrumah. Tema was built by Kwame Nkrumah, not the white man. Get your facts right.
So what are you saying? Have I said anything differently? I'm only talking about capital, sir, and I'm right now sitting in Tema. Please be respectful.
Please be respectful.
Please stop interrupting me. I'm sitting right now in Tema, in Community 25. So I know what I'm talking about.
Yes, it was started by, so it wasn't built by the white man.
Please.
I never said it was built. I said it was financed. When Tema was built, it was built by Kwame Nkrumah. But what was the purpose of Kwame Nkrumah building that? It was based on existing plans that were in place before the colonialists left. That's why Valco was built to what? Do what? Smelt our bauxite. And why was the Akosombo Dam built on water? You have to know how these things play out, sir, and stop making these points, because I know exactly what I'm talking about. I have the blueprint. And so when these towns were built and these cities were built and these road networks were built, it was built because the purpose of colony, which was then continued post-colonialism, because we didn't have revolution, was to continue to extract resources. It was, and so now, when the Africans wanted to now develop inward-looking, change the focus of their infrastructure master plans, when you go out to get the resources for it, it was not approved. The African capital that we were given were earmarked and conditioned. You must support export-based projects because we want to make sure that it's easier for the gold to come out. Your roads must be built to make sure that gold comes out and anything else that supports it. We may build a few things in the gold center to make the workers happy, but it was really to support the overwhelming desire to continue to get timber, raw materials out of Africa. And when the African leaders who had a little bit of vision wanted to change this, they couldn't for a long time get these loans. The loans would be given, but they were very, very strict in what it could go into. It's a real reason why we didn't have these things. Do you think our leaders did not realize that we needed these infrastructures? I mean, come on, people. It is China that became the breaker of the status quo, because now China was able to say to the Africans, if you can't get it here, I'll give it to you. And I'll give it to you under these terms.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm not trying to play politics. I'm just telling you people what was on the ground. It doesn't mean that
I understand. I just wanted to ask a question. I just want, based on your submission, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes, please.
Why do you think even when the Europeans were denying them funds to build some of all this critical infrastructure, why do you think our African leaders didn't turn away from them?
Well, because of the geopolitics of the time. If you remember, we tried to build a non-aligned movement to say that we're not supporting any of them or the other. But the Cold War made it so difficult for them to maneuver. Because if you went out from the Western concept, if Ghana, for example, and I keep talking about Ghana because that's what I know, if Ghana at the time tried to move a little bit too much in the Soviet camp, we saw what happened with the coup of Kwame Nkrumah, done and orchestrated by the CIA because he was moving too fast. And it wasn't that so much that they were moving, he was too much, but he had too many Russian and Soviet people in Ghana. And so after he was thrown out, the people that were installed, the Kotoka, the NLM, the Buzi, they were all they were pure puppets, pro-Western. They were actually put in place by the Western capital.
Yeah, I hear your answer on that. So the follow on is that then why is it that the Asian nations, even some South African nations, South American nations, and Southern Asian nations were able to break out of the control of the West during that same period? When
Malaysia, Singapore,
Indonesia, about Singapore, we can talk about, yes, we can talk about
so
Malaysia.
Why is it that we remained within their control while those other nations broke away? Are you including
Listen, to Niger, that's a great question for social scientists to understand, because that's a study I would also like answers to. Well, let me answer to Niger, and then I'll hand it over to you, sir. What I can postulate personally is that the Africans themselves had gone through a massive transformation in terms of their cultural approach to themselves. Because of, these countries also went through colonialism, and they went through certain degradations, racial minimization and all that. But I always feel like because of the added burden of African countries themselves losing huge populations outside in slavery, they're talking about 22 to almost 33 million people left our Western African shores within a period of 300 years. I believe that massive population shift and the chaos that it caused in Africa really caused us a lot of regression, not only psychologically also, but also regret, because we know that massive populations move development ideas. Now, I'm not a social scientist. It's something that I would like to read up a little bit on to understand what happened to the psyche of Africans that we haven't been able to recover fastly enough. And on that, I rest my case. Please, you can comment.
One question, okay. So if you trace it to slavery, okay, then how do you explain that we had a trans-Saharan slave trade, and yet we had 3 major empires in Africa: the Ghana Empire, the Songhai Empire, and the Mali Empire, and we still had the trans-Saharan slave trade, but it didn't stop us from building empires.
Can
you see, I asked this question. Sorry.
Let me answer that. I would like to periodically put those civilizations in their frameworks. In what time zones are we talking about? How did the Trans-Sahara trade? How many people did it move out? What are the remnants of those people? We know that they are
took place over a longer period than the transatlantic slave trade. The trans-Saharans, I think it took between
you had Selaks that had converted to Islam, so they felt more brotherhood towards the Islamic slave traders than the actual black
Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire. Okay,
the reason why that happened was you had black people that had converted to Islam, and they felt more camaraderie with the people that of that faith than their own people. That's what happened.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, well,
again,
that's the nature of our flower.
Sir,
no, I'm just calling out the nature of is it Afro-man that always want to find reason to blame black people.
I can't, sir, whoever asked the question, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to respond to you.
Look, Afro-man asked the most serious questions, like why did the trans-Saharan? Do you know that was an Islamic slave trade? It was not just call it what it was. It was an Islamic slave trade, trading black people. These were black Muslims, and with the pale Muslims all ganging up on us. Yeah, that's how it happened. I think Afro-man won the clarification. There you go.
Let
Okay,
me say
so
what
I
I
didn't
think.
want to continue
I
to
don't have
You
leave.
an
I
can't
answer,
wanted
but
to
forget
I'm
the
know.
only
religious
saying.
aspect of it, how black people will turn on
Five
each
power,
other
just
because you're
hold on
taking
for a
on a
second so
colonizer
that
religion.
conversation can flow. This Rokoya, please go ahead with what you want to say.
I wanted to say in response, it's very hard for me to speak over people, but the person asking about the trans-Sahara slave trade and how it has impacted Africa or didn't impact Africa or why it led to kingdoms and all that. I'd like him to address how those regions that he's addressing, how they are faring right now. Is Mali doing very well? The Mali Empire extended from one part all the way in Jamina, all the way to Timbuktu. How are they faring now? Please
Every
comment.
empire
Or
rises
the
and falls.
Zaria. So what I'm trying
Okay,
to tell you is
okay,
that there's still an impact, whether you like it or not. I don't care however
hold
you
on.
want to say. The
Every
fact that
empire
Africa,
rises and
please
falls.
be
That's not a.
quiet. I need to
My
answer your
question to
question.
you.
Don't interrupt me. You're very rude. I don't like you. If you ask a
Answer
question,
the
be quiet
question.
and let me answer you.
He's
I
very
am.
Answer the
rude as
question.
well,
I am.
yes.
You're
Let's
just
focus on
talking. You're
answering the
acting
question
like a
now.
woman, sir. You quiet and let me answer you. I don't like that. You've asked a question. I'm trying to develop it for you. And I said, first of all, you're asking me how the trans-Saharan trade occurred and still there were kingdoms. I asked you, how are those countries faring now? Let's leave that
You asked
aside. But
me,
then
and
let's
I'm
now
trying
go to
to answer.
let's look at the kingdoms that were built. The fact that there were kingdoms that were in existence, which also have suffered, is partly a result of this population shift that I have also thought is worth studying. I also believe that these kingdoms themselves that were no different from the kingdoms that were existing with the slave trade that occurred in closer to the Gulf. We had the Ashanti Empire. That was also a powerful kingdom. We had the Edo Empire. In fact, when the first narrations of the Edo Empire that were written by the first travelers into that kingdom, who were there not before slavery started, they came as traders. They talked about how the city was very well designed. There was a lot of street lights. This was actual accounts written about the Edo Empire. 100 years later, the place was in ruins. So I'm telling you that the fact that there were empires and there was slavery was something that was also occurring there. But at the end of it, we want to look at the results. So I'm just trying to explain to you that the existence of kingdoms, which were there thousands of years, does not necessarily negate the fact that lots of people moving in major shifts can cause degradation and destruction and can cause to underdevelopment. I hope you get some snippets out of what I've said.
Okay,
Thank
let
you.
me just clarify the reasons why I asked that question, because a lot of us talk about these issues, but we don't dig deep enough. Given that a lot of us talk about, we've been talking about this thing for years, we don't ask critical questions like why is it that other parts of the world were able to emerge and we didn't. What I've found is that if you even look at the continent, the few countries that fought and kind of beat this in the Western or the Europeans out, they tend to assert their independence a little bit more, because most African countries got their independence shaking the hands of the British and the French and whoever colonized them. In other words, their collaborators are the ones that went on to rule the nations. And those collaborators, no matter how much they like to think that they mean well for their people, they don't have the will to divorce themselves from the West. And this is why when I asked you, why is it that they never turned away from them? You try to say it's the geopolitical stuff, but it had nothing to do with that. They just didn't have the will. The reason why the Asian nations had the will was because they were fighting for their lives. Most of them had to
Can I chime
literally
in?
face, let me finish what I'm saying. Most of them literally had to
Yeah,
face
you
life.
got 45 seconds too, Nigel. I got to pass this 1,000%. Go ahead.
Vietnam, yeah, suddenly now you have time. Leave it. In short, you know what? Carry on.
No, go ahead, 1,000%.
Yeah, he's speaking pure nonsense because China's still in bed with the West. You see them still have trade deals with the West. The vice president of the United States was just in India, right? They're still part of the Commonwealth. He's speaking nonsense. He's trying to single out Africa as some kind of unique situation, but the reality is most of these countries are still in bed with the West.
So it's just pure nonsense. I was trying to go back on the
Japan,
original topic.
Japan, South Korea, they're not sovereign.
It's
America's
all
got
they're all
bases
in bed
there.
with the West,
They do whatever
Brazil.
the West tells them.
I'm not going to say they do whatever the West tells them, but they still they have partnerships with the West. So he's basically implying that Africa doesn't do that, but Africa talks to the Saudis as well as Russia as well as China. So therefore, they play all sides of the field. They don't only speak with the West. So this guy's just speaking nonsense. But my main point was to come on dealing with the topic because I think the topic is why won't these Dutch leave Africa? And the real answer is that the Dutch is basically are having special privilege that they don't even have in their own country. As a buffer in South Africa, these guys have more privilege, more money, more access to opportunity. Even if you listen to the interview between the South African president and Donald Trump yesterday, the guy, one of the rich people, the golfer guy, he touched on how that even though he's in America, he has brothers and his father lives in South Africa, and these guys live a comfortable life despite all that's going on, right? So the image of what you're trying to project is that Africa is just terrible and Africa this and the third. The reality is that those people don't want to leave because they know, like the rest of the West, before they went to Africa, before they went to India, before they went to the Americas, these people were fleeing, right? They fled Europe because of religious persecution, poverty, famine, death, right? So that's the main point I wanted to point out, and I'm gonna pass the mic.
Can I speak now? It's been a while. Dennis, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead. You're always talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. The people that are saying, "Oh, how come the Asian nations they are doing well? They've escaped the claws of the West." Have they really? When you've got American bases, the South Korean army is controlled by America. If anything was to go down between them and North Korea, bam. It is America that tells them what to do. There is not sovereignty. Japan is not sovereignty after what happened. They've got American bases. They're now doing this whole passive thing that they've now adopted. China's the only one, and Russia actually trying to really be sovereign, and a few countries around the world, but there's not many. A lot of people are just under the boot. And for them to say, "Oh, the Asians, look how well they've done." The Europeans have always had a trick of having buffer classes, whether they're using mulatto children or they're using Asians. They could allow some people to develop up to a certain level, but they don't want you to get so strong. The way they've allowed China to develop, but now China's overpassed them, and that is a problem. That's why we're about to have World War III. They can only allow you to develop to a certain level, and then they start to knock you back down. So if somebody says, "Oh, the Africans, they're flopped. Look at the Asians, they're living it large," you don't know how their business has been run, mate. Yeah. And the people that are running South Korea now, they were the ones that were selling out North Korea. They were the bootlegs. And now they ended up being the ruling class. They were working with the West against the northern people that wanted to be communists. So at the end of the day, if you want to be in power and allow these people to leave you alone, you got to be a bootlicker, whether you're on the African continent or in Asia or South America. If you come around with new ideas, they're not going to have it. They're not about that. They're about knowing that we're going to have Western hegemony around the globe. And anyone that interferes with that, whether you're Asian, black, whatever, yellow, they're not going to have it. Yeah. And when people say, "Oh, let's not look at them, let's look at each other, we're the ones who are failing." No, this is really just a fear-based response. Because I know a lot of people, it's easier to pick on people in the same level as you than to look above you. It's always like, looking down. It's easy to kick people that look like us. Them idiot African leaders that are corrupt. It's easy to say to them, but how many people go with their full chest and say, "You, Mr. Muzungu, you're the problem"? A lot of people can't say it with their full chest, whether it's in America or Africa. So it's easy to be like, "Oh, look at that idiot corrupt leader. He's the one that's stealing all our money, taking it to France or Europe or whatever." But in reality, would you stand up with your full chest and say, "It is you, the Muzungu, that's taking my wealth and making me broke"? No. A lot of people just rather look the other way and pick on the easier options. I know it's a cowardly move.
Yeah, can I say something real quick too?
Ibrahim Traore is doing that. He's standing up to the West.
He's the only one. The Ibrahim Traore is not standing there going, "Oh, Africans is sour for, we're idiots." He's calling it what it is. Ibrahim Traore is calling it what it is, and that's why I like him.
He's not the only one though.
Diners, if you don't want me on this platform, you should just say you
Najir
don't want me on this.
is
Sorry, let me just highlight something here. Diners, if you don't want me on your
why you
platform,
oh
let
God,
me know
Diners,
that.
may I
I'm
speak?
not seeking
Diners,
platform to
Hey,
talk.
well, let me pass it to
You
Nigel.
seem to
Nigel, you
only
got a minute
interject
and
whenever
30
I want to
seconds.
talk. You seem to only interject whenever I want to talk. Ask people that know me here. I do host a live show too that has far more people on
Niger,
there.
just go
So you
straight
need
to
to
the
watch the way you
point,
talk.
please.
No, because I
Go
don't
to the
like whenever
point.
I want to talk. See, hold on, Rokoya, you are not me. Before I raise this issue, I'm raising it specifically for a reason. And I don't like what I'm seeing here. Whenever I want to talk, that's when he wants to interject. It's not right. So the point I was making, and I asked a specific question, and nobody gave me an answer to that. They talked about how the Japanese and how the the other Asian nations that are working with the West are doing well. Of course, they are doing well. This is why I said pan-Africanism is not necessarily the part, because Asian nations were opposing each other and they went on to develop, because it's a play for power. That's what it's all about. The reason why Mao Zedong was thanking the Japanese for invading them was because he said they woke them up. What does that mean? Have you asked yourself, what does that actually mean? Because the people were moved to a point whereby they had to defend themselves. If you've read the Art of War, you have to get people to a point whereby they have to defend themselves. Otherwise, they will even accept slavery. They don't fear that their life is at stake. That is why a lot of us accepted slavery, because we didn't think that our life was at stake. Those Asian nations fear for their lives, and they defended themselves.
Can I
And
respond
them
when he's done? Can I respond, please?
yeah,
No,
respond.
I
Go
will
ahead.
first and then you.
Not even
Go ahead,
finish.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Respond.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to say something to T Niger. T Niger, the point you're making has some merit, but you have to look at it in a whole lot of totality, because a lot of these countries, as you're saying, and I mean, Wildflower goes is a bit long-winded, but she really puts it in context, because the Western hegemony basically allows some countries and to truly within a certain hemisphere allow certain countries to appear to be prosperous or to appear to be doing very well, in the sense to keep the pressure off the people. So you may find like South Korea very, very successful, but South Korea is a total America implant. They're causing the North Koreans a lot of, stress. So you can look at them. You can look at a country like Singapore, which what happened? They had a very strong leader who the West kept saying was a dictator, dictator, dictator. But the people were so whipped into shape that they still went with their dictator. We're talking here, and I'm surprised nobody is talking about Afiwerki in Eritrea. Has anybody followed that man? He's been demonized. He's been written about. The West would literally, they have tried so many times to overthrow this guy in coups. But because you're right to some extent, because he has actually fought a war, because his people have had to fight and defend their country, they are more apt to support a leader like that and grow their economy. So yes, you may have a point that Africans have not been pushed to the point where self-defense became something. But you know what? I still have a question mark on that, because slavery, people being hunted and taken from their homes, if that does not give people a sense of we are under threat and force us to be more revolutionary, I don't know what it is. But again, like I said, this is a subject for social scientists. I'd like to see some material written on that.
The
And on this,
evidence is
I yield
out.
to somebody else.
The evidence is quite conclusive. If you know any nation that peacefully emerged and became a major power, you let me know. No, you will never emerge in this world. Until you nearly face existential threat like the Chinese faced, and they woke up from it and they never looked back since then. The Vietnamese are doing well better than many African countries today. Where you have a Singapore, the Lee Kuan Yew himself was due to be executed by the Japanese soldiers. They just missed him, and this guy went on to build a nation of just about 5 million people that does more export than the entire African continent of over 1 billion people. That is what happens to people when they face an existential threat and they survive it. You have to survive it, because when we went for our colonization war, we lost it. and they had time to groom our leaders for generations and hand the power to them. And you think those leaders are ever going to govern for you? Because whenever you fight your oppressors, the
Hey,
first
I gotta pass it 1,000%,
the,
because he was
let
next.
me
Go ahead,
finish.
1,000%.
It's 15 seconds. Whenever you fight your oppressors, the first people that have to go are their collaborators. If you defeat the collaborators and you defeat the oppressors, then the one that won the war will go on to build a nation. But we never had that on the continent.
Okay, let me pass it 2,000%. Go ahead.
Yeah, but to Niger, China warred against other Asian people. They didn't really war against the West. Even when they went to the table, they did deals with the West. They opened up to the West. They didn't war against the West in a sense. Am I correct or true or false?
They did fight against the West through this thing, Korean War and Vietnam War. They supported many nations that were fighting against the West.
They fought other Asians, right? For the most part, to garner their power and regional power. They didn't really fight the West. Even in World War II, they were against Japan. Japan was the adversary, right? Correct?
The West was involved in Vietnam and Korean War, directly involved.
Okay, but you trying to say they quote unquote support Vietnam and stuff like that, but I'm saying to gain the power in the Asian area, they fought other Asians, correct?
The Chinese fought very few Asians. Yes, they did fight. They did get involved in some squabbles, especially with India and I think and a little bit in the if I'm not mistaken, Cambodia, but not much
Japan.
war.
They fought Japan. They
No,
occupied Japan.
Japan was the one that woke them up. Japan was an invasion. Japan invaded China, and that's according to Mao Zedong, that's what woke the Chinese people up.
But comparably, right? Even if you talk about the Atlantic slave trade, the Africans fought among themselves, and post fighting among themselves, the West the tribes basically fought against one another. But post all of that, in terms of after colonization, when they realized, okay, the Europeans coming to attempt to take the land or power over the land in terms of economy, they selected the leadership there, right? Am I correct? China was able to still maintain their political and economic stronghold and form a government based on their own ideals. And the West allowed this. And in Africa,
West
the
did not
West,
allow it. They
the West,
accepted it. The West did not allow it. The West threatened to nuke them. They didn't
no, no. So,
allow it. They
but
accepted it.
but to Niger in Cameroon, the leader has been there for 30 years, 30 plus years. And Burkina Faso, the president just arrived maybe 4 or 5 years. They already view him as a threat. The president of Cote d'Ivoire been there for over 20 years, but Niger was viewed as a threat. They
Not
select
20
who they
years.
like.
Never been there for 20 years. No, that's not true.
Who, the president of Cote d'Ivoire?
No, not 20 years, sir. Please.
How long he been there?
11 years.
How
11
many years?
11.
11
You
years.
said 20. Don't exaggerate. You've been there for 11 years.
And who helped him get into power?
What's that?
Who helped him get into power?
Well, Laurent Gbagbo was in power, and it was a fight. It was a rebel war. They fight, and the French helped him to come to power. The French.
That's my point. So the West is backing key leaders to maintain a structure that same way you saw with right in the West in Washington, right? They basically align Alpon Alpon.
Father of the nation. Who else is going, please?
Let me. I have to go. So I want to say something here. So Africa is going through a lot of social issues. Specifically, the leadership. We have a problem. When I talk about leadership, especially in West Africa, we don't have country that lead West Africa on the right track, right? Like East Africa, where we have Kenya that giving a lot of leadership to other East African countries. And we consider Nigeria, okay, they call themselves sleeping giant. And unfortunately, we look at the population of Nigeria to be our leader, and which is not helping us at all, right? And when you talk about what's happening in terms of infrastructure, I think Cote d'Ivoire is the number one infrastructure in West Africa, but they are more of like a Western compared to any other West African country. Even Nigeria is leading to the same direction. So if we have country like Burkina Faso, even though they are very small, but if they had the higher population like Nigeria, I think we could do far better, right? But then I'm talking about those social issues, and this lady just coming, attacking me that, oh, you speaking against Nigeria. I have a lot of Nigerian friends, and you do. So you can come here and attack me and say, oh, you're speaking against.
I did not attack you. I was talking to you politely, and you called me someone bleaching. And you called
Augustine
me
is staying here with me right now.
Can you leave that lady alone? You need to really
No.
back off.
Yeah, but I give her more respect. But then she came with her thick hair and her bleaching skin,
Yeah,
started
but
attacking
can
me.
you stop with? Did you just insult her again?
I'm not insulting. That's not
And
insult.
Nigerian princess, you're having connection issues. You got connection issues.
That's not insult. That's not insult. When you say something that how it is, it's not an insult. She bleached, and
Actually, you don't know that.
That's yeah.
You don't have the clue about Nigeria. See,
Okay.
that's your problem.
All right, but that's what I'm saying. True, Naja. I have Augustine Ananapu is my best friend. Sam is my best friend.
Just stop referring to her.
is my
She's not
best
talking to
friend.
you enough.
So when I speak against everybody here. What we
Yeah, but she's not referring to you. Just leave her alone.
We're here to talk about any kind of social issue that is.
Yeah, but you don't think you're very pessimistic?
I don't. What's that?
You don't think you're very pessimistic? Though your outview, your worldview, and you're very like. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I'm not. I don't generalize issue. Anything when I'm talking about, I be very specific. It's not like I'm going to attack all the Nigerians, right? Nigerians are the most productive West African. We all know that. They mean a lot to me because I have a lot of Nigerian friends. But we are here to talk about issues, things that are affecting Black community. This is what this program is about. We can't sugarcoat everything, right?
Then it's not only about Nigeria, is it? You need to really quit it. I don't know why somebody entertains you by picking it. You are creating division where there should be none.
Okay.
What is the issue that I'm talking about Nigeria that is not true?
But we are not talking about Nigeria. How do we end up in Nigeria now?
Yeah. You always bring up Nigeria, and then you zero in on them and say that nobody wants to be Nigerian, even though Nigerian is one of the most boldest Black globally.
The reason I'm saying that is there are a lot of Nigerians that are carrying Liberian passport, right? There are a lot of Nigerians that are carrying Sierra Leone passport.
You know what? You need to stop using that word. I don't think you should be even allowed to be using it anymore. Enough of it already. I'm sick of you talking about Nigeria constantly.
But then you see, this
Move
is
on already.
When you talk about the other people, you don't want.
We are not. Did you hear me talk about any nation here? Do you hear me talk about any particular nation here?
Emotional. Why you should be emotional about that?
No, because you are just causing arguments needlessly.
CD, I think you're done.
You are starting the conversation needlessly.
You're done.
What is the argument that I'm creating?
You're done for today.
Because look at what we are talking about now. Because you just keep talking about one nation over and over again.
I think you're done for today, my guy. You're done for today.
If you guys are sleeping down, why? If there's anything wrong with Nigeria,
if you are talking about it from the point of view of being sleeping giant, that's a different thing. Just
then we are able to face the issue going forward. So I was talking about democracy in West Africa. We all fight. Nigeria been fighting for democracy for years. And now you guys just elected someone that is almost 90 years old. Who to blame for that? It's about 200 some more population to be blamed for that, right? Nobody should be blamed because it was a free and fair election. So, that should not.
How about your nation? Why is your nation not illegal?
I'm just African. It's not important to me. I'm not trying to defend any country here. But anything that I know that is affecting the Black community,
you don't own up to your own nation. You keep calling. See, for somebody that doesn't talk about your own nation, you talk about other people's nation too much. It's just not right, nice. And you don't even talk about it in a nice way. You are quite rude about it all the time.
But this is the identity issue that we have. I don't have to identify myself with specific country.
Yeah, you don't. Right? If you don't, then don't keep talking about some other people's nation in such a negative way continuously.
Can I say something, please? Can I just interject?
This about social
Mr. CD, Mr. CD, I think that I want to come in here and say something, Mr. CD. I've been listening to you, and your points are very, very divisive. You may not be very aware of your positioning or in the zeal to debating and making arguments. Anybody listening to you, yes, indeed, you're always using Nigeria as your example. It would be much better if you would actually refer to your own, because every African country has problems. So I live in Ghana. I talk about Ghana. I talk about the countries that I've lived in before. I've lived in Nigeria for many years. So when I talk about it, I personalize it. You come across as always pointing fingers at other countries, always saying this. So I think what Tunaja is saying is very, very true. You may not be aware, but anybody listening to you, as you debate, you seem to always want to be, first of all, you're very negative, and two, when you make your points unknowingly in a very divisive way. And I yield. Thank you.
All right, but I really thank you very much for telling me that. I may not be aware of that, but I think forum like this is very important when we know that we have an issue in any part of Africa, it should be mentioned, right? So it's not important for me to identify myself in an African country. At this point in time, we're trying to move as a team to make sure that Africa should go ahead and be free and carry on a lot of development. So identifying myself one specific country, trying to come and defend a specific country, that's not important to me right now. But when there is any social issue that I think
bully a woman,
to address,
you bully a woman that have nothing to do with you. You call her she's bleaching. You be bullying her. You know, bro, you're lucky. The luck, hold on, the luck you have that is not really a physical on the ground. You cannot bully a fellow sister like that. You think we'll be looking at you. Nigeria don't talk bad about your country. Nigeria don't have nothing to do with your country. You make us started, Liberia really is a country, it's people that I really love. But with your bad behavior, you make me start attacking a country. Actually, that have nothing to do with you. You talk like it's because
you do my behavior.
You bully that sister because you think you bully her. That's why you bully her.
Some Igbo people are very fair in Nigeria, and you're calling her bleach. You don't have a clue what you're talking about.
But you refuse to tell where you're from. You hide where you're from. You make an example of Nigeria, but how about your own country? You understand me? So you bully that sister. She did bleach. You call her bleaching. It's because, look, we Nigerians, right? You people can use us as a punchy bag. But we know how good we were to you people. How nice we people were coming to take the money, borrow the money. We will lose Nigeria lose their soldiers for you people. We did a lot for you people. Have you ever helped any Nigerian? Have your country ever contributed any economical power in Nigeria?
I don't.
At least South Korea is investing in United States. We brought banks to your country. We brought all kind of things to your country. Still, you
I don't understand. Do you know? I'm not.
That help your country
to stand. It's so funny in the United States, we don't talk about, I know Africa is not united as yet as one continent, but listening to this and listening in America, we're not saying, Florida is much better than New York, and New York is trash, and California, it's ridiculous.
No, hold on, sis, but you got to understand that this guy in particular, he comes in with this very pessimistic energy. He's bashing African Americans, bashing Nigerians, and then when you talk about Europeans, he deflects. The title of the live is why the Europeans left South Africa? Why is he bashing Nigeria? You see what I'm saying? Why? You see what I'm saying? There's no reason.
We shouldn't be Hello. I was quiet for a while. We should not be bashed. This is part of the detoxing of the colonial mind, because the colonial mind, you know what they have done already. They have planted seeds. They don't have to do anything else more now because we do it to ourselves. Now, the point that I wanted to make about Ibrahim Torre, I put in the chat about the critical mind of him. I put it in the chat so people could take a listen to what the Westerners have done to stop time in Africa. And even if they wanted to go forward, there would be all kind of assassinations, puppets, NGOs, et cetera, et cetera. But we're living in a different time shift right now. I want my brothers and sisters to understand that the time is now for us to be free, really free, and stop allowing these weak. I don't blame them at all. That they're.
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Let me finish.
Sorry.
I don't blame them because every time someone wanted to keep their resources, reevaluate their mining contracts, there would be a coup or it would be something to interrupt Africa's future. Now, the thing of it is the reason why I put that in the chat, the private chat, so people could take it and listen to what has been done to Africa. But because Ibrahim Traore, Niger, Mali, Namibia have decided that their resources will stay within Africa first so the people can benefit. When I look at the Arab states with their oil, I see no poor people over there. They have oil over there, right? We have bauxite. We have diamonds. We have cobalt. We have we have everything we need. So when people like Ibrahim, that's why they want to get rid of him, because they want to circumvent Africa's future and to the children that are not yet born. And those who are opposed to that energy, to me, are my enemy. Okay? And by living in America as a melanated woman, we see how these Westerners act. We see that. I looked up, has Russia ever colonized, or was Russia ever involved in the slave trade? I looked it up. I did my research. They were never involved in slavery at all. Was China ever involved in the slave trade? I looked it up and I researched it, not through Google, but other, areas to do research. They have not been engaged in slavery. And the relationship, I don't know the ins and outs of the relationship that Russia, what kind of agreements and everything they have with these leaders. But it's time for us. When I say us, I'm looking at melanated people. I'm looking at a very beautiful people, including the heavily melanated people all over the world. We are beautiful. And the fact of it is that a lot of our African brothers and sisters, Caribbean brothers and sisters, have been to universities and have learned many, many things. And I'm saying to myself, go back to Africa, stay for 2 or 3 years or what have you, and help build like you have built the West. You go to, when you're sick, the leaders don't stay in Africa, they go to London. Or they come to America to get well. Why is that? When Africa has everything. But I understand why the situation is on the continent, because they were colonized as well, but now we are waking up. No one, on April 30th, I think they had this mass global support for Traore, right? I haven't seen that for any other nation yet. I have not. And if I am wrong, please correct me, because you had protests all over the world, even my European nations, because everything evolved from Africa. All life began in Africa, okay? So there's even Caucasian people who are with Ibrahim Traoré and the other countries that are understanding that Africa has everything it needs for itself. Self-determination is a right for every human being on this planet. And those who don't get it, I feel sorry for them. I don't want to be under anybody's boot. I have a right to be free. Birthright is my.
May I
Hello?
ask you a question? Yeah, may I ask you a question?
Oh, God. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Interrupt my thought
no, it's
process.
not interrupt. It's something you said that made me want to ask you a question. Do you think that us being in the West amplifies the voice of Africans? Because in many ways, if like if you talk about like what happened yesterday in terms of the slandering of South Africa, do you think that if we weren't here to push back, Mama Pafesa, if we weren't here to change the trajectory or uh, basically stand against those kind of slander, do you think that the true image or the full how you say the full picture of what's going on in Africa will be projected in the West because they do have a slandering campaign, and we saw it happen just yesterday with South Africa. They was trying to say that these people were genociding people. So for you to say that all of us being in Africa would make Africa greater and richer, I think that you kind of are not looking at the overall spectrum of the picture because the West, one, they minimized the dollar. So now that the same mechanic in Africa is making 20 times less than those in America, the voice of Africans are stifled out by corrupt leaders. I think you're not looking at the full picture.
I am looking at the full picture, my brother, because of what we as a people went through being here through the transatlantic slave migration. They didn't even look at us as humans. They had us on selling blocks on Wall Street. And even when we became so-called liberated, we had our own towns, we had our own businesses and everything, and they were downstroyed by white people through lies, okay? We had the Black Wall Street wasn't the only place that we were thriving. We were thriving everywhere in America. However, the European colonizer didn't want that to happen. So for me, I know integration was a trick, okay? Integration was a trick because we had our own everything, our own schools. And I don't feel in order to be a beautiful person or of value, I don't need to live in a white neighborhood. Okay? I don't need to do that because I know that I come from royalty already. But that's through studying and observing the colonizer that is here in America. Okay? And we as a people are still going through ish over here in America. All right? And I think we have a better view, we can better observe, what's happening on the motherland. I think that we can. And I think the Ibrahims, the president of Namibia, Niger, excuse me, and Mali are sparks for melanated people in America to wake up and live. Because the reason why a lot of the police shootings are still happening is because we're still supporting these corporations in America. You understand? And
That's true. That's true.
Can we
Can
allow
I get a
Madara to
word?
say
Can I
something?
get an egg in a word
Yeah,
for him?
let Dolph speak. What's
Oh
up, Dolph?
man,
How you feeling, bro?
nice to meet you, Principe. I was finally impulsed to jump in, but everybody's dwindling down. The debate got to a certain point that I decided, you know what, let me get in here, but now everybody's gone. All right, no worries. I just wanted to speak onto Rokoya's last question, which he said slavery seemed like a situation in which Africans may have been put into that competition Tunisia was talking about. Yes, but the geopolitical landscape at that time was different, completely different. You know, he didn't have the same situation, so it was not ideal for people to emerge at that time period as well. And I think the point that Tunija is mentioning is that with great competition, there's a great sense of inherent sense of security or lack of security, and there's a greater perception of threat and fallibility. Because of that, you're gonna need to wake up. You're gonna feel like you're back to a corner, and when you're back to a corner, you have no choice but to come forward and fight. You see what I'm saying? So this was happening for the Chinese and the rest of the other world. The reason it happened, the geopolitical landscape at that time was the Soviet Union. America was afraid of the Soviets' influence with the East Asian bloc. So the Soviets were already dealing with the Chinese in terms of technology transfer. The United States extended the Marshall Plan that was to rebuild Europe and South Korea and Japan and all that stuff. They extended that Marshall Plan to China, but they under a new reconstruction of the economic global order. You understand? In which the Chinese were manufacturers, Africans were resource production areas, and then Europe and America were research and design, you see, and consumer market. They reconstructed this, but the Chinese at that time preyed on the greed of capitalism. You see, the greed of capitalism for their cheap labor. They preyed on that. They say, okay, bring in all that, bring in all your factories here and all that kind of stuff. We will do all this job for you. They reverse engineered. The Chinese had a situation with the Soviet Union, which the Soviet wanted full control. The Chinese didn't allow them to take full control, you see. But they had already got that initial help in the first place. That's what you should have told Rokoya Tunija as well.
And before the West did a deal with China, China was already a nuclear power.
Exactly.
If China wasn't, they would have dealt with Soviet Union and used China as a resource, whatever they want to do with China. China would be vulnerable then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know your greater point you were trying to make later is the lack of internal, personal, and external security. That's what your greater point. But you wanted to highlight this push comes to shove, that existential crisis that you wanted to highlight that, and it kind of got muddied in the way as well.
Because it's a very subtle point, and it's very, very hard for people to pinpoint the fact that it's because we have not been pushed. And when people say that we are very divided, in reality, we may actually be the least divided race of people on the face of the earth, but because we have not been given any reason to show our unity, it's hard to see. Like, look at what happened with this Traore now. Just assassination attempt. Look at the Jamaicans are making noise. African Americans are complaining.
Exactly.
Everybody. So it shows you how connected we are, but we've not been given a reason to manifest it because we've not. You don't see F-16s flying in Uganda, bombing Ugandan villages. If we saw that happening, man, you will see the behavior of black people all over the world.
Exactly. That existential threat, that sense of that threat perception that you always talk about, that existential threat. It started to be aware, apparent, even to some ADOS or FBA people who say they're not black, they're not African. They feel pushed and moved by that, and moved by what's happening in the Sahel countries. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Your point was a greater point to be. Yes, I understand economy is good. Yes, Koya highlighted. I'm thankful for how she highlighted how China has been a major contributor to how Africa has emerged from only being a resource colony to a potential market. You understand? So I'm glad how Rokoya has highlighted that. And I'm glad how Wildflower and Rokoya have highlighted the economic entrapments in which they got us in, such as these structural adjustment programs that don't allow us to invest in things that make us grow. So I'm glad she highlighted that. But is it economy over security? It's still that argument again. And people go, you build your economy, somebody comes and knocks it down.
You see, we already had it before. We had a good economy in Nigeria once. There was a time Nigeria had so much money, we didn't know what to do with money. We were giving Asian countries loans. Look at where we are today. What does that tell us? Security comes first. China put its security first, and look at where they are today. It's just obvious. History has already written it down. It's a fact, and this is what even Machiavelli testified to. This is the so-called father of modern political science. Testify to this, that without security, and good laws, forget a nation. It doesn't exist.
Yes.
And Wildflower was arguing about this point earlier on about why we should secure our land. If you don't secure it, why do you claim ownership of it? It's not yours. Whoever can secure the place owns it. It's just how it works.
And is that security that makes me wonder, why do these African leaders feel like they can fight the system on their own, on their ones. When you've seen an example by the Sahel nations coming together, just the three of them, they are able to personally secure themselves, internally secure themselves, and even now working on external security. But they're able to secure themselves from being assassinated. You see what I'm saying? So you think you can challenge the system by yourself. You're not going to challenge the system. Ramaphosa, you're not going to beat the system by yourself. You see what I mean? So you're stronger together. So with Lee Kuan Yew, like as you mentioned, they've emerged from a state of competition, a state of warfare and all that stuff. So there's already a heightened sense of military and security. So all that's left is just to secure your nation, be strong. And then the only thing America did was just extend its Marshall Plan into East Asia in order to make sure East Asia doesn't fall into the Soviet clutches. That's what you should have said.
And geopolitically, Asian nations, in terms of containing the Soviet Union, was very, very important to the Americans. Hence, when we are not exactly priority, sometimes you may not be priority, but you can make yourself a priority, because if you are useful
nowadays, we are priority. We are a priority now. This is that space you are always talking about. This is that space, that window that we can get to actually kind of break away free from here. And if we don't take the best of it, we're going to lose it. You see what I'm saying? But I like this fervor. Let's kick up the fervor on the internet. We will see what is going on. I think the world is moving towards diversification. Tonight, if you saw my email, I sent you a huge article that I wrote arguing with ChatGPT and all that stuff until I read that. Read it, and you will see my vision of where the world is going in the next couple of years. And all that.
You're right. You're right. Daughter's right. I think the world's more multipolar now, man. It's more multipolar.
Everybody, because of Trump's trade war, everybody's like thinking, I need to diversify because this tariff system is not working. I need to diversify at every level. America is saying I cannot just depend on China, because if I depend on China and this situation happens, we don't like this. So we want to bring manufacture back to the United States and diversify everywhere we can. Europe is also thinking we want to diversify everywhere we can.
The multipolar world is going to be temporary, just like how the British, the French, and Spanish were fighting each other for land around the world. And later on, they went and had a Berlin conference. The multipolar world is going to be temporary. There's going to be a form of world governance authority, just like the UN, but probably stronger in the near future. We have to be in a strong position at that time. Otherwise,
if you read my paper to Niger, that's what I'm saying. The multipolar world is just to reconfigure the global system. But my paper actually speaks on how the United States can maintain its power. But read underline between the underlying message. You understand?
Okay, may I ask you both a question about the topic? Dolph, in your opinion, why do you think that South Africa, if you believe it's a multipolar world, why do you think they came and sat with America? If America, especially the president, is slandering them by indicating that there's a genocide going on when it's not? So, why do you think?
Even though we say we are moving to a multipolar, the United States still has major structures that underpin its power, such as the US dollar, its financial services to the rest of the world. So they have to play the game smartly, and that's why I don't disagree with Ramaphosa and the way he dealt with Donald Trump as well. Because in the immediate term, while the world is cooking up to preparing to be there, in the immediate term, you need to still deal with the United States and its remaining power, its main power. You understand what I mean? But it's kind of losing power. Other areas in which it loses power, such as diplomacy, it's kind of not losing in diplomacy. A little bit of soft power is losing in soft power. Technology, the Chinese are encroaching on them. So this power that underpins the power is being encroached upon slowly. So it's not to a significant the financial and the military aspect. I don't think so. So this is not a game that you can just quickly wake up and just don't. The United States will not fall. It will not fall, but it will potentially become a military husk. You see what I'm saying?
The danger I see there is Ramaphosa or the South African government falling in line with the DA. And what I see with the way they approach governance is to ensure we as Africans never make progress. They will govern in the way they will maintain the same structure they have now in South Africa, where the black people still remain total underclasses, while the Europeans remain the governing, and they control the economy and stuff like that. and whether the continent will ever progress. I don't see any sign the West wants to do that. If anything, they want to do that with the Middle East now. Look at all the deals Trump has signed in the Middle East. Do you see anything like that in Africa? So we are not in a very, very good position at the moment. Things are not working well for us.
No, we're not in a good position. The Ramaphosa thing, yes, they're trying to maintain the status quo. It's going to take some certain type of change to affect how South Africa operates and all that kind of stuff. And it's going to have to be external for South Africa. On its own, they are not able to do anything. And with the United States like that. Principally, also we have to factor in the thing of Elon Musk's business interest, because Starlink has been refused to operate in South Africa. So Elon Musk has some personal vendetta, coupled with the potential racism or something that he may have. He also has business interest there that he's not been allowed to operate in South Africa, because South Africa feel the United States will spy on them. You see what I'm saying? So
I think it's the South African government that doesn't want Starlink there, really. If he really wants it, yes, I think so, because they don't trust Starlink. Starlink is a they use it to even hamper Ukraine from defending itself against Russia.
You see,
so they can put it up whenever they like.
Yeah. So it's a balancing act here as well. South Africa still has some autonomy, but the white caucus in South Africa still have a lot of power. So it's a imbalance. That's where I think.
Yeah, but Doc, that's why I'm shocked by you saying that you like the way Ramaphosa represented himself yesterday. 'Cause I felt like
because
he
it's
didn't push back enough.
It's diplomatic. Look, I'm not gonna go like some of the people that argued yesterday. I had to repeat the whole live yesterday, and while I was talking, I had to repeat it and watch it. I like the arguments that some people made. It's because in the interim, you have a fucking real problem to deal with, like as in Donald Trump and the United States financial industry. You have that to deal with. So you don't want to go and start knocking up stuff and end up here. Look, you're not going to be useful to the BRICS nations if you lost what the United States is offering. You understand what I mean?
I think he did well under the circumstances.
He handled himself well. You know.
However, the area I would say that there is an opportunity is one of them is when you hear the way South Africa is doing deals on the continent. They have, I think they have even visa-free entry with Nigeria now and Kenya. So he's playing all sides, and from that point of view, I think there is hope. Because South Africa is a major member of BRICS too. Let's not forget that.
And BRICS, people don't forget, it's only China and Russia that has a military alliance. It's only them that have a highly elevated level of cooperation. It's different level. But India, Brazil, all that, it's not a military organization. They say this is strictly a market economy zone that we're trying to build up and all that stuff. It's not that we are against the dollar. They've always said that. And it's not just South Africa, principally. It's Brazil too that's speaking like this. It's Brazil too. They have this way of doing. So it's not that they are being against the US dollar. They're just trying to create a new trade bloc. You get it?
I agree, but I also think there's overlap too, because when if you watch the full meeting yesterday, when Trump touched on the G7 that used to be a G8, the South Africa president, like his face kind of like smiled, and he also talked about Trump coming to the G20. So I think there's an overlapping interest in joining the new global blocks, like the old global blocks like the G20 and the new global blocks like the BRICS. I won't be surprised if America joins the BRICS. Would you be?
Oh, that's big laugh.
No, I think it's not impossible. See, this is why I said that be careful what you wish for, because this issue they're having right now is temporary. Make no mistake, it is temporary. It's not going to last forever. Sooner or later, China, America, Russia, they will shake hands. The question is, where are we going to be when that happens? Because when they shake hands, they will look for somebody to dine on. And if we are still on the table, then we are in big trouble, because we are talking about nations that are in the numbering in the billions. And if India joins them, God help us. That so you can see, for me, in my mind, I am a little bit paranoid. And I know full well I'm not under any illusion that Africans are just going to wake up like that. It's not going to happen. Because from what I've found from the history, it shows that you need to be pushed, and we are not pushed enough yet.
I take your points. I take your points, but it still is like just the way BRICS operates. I don't think America is joining BRICS anytime soon. Even if Trump is cozy with Putin and that and all that stuff, and I'm not even sure if Putin is interested in joining the G20
What if
again
they
or
merge
G8.
together? What if they merge together?
Merge together. These
Or make it irrelevant?
These three countries are like in existential enmity. You understand? They're like in existential enmity.
You know what should worry you? They don't have the power to destroy each other. And they all know it. Sooner or
They
later,
have
all
the
this
power to destroy
all
each
this
other.
shakara will end and they will have to talk.
Okay.
No, think about it. Now, it will end.
Okay.
It will have to end. Are they going to shoot each other to death? They can't kill each other. So sooner or later, they have to talk.
But yeah, okay. This is what it is. So you're talking about a situation where this friction that they have may finally become stabilized. They may finally become stabilized, and they will have to reconfigure a global order in which all three of them actually agree, plus India and all that actually agree on a system.
And maybe
that
some Middle
system,
Eastern country and South Africa, South American countries.
And you're saying that system still will mean that Africa still hasn't improved its position in this space.
If we have not, yes. If we don't have any major power on the continent, we could be facing some. The only reason that we will survive it is if they say, okay, because this continent is very big, and we have a lot of people all around the world that have a lot of influence too, which is soft influence, not really hard influence. Maybe, just you know how they argue that we should have Security Council seat. Maybe, but I'm not so sure.
In a state where countries are military capable of destroying the planet 5 times over or 500 times over, these countries, Russia, America, China, can do that, but they are not going to do that. In that state, the competition becomes economical. Who lives a better life? Who has that? And in that competition, there's this thing that goes with trade and sanctions and all that kind of stuff, and they're always trying to undercut each other. And I said the world is moving towards diversification. That if we say even the United States itself is looking to diversify, it's geopolitical partnerships, it's import and export, and everybody's looking to do that. And that means if they're looking to do that, they are looking to diversify slightly to a certain percentage away from the United States. Where is that percentage going to be focused on?
I think the diversification drive that you are seeing now, I suspect is going to be temporary too. Because see, hear me out. The reason why I say this is because when the world, in short, almost every living entity discovers an efficient way of doing things, they don't want to back away from it. They will return back to it again. Just like when you feed any animal, they will always return to come and check whether there's food there again. Because if you look at the benefits of globalization, it makes production very efficient, and you can get cheaper goods and everything. People specialize in different areas, so they train and interchange. It's just more efficient. They wouldn't want to go back to the opposite when it's not efficient.
No. You see what this globalization had done is instead it kind of stratified Africa, your resource colony, that. Africa, your resource colony, India and China, your manufacturing, this, that. So it kind of created single points of failures whenever there's discontent like this. It creates a single point of failures for the rest of the globe. And the United States probably even understand it. They want to wipe that single point of failure. Europe as well wants to fight that single point of failure.
Or remove it completely. Or remove that failure completely. Because if you now bring everybody on board, that failure goes away. See, the history suggests this, because if you look at the way America did this rapprochement with China, nobody would have expected that when China was going nuclear first, because America was trying to nuke them. America was literally trying to nuke China before China went nuclear. Then the next decade, they are having a conversation with Nixon, and guess where we are today. So history suggests
are you talking the ultimate ultimatum? Are you talking about the ultimatum as in remove it completely?
In terms of the fear that they can cement it like a kind of UN. You know how UN kind of had.
No. What I'm saying, when you say
hold on, let me just make this point. You see how the Second World War ended, and they created the UN, where all the major 5 powers were in there. Don't be surprised something else emerges again, because the patterns will keep repeating itself.
Tunaja, the thing is, the UN's role in the world has been so undermined lately, so undermined, so useless in any type of way. It's been abused by we know who. I'm not gonna say it's been abused. Its role, has been rejected, abused, and all that kind of stuff. That abuse is the reason why the rest of the world is moving like this. Of course, they will create a new system in which all three countries will have to probably obey and agree upon and all that kind of stuff. But in that situation, we should see an opportunity in how we can emerge from that and all that kind of stuff. But
How
just
do you
saying,
emerge from that? Because when they dissolved the League of Nations and led to the creation of the UN, the League of Nations, the UN expanded, but it still didn't include the nations. Even India was not included, even if they were quite large during that time. You see what I mean? So how do we end our way into that kind of
it's different today. Currently they're even talking about such a thing as in having one the BRICS nations, Russia, China, even India to a certain extent. India is a bit fishy, talking about including Africa in the United Nations Security Council. Although that's kind of a moot point because you're not a nuclear power state, so you really don't have any power. So they deliberate in which nation to that. So you do have some backers. It's not all doom and gloom.
We
in
may
the
not
sense
have
that
nuclear power. One of the hope we have, at least as it stands today, I don't know what happens tomorrow, but one of the hope we have is, let's say some African countries like Egypt now, it started building its own nuclear power plant. South
Egypt, I'm
Africa
scared
has
of
a
Egypt.
nuclear power plant, and Africa is massive, and we are at peace. If that time comes, they might argue for us to be part of the Security Council.
I think Africa is going to have to realize that they need to make, in order to be strong and have a voice, they need to make a stronger bloc, strong enough to be independent of the UN, but also work with the UN and the other nations. They're going to have to realize we need to come together, and that includes all the 4 regions, all the 5 regions. They need to come together and sit down and say, we are one Africa, and we speak with one voice for the continent representing. Or they need to do it at a regional level, but I think a continental level will go a long way too.
How are they going to do that when you see African people going to the Middle East? Didn't I tell you the other day? African people went to the Middle East to go and represent African arts in the Asian period.
Of course.
They didn't even include Egypt because that fellow Africans didn't include Egypt because they've considered Egypt the Middle East.
Yep. I understand. A lot of the pan-Africanists as well, they really don't like North Africa as well. So they say North Africa is not the same. So that union thing is going to have to be cleared. I don't engage in those arguments because they are not working at a political level. So I wonder if the politicians will work differently as well. Either way, even a regional level is enough to make you be a self-sustaining, self-sufficient nation. If you work in a regional level, that's enough to be a contender to these continental states like China, Russia, and the United States. Regional level is good enough.
Did you hear the minister? I think somebody in Nigeria was saying that they wanted to rename ECOWAS so that the Sahel nation can be able to return. I don't know whether you heard about that.
I didn't hear that, but one thing I can say about the Sahel nation is I keep saying, like, there's nothing wrong with having a security alliance, a security umbrella. You can still maintain that one and still be part of ECOWAS to help reform ECOWAS to actually operate the way you. Because right now you got Mahama with you have Mahama with you. You have Mahama with you. You have the Senegalese president with you. You have Burkina Faso and all that. So you have all these people that may actually push to kind of reform ECOWAS. You understand? To actually kick out all the. You understand what I mean? But you can also still maintain your security architecture because you're facing a specific security issue. You understand? So
I think maybe their fear is that if they are not facing a threat that bonds them together, then they might be weakened by ECOWAS.
Yeah.
That maybe, or maybe they are not ready. Maybe that their alliance is relatively new, so they want to.
It's new, so they need to. They need to maintain it. They need to secure it first and all that stuff. But I will like to look for a day in which ECOWAS can be reformed or even renamed. I don't even mind. I don't like the name ECOWAS. Sounds a bit shit. You know what I mean? I don't like the name. You know what I mean? So if it can be renamed or under new construction. While the French are gone as well. So at a regional level, do you think from Senegal to Nigeria we can't be self-sustaining, self-sufficient, added with the security? You think that we can't
I
do
think
that?
we can clearly be self-sustaining. West Africa is very rich. River Niger is one of the, I think it's the richest river in Africa, actually.
You see what I mean? So the reason why countries are dependent on other countries is because they're landlocked or they're tiny nation states, and because you're tiny, like your economy doesn't grow, you don't go anywhere. So in that way, you have no choice but to join the global system. You have no choice but to join the global system, join other regional bodies just to seem like to have diplomacy as well. But really and truly, that's not how you become self-sustaining. China is able to remain self-sustaining because how large it is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, but it also needs the minerals and resources
I
and
think
all that
West
stuff.
Africa can at least is half the size of China, maybe even more than the size of China, actually, West Africa itself. If the original West Africa, I mean. So we might be able to organize ourselves. I don't know. You know what I'm thinking? That the Sahel nations are acting as opposition party to all the other nations. They are basically the opposition party now, because if they are doing well, the other nations and their leaders will be pressured to do well too. If they don't do well,
oh, they're starting to have reverberations. Even that long, tall guy in Guinea-Conakry as well, and all that kind of stuff. He's having to kind of go about, oh, it's time to kind of renegotiate our trade deals with the rest of the world and all that kind of stuff, and our resources need to be renegotiated. So they are, even though they are still puppets, but at least they are starting to read the mood that military bases are not acceptable. So that's a problem we should be getting rid of. Military base is not acceptable. These contracts we signed have to be renegotiated. They're starting to read the trend, you see.
Well,
So
one thing that I wanted to ask, why is it that we are not very good at making deals? Because if you look at the Saudi Arabians, the deal that they made with Trump recently, even I am a little bit jealous and threatened at the same time. Why are we not good at making deals?
Why are we not good at making deals? It's not about being, even if you did see the deal to Niger, there's when you talk about your security, there's three aspects here. There's obviously internal political security and external security, but there is personal security, your own personal security. If you can be taken out like Thomas Sankara, who refused to sign, or taken out like Sekou Toure, who refused to sign those deals, these structural adjustment programs that told us we must be. Africa has been in austerity since the 80s. Fiscal austerity, which means you don't invest in public infrastructure, transport, health, roads, schools. That's what Africa has been. These are what make a nation state grow and all that kind of stuff. Africa, monetary policy, devaluing your currency. Devalue your currency so that it's easier for other people to come and buy your resources for cheap. To buy your resources for cheap, devalue your currency, increasing interest rates.
Are you saying we should devalue our currency?
Yeah. One of the structural adjustment programs is currency devaluation.
We are not see, you devalue your currency after you start manufacturing. We are not manufacturing now. If you start devaluing your currency now, what is the money you're going to use to buy the equipment you need to manufacture?
You see, so you haven't started manufacturing. They tell you devalue your currency so that you can export. Your exports can be cheaper. What are we exporting? They wanted us.
We are not exporting anything now.
No, we were exporting resources, our natural resources, which we were supposed to add value to. We were just exporting.
Exactly.
That, you see. So another one is market liberalization. Now this speaks like you liberalize the market so that ordinary people can be free to trade and all that. But no, what it actually is, privatize your company, introduce privatization so that private companies can come to your countries and do business and take over business functions, mining, anything in your country, and not pay any taxes. That's why we have these private companies. And then debt reduction. You should really read on these structural adjustment programs and some of the criticisms they have. These things have underpinned the reason why Africa hasn't developed. Now, who will sign up to some of these negative stuff? Only somebody that's scared of his life.
For me, yeah, of course. For me, the only one thing that we have lost that made us where we are, put us where we are not secure. That's just at the core of it. Because if we were, at least when I compare all the other metrics, like with India, China, all of them, the only thing that they had that made the difference for them was security. India was just as useless. India was just as stupid as a Nigerian country. India's worshipped the white like crazy. As a matter of fact, today they still worship the Europeans. But the only area that they managed to wake up to was the fact that because the Chinese took a territory from India in the 50s or 60s, and Indians never looked back since then, and they went nuclear.
So you can see how people are triggered. And they said India didn't care about nuclear weapons during that time. That after Gandhi, it was because of what Chinese did to them, took some land from them, and they never looked back.
Why do you think Traore, Goita, and all this stuff are still not dead today, even though they have refused to sign to any new agreement that the Europeans and keep proposing to them? Why do you think they refuse to sign those?
Who?
Traore, Goita in Mali, and the Niger guy. Why do you think they refuse to negotiate with the West to come back to the table?
I think the reason why, because they know the conditions.
I mean, why do you think they're still alive? Why do you think they're still alive, refusing to come back to the fold, to the table, to the system? Why are they refusing to come back to the system? I mean, why are they alive?
Because the deal is not. You can ask why they are still alive. It's because of the Russians, of course. The Russians are giving them intelligence all the time. The Russians are monitoring.
But are the Russians guaranteeing their external security? Are they enough of an external security? The United States can come and wipe them out?
The Russians are guaranteeing it enough for them to survive up till now, and they are doing their own too. They are doing their own. They are like the Burkina Faso recruited almost 50,000 militia security forces. Mali, the same thing. All of them are, and the fact that they are linked together, you can't just go and remove one because the others will join.
You see the point you made there. You made a good point there. You see, so you talk security, and I always keep telling you need to extrapolate your security into the external security, internal security, and personal security. They have guaranteed how many attempts have been made on this guy? I don't know. Some of them are true, some of them are not true. Who knows? Either way, sometimes it's necessary to have a paranoid approach in your professionalism. Sometimes it's necessary. You understand what I mean?
You have to be super paranoid.
You have to be. Sometimes being paranoid in work is ethical.
Stream policy. That's why he had that Persian stream policy. His security posture is: we are going to be so bad that if you try to mess with us, you are going to be poisoned. That's his approach. So he's not saying you're not going to kill it. You could kill me, but you will be killing poison. By the time you kill me, you too will suffer. That's the idea behind it. So and I think that approach, if Africans take that approach, Africans will surely be free, because
I always said, when is it acceptable to have a paranoid approach in work or professionalism? I think in this case, when your life is in danger, yes, you should have a paranoid approach. When your life is in danger, so he has somehow managed, with the help of the Russians, managed to guarantee his security. All of them have managed to guarantee their security, and then coming together, they've managed to make themselves more stronger and embolden themselves and guarantee their own security. And I've said it before. Why do these African presidents individually think they can challenge the system on their own?
What do you mean challenge the system on their own? How
you think Burkina Faso will be able to challenge the system, or Niger will be able to challenge the system?
No, none of them
if they didn't unite, if they didn't lock up quickly.
See, a presidential candidate told me, like in Nigeria, that's on the platform that I normally host, that the reason why West African countries didn't form a defense pact, that it was because the Francophone countries were against it. They were complaining that, I wouldn't say complain, they were saying that the French were guaranteeing them their security. So that's why ECOWAS never went to becoming a defense pact. And I can see the reasoning, because it's a fact. The Sahel nation don't like that, because the French knows that, because the French are the ones really interfering
the
in
French
Africa.
are sitting in ECOWAS. When you watch ECOWAS meetings, the French are there taking notes and all that kind of, they're sitting there. So that's why I say ECOWAS needs to be reformed majorly if it's to subside, or completely disbanded. You see what I'm saying? And a new program coming in. So of course, these people were in the clutches of the French. They were in the clutches of the French. So the French are guaranteeing our security. Nonsense. You see what I'm saying?
That is why they never got around to it. Bang. Welcome, Bang.
Man, you a smart man. What's his name? I think the guy from Senegal.
Yeah. Yes. Sometimes when it comes down like this, you can hear. You don't hear me get into fisticuffs and all that.
I'll give it to you, man. You know your stuff enough, man. How y'all doing?
Yeah, we're
doing good.
Not too bad.
Mr. Two Niger.
Hi.
But
I don't know what I've met you before.
you read that thing, or maybe let me It's too ready, but do read it. It's quite an enjoyable read.
I'm looking at it right now. It says something about the global landscape it's in constant flux.
Yeah.
And the United States is a dominant force for decades. So yeah, I will look into it.
Yeah, it
And
says, I don't think the United States is gonna go down anytime soon. The United States is not going down in terms of. I think some of its power has been encroached upon. That's what I'm saying. It's been encroached upon, and even the United States is interested in diversification because they don't want a single point of failure. Europe is now. That's the global trend now, right? So how can Africa benefit from that? This diversification of imports, exports, and diversification at every field. African could benefit from that.
That almost all the superpowers that existed since from 2000 years ago to today, none of them have gone, none of them have faded into
exactly
oblivion.
They don't fade.
They don't fade to an extent. They don't go. They don't fade. They don't fade forever. They will keep standing.
You think China is going to invade Taiwan? China is not going to invade Taiwan. China is playing the long game in which they are just going through this miasma of until you completely diminish.
They may invade. If you know the way Asians think, they may choose to invade. Asians, you see, their approach is something that belongs to them. Sooner or later, to them it's a matter of honor. And the worst thing about it, what should bother you is I think
that might be a mistake. That might be the worst
constitution.
mistake they made. But it could be a benefit if they seize the opportunity correctly. But it could be a terrible mistake that they made. I wager it's better to just go through it at the long game.
They are developing faster and faster than even the US. So when the time is right, even the US will know that if they go there, they are not going to do anything about it because it's just too much trouble.
I think
because
now
they are building faster.
I don't even know if even now it's even the time, but China is there.
No, it's not the time. The projection is that I think after 2030, I think 2028 or 2027 is a critical year. That's why you see America being very all over the place now, because they know by 2027, 2030 for sure, it will be too late. America cannot stop China anymore. Because they can see the trend. They are growing faster and faster. They are building faster and faster. China is a country that can build a 10-story building in 20 hours. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a Yoruba?
I'm a Nigerian. I don't like to generally discuss tribes in Nigeria.
No. It's a Yoruba question. That's why I want to ask you.
No, I'm not a Yoruba. I'm from the south of Nigeria.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. It's something that's connected to Yoruba. That's why I wanted to ask you a question.
Anyway, as a Nigerian, maybe I have an idea.
Okay, what's I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. What's Oku?
Ogun, you mean?
No. Not Ogun. Oku.
Oku.
Yeah. What's that?
I think that one is above my pay grade. I don't have a clue.
Yeah, that's why.
Do you have any description of it? What you are trying to say?
I probably pronounced it wrong. Let me see. How am I gonna put it?
Yeah, that's my suspicion. If you know what it is, then I might know what you are trying to say.
No. Ikue. Like, what's that? Ikue. I probably Ikue. What's that?
Ikue.
Yeah, what's that?
I don't know what the Ikue is. The way you're saying it, somebody tells me that's not what you intend.
I'm saying it wrong slightly. I gotta ask somebody because I asked somebody, but the person did not want to tell me. That's why. He didn't want to tell me.
So tonight, you see, when you're making a great argument, but you give up too quickly. So, no, you don't actually give up. I can't say that because you kept pushing that security until everybody started to hear it a little bit. So you don't give up.
No. Sometimes Diners has gone to sleep, relax. But sometimes when I want to talk, he always shuts me off. So that's why I just get frustrated.
I see. But yes, Rakoya. I wonder why she still hasn't recognized this security point as well.
Because some people like economy so much that they forget that there are things that are more fundamental to see. All my life, while I was growing up, the reason why I know something is wrong with that argument is because I've heard it all my life.
Yeah, exactly.
And nobody teaches you about security at the university. They teach you a lot about economics. They teach you a lot about education. But they don't teach them about security much. So hence why would they know?
Yeah. Yes, yes. And it's also you see, imagine, somebody said something, is it Rakoya that also said, they say, they lend us the money to kind of develop our nations after that. So they taught us exactly what it takes to be. They taught those stooges, those caretaker governments, they taught them what it takes to build a nation. You understand what I mean? Like the people like UFC types of people. They taught them, they tell them, this is how you develop an economy. This is the textbook from the Western education. First, you build your economy. Forget about your security. Forget it. That's what they told. That's what they told UFC's grandfather and all that stuff. And then they focus on economy, and then economy. Oh, we introduce instability, terrorism, coup d'état, this. You see what I'm saying? What do you call it? They introduce all of this stuff, and then your economy goes down, up and down, instability everywhere. You see what I'm saying? So that should tell you first you need to secure yourself.
Is it not outstanding that even up to now, a lot of people are not aware of the actual nature of the world, how it's really structured. They don't necessarily understand it. Like even myself, like was it not last week or 2 weeks ago? I discovered that African countries signed a nuclear pact never to go nuclear. Can you believe it?
Oh yes, I remember somebody said something like that.
They signed it, or they signed on to it, and they don't have any way of enforcing it. If the other, because the reason why they signed on to it, they said if they sign on to it, then nobody would threaten them with nuclear blackmail, like America threatening to blow them up. America didn't sign anyway. The other countries have signed it. So then I asked, what if those countries break it? Does African countries or the world have any way of enforcing it? They said no. Then why did we sign then? Because they can enforce it on us, but we can enforce it on them. What kind of mumu behavior is that?
What do you mean? Like, what kind of mumu behavior is that? We don't have power. We don't
exactly.
have power.
Then why get involved in that kind of signatory? Just say, you know what? I'm not interested in this conversation because
Niger, you gotta understand, like these African leaders are just managers. They manage these countries for these Western corporations. That's all they are. That's all they are. Basically, they just managers. They just make sure these countries stay with it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're supposed to.
It's funny. Everybody.
That's all it is. At the end of the day, that's all. When you look at it from power, you know what I'm saying, like projective wise, we talk about power. That's what we're talking about. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, say for instance, if I have a house in America, right, and then the government wants to build a road or wants to do something on this house, right? My house is blocking it. The government will come and try to force me out, and then if I don't do nothing, they eventually will, you know what I'm saying, take my house away. That's the government using that power. You understand? African presidents don't have a power like that because they're not supposed to. Because if they have it, that means they are challenging the West. See, Western countries don't like compete. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't like you competing with them.
So, but if
you look at China, that's the main problem with China. Because
can I ask you a question? Because I'm seeking the answer to this. I'm hoping that somebody will stumble across a different answer because my solution is too traumatic. How do you think we can get out of this? How do we sneak? Can we even sneak out of it in such,
100% we can. 100% we can.
Okay.
Like you had that Liberian guy earlier today, right? Disrespecting Nigeria for no effing reason. That guy is the worst. 2 days ago, he was disrespecting Black Americans. I remember a month ago, he was in a panel disrespecting Black Americans. I had to check him. I said, yo, don't talk like that, man. Come on. And then today, he did the same thing. And then I'm happy the Nigerians just blast on his stupid ass. No, seriously, because he's like one of them people, right? We have certain people within our continent, right? They're very individual. When they get successful, like, you know what I'm saying? Like when they get like a job that pays them good, you know what I'm saying? Like they're making money, their view always come from because of their success. So their ideology always come from because I'm success. You know what I'm trying to say? He's like one of them people. He reminds me of somebody like him. Every time he talks about how
the question I asked you, I don't know whether I'm putting you on the spot, but I was just trying to glimpse whether you have something to offer in terms of how we get out of the mess we are in. How do we shift this leadership that you say are just serving Western corporations?
Okay, first of all, we have to come together. We have to. Like me, I'm from Sierra Leone. My country is very small. We can't project power to the international stage. Like we need countries like Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Senegal.
But hold on. Let's stop there first. Sorry for doing that though. Why do you think you are so small though? Is that not a little bit of a problem? Madara, is that not a problem on the continent? Why do they always expect Nigeria to emerge first?
No. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, we can't really project power to the world because of the size of our country. We could still have
stubbornness though.
Look, you're right that we should come together.
No, I'm telling you. You look at you just take a look at European Union, right? What was it, 27 countries, right? Within these 27 countries, right? Half of them have no power. They just a leash to these other nations. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So you look at the top big bodies, right? Germany, France, Italy, then you might have Spain. You look at these three countries, they're the one that used to run Africa. Basically, you look at France, currently still is. Germany, they have a little hand in dipping that and stuff like that. Spain a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You see Belgium as well. Italy a little bit in some ways. So you look at these three or four or five countries, they're the ones that used to run the world before America took over. And England.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Then you look at like the bottom 10 countries that's in under, you know what I'm saying, like European Union, they really nothing. They just vassal. We don't really talk about them, but we always talk about France, Italy, Germany, because these are the big dogs.
Yeah, I think
countries.
Okay, see, let's look at it from this point of view. Let's game this out. Let's try to game this out. If we look at all the powers in the world today, which power in the world will have Africa develop without feeling threatened itself? Let's start from there. Which power do you think?
Let's focus on West Africa first, because Africa is big. Let's focus on West Africa first, right?
I'm asking from let's say Africa. If Africa is developing and that power is not going to feel threatened, is it Russia? Is it Western power? Is it China? Is it India? Which one will feel the least threatened by Africa's development?
It's Russia. That's number one.
Okay.
Russia. Let me tell you
what do you think?
What did you say tonight?
Which major power in the world will feel the least threatened by Africa becoming developed and powerful?
China.
No. I'll pick Russia first.
Okay.
Then I'll tell you why.
Okay.
You look at just take a look at Europe, right? The entire continent of Europe, right? You look at it, right? The most wealthy country by resource-wise is Russia, by far. So Russia has enough resource, like for them to sustain themselves. They don't need to go to other countries and beg for anything, basically. You know what I'm trying to say, right? But then when you look at the 5 or the 6 top countries in Europe, for the past 3 to 4 or 500 years, they can't do that. They must invade other countries. You look at
Russia
France.
is European though, and the reason why they were not able to colonize is because they didn't have enough access to the oceans like other nations.
No, they tried. They tried to conquer Russia. They tried. Besides even that,
but Russia also tried to colonize. They tried, but they just were not. It wasn't efficient for them.
Yeah, but okay. You dig some hole in Russia, right? You're gonna find some gas. You're gonna find oil.
True.
You're gonna find diamond. You're gonna find gold. So you see the difference, right? You go to England. You dig their hole. You're not gonna find oil. You're not gonna find diamond. You're not gonna find gold.
Why do you? Okay, now let me put the question in this way. Why is it that you don't think that it's China that will feel the least threatened? Why would China feel Africa would threaten it at all?
No, Russia will be first, because I just mentioned you certain things where I said Russia will be the least country to be threatened first. China will most likely be number 2, in my personal opinion. The Western countries will definitely be the top. They'll be, the most threatened.
And India. So, but you see, the thing now, the reason why I think is likely, in my mind anyway, I think it might likely be China, because one, China is not just powerful technologically and militarily, they are also powerful, they are also large in population. But Russia will be thinking, these people, they are our friends. We don't want to colonize them, but they are over 1 billion people, and we have to be careful how we handle it. You see what I mean? Their confidence is not going to be too high if they see us becoming just as developed as they are with a massive population.
But there's no point of them trying to, you know what I'm saying, try to be like France, Germany, England, Netherlands, or Dutch. You know what I'm trying to say? There's no reason for them. Russia is all the way over there. Russia has what it needs to survive. The truth, that's facts.
Russia, the thing is, Russia has what it needs
You
to
understand what I'm
survive.
trying to say?
Hold on. Russia has what it needs to survive. And Russia has a good relationship with China. That alone is enough for Russia to remain the state it is for a long time. They don't really have a need for Africa that much.
No.
But China wants Africa to be developed, to add another player, because China doesn't have full trust in Russia. You know what I mean?
No, it's not even that.
Hold on.
It's not even that.
Look, they have trust in Russia, but China wants to completely break the international system by allowing all other nations to kind of have a play. That is South America, that is Africa, so that they can choose to have freedom to do business with whoever and anybody. You understand? They want to do business with to do business with whoever and anybody. But that's not just Africa. Now, the reason this being is if China becomes if it's only Russia they depend on, Russia's economy is not enough. You understand? And they also have some disagreements with Russia in terms of borders and all that kind of stuff. You know, so and Russia has a contingent, a white supremacist group that may gain power and all that stuff. So the Chinese are fully aware of the racial underplays in this world and all that. But what they do want is to completely diversify where they export to and diversify where they import from. You see what I'm saying? Because if the US sanctions them, tariffs them or something, they could go down at any point. So China wants to break this global order and kind of make it like anybody can do business with anybody. That's including Africa and that. So China has a lot to gain. That's why they've invested a lot in Africa's infrastructure over the years. That's why you highlighted that.
Okay. So basically, what he's saying. Hold on, please. Man, to Niger. 1 second, please. So basically, what he's saying is, China wants to do business. China is focused on how to do business around the world, how to make sure you win and I win. That's what you're saying, right? Yes, that's basically what China is doing around the world. Because at the end of the day, they have plenty of people. When you have plenty of people, you got to create jobs. So then, what's the best way to create jobs? Manufacture crazy things. When you need anything, we make it. So at the end of the day, they have to have routes. They have to have, payment system. They have to have, trade system. So that if you need this, we have it. We could just bring it to you like this.
Yeah.
I'm a bit curious. I think I know the answer to this one that I want to ask. But why is it that we rule out India as the country that is going to be least threatened by the rise of Africa? Given that they are, if you think about it, the Indians are the closest among all the major powers to Africans in terms of our looks. They have very dark people there, and and they are more southern than even China. But why do we rule India out as potentially a major power that will feel least threatened by Africa's rising?
I suppose it's because Pakistan just whooped their ass recently. Maybe that's why. Pakistan just whooped their ass recently, so that's why we don't find them to be a threat.
No. Okay. You see, you understand?
Am I wrong, Tonaja?
Why did you hear that Pakistan whoop India's ass?
No, that's completely BS. Come on now. Don't take India for no something, you know what I'm trying to say. But anyway, Indian case is slightly more different. You know what I'm trying to say? It's slightly more different. I won't put them. India is not a superpower yet at all. Superpower will be America, China, Russia, and then I'm probably missing one country. That's about it. Those are like the superpower right now. India is far away from superpower, but they are much better in position wise in the world dominant for sure. I give them. You know what I'm saying? I give them that. They have a lot more gap to close up, like for them to become a superpower. A lot more gap. More gap.
They are not going to be. They don't have to be a superpower. They all have to be a major one.
They are major. No, seriously. No. That's what I'm trying to say. They are major.
Don't put India. India's not gonna go anywhere. I'm sorry, they're not gonna go anywhere. That's
Why are you people trying to?
They just have to. They are just as messy as Africa. I think Africa will recover. Will recover quicker than India would.
Well, I think that is a little bit of
it's a stretch,
because India is building a lot of submarines. They have their nuclear power. They've been to space. At some of their space technology is quite advanced too. Even in some areas more advanced than the Western ones. So I don't know.
I mean, if Africa gets its shit together, like if most of African regions get its security and politics together, then potentially we are an entrapped nation. We are captured.
We're
nation.
working on it, man. We're working on it, man. You know that, man. We're working on it.
We're a captured nation. If we break free, we probably will.
I don't like when we disrespect other.
Leapfrog India to Niger. These people cannot even clean their streets, man.
But based on that, if we game it and we think that China is going to feel the least threatened by Africa's rise,
no, we said Russia first and then China.
You said Russia first. I vote China. And even on the chat, quite a few people vote China. I don't know the people in the chat. Which of the major powers in the world will feel least threatened by the rise of Africa and Black people around the world? If you can choose your nation, it could be China, it could be India, it could be Russia, it could be the West.
No, I mean India is just trying to copy what China is doing. That's all it is. India just wants to be China. That's what basically it is.
Why do we think that the West does not want us to rise? Maybe because we are weak. That's why they are oppressing us,
man. Who you think be running the world for the past 500 years? It's the West.
but it's not their place to get us to rise now. But no, the question is, hold on. The Chinese are actually coming to Africa right now.
The world for the past 500 years,
Calm down. I'm just trying to. It's a thought experiment. This is just trying to get us somewhere because
I understand where you're coming from, but goddamn, come on now. America runs the world.
I know it sounds ridiculous.
That's absolutely facts.
But it's worth examining because if you look at the Chinese now, they are coming to Africa to buy goods. Yes, they've not taken it from us here, but it doesn't mean that they may not have done it if they had the opportunity to do it.
Okay.
They had the opportunity to do it, but
the biggest difference, right? The biggest difference between China and America, right? America has an approach that's different. America has an approach just like the Western countries, especially like when you look at British. The British Empire is very similar to the American Empire. Very similar. In my own opinion, right? It's about 90 to 95% similar. In my own personal opinion. Because a lot of time people don't really study the British Empire. People don't really study them and then give them a real credit. My God, man, the British Empire, like the way they, move around the world, it was amazing. Even though it was evil and cruel, but you gotta give them, you gotta give them the hat.
No, I definitely I give them credit. They were very efficient, given that they were a small nation and
empires don't fall; they wane in power. They don't fall; they just wane in power from an equal.
That's the nature of superpowers.
Yeah,
China will
nature of superpowers.
Like China will not try to dictate everything about you. Like China would say, okay, well, you give us this, we do this for you. You know what I'm trying to say? America now, or the Western countries now, they come in and dictate everything. We take this, you shut up.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a military base over here. You shut up.
You see that.
So you see the difference, right?
Just now. Yeah, no, I'm going to come back to your point because the point that made about superpowers only win, they don't fall. That is a kind of attractive aspect of it in terms of wanting to rise. Because once you rise, chances are that your people are gonna be secure for very, very, very long time. All the superpowers for the last 2,000 years are still secure today. That is crazy to be able to say, actually.
Actually,
listen. The American Empire, right? They go around the world spreading democracy and human rights. You know what I'm trying to say? That's the key word. That's the you know what I'm trying to say? The slogan, democracy, human rights, and stuff like that, right? That's the MO. The British Empire, was similar, just in a way that they didn't have to say, "Oh, we spread democracy and human right," right? They just come in and they take your stuff and stuff like that. Then they tell you, "Oh, we doing trade." Then they come in like in Sierra Leone, right? Where we like what I'm saying, like they created like a train ride. So within that these trains that they created, right? They were just taking the diamonds, the gold, everything. So, but then the people thinking, "Oh, they come in here and develop us," but at the end of the day, it's just to take your wealth away and then take it back to the queen. That's all it was doing. Like currently, like what I'm saying, like for the past 60 or 80 years now, you just can't come in and what I'm saying, like in somebody else's country and then put in a slave or what I'm saying, like overthrow the country, right? So America has to create a false chaos, as if, oh, their president is like a dictator. Their president is doing this. People are starving. Human rights, human this and that. Democracy. People need freedom. People need this. We coming to save y'all, just like America. And for sure, this country is not like, oh, it's not free. There's a lot of stuff you can't do in this country. There's a lot of things you can't do in this country. But then they make it seem like as if, oh, democracy, human right, and stuff like that. So then they use that same image to paint somebody in a country that they don't like. So then they overthrow that person and they come in now and they dictate everything about it. So they must have that reason. Their reason is democracy and human right. So it depends on what their definition of democracy and human right. That's all it is. You can just twist that word around and everything. As much you want.
To go back to your question, Tonaja, my answer, Bang, as to how Africans can get out of this situation, or kind of find a way to kind of make some strides in this changing geopolitical landscape, or this diversified world, multipolar world, how we can make some gains. So I'm looking from the example of the Sahel
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how.
Oh, hold on, Bang. Let me. I think you had a go. Let me have a stab at it.
My bad. Sorry. I apologize.
So, how African can make it? It's like, I wonder, because I look at people and their personal securities and their personal interests. I say, why would you still want to be a slave, to live your life entirely controlled and be told what to do? You understand what I mean? Why would you want to be a puppet and be told what to do? Unless you enjoy that. You enjoy being dictated to for the rest of your life. You enjoy being dictated to. Okay, if you don't enjoy being dictated to, can't you see the example of the Sahel nations, how they move? You understand what I mean? Why can't you guys realize that this system, you cannot fight it on your own, that you're going to have to fight, you're going to have to work together to kind of secure yourselves and all that kind of stuff. So, if the West Africa moves along with the Sahel nation states and all that stuff, and they move in lockstep, economic. I remember I told you West Africa can actually be self-sustaining. All these regional boys can be self-sustaining if they cut off the rest of it. If they cut themselves off from it's the world that needs us. It's the world that needs our resources.
That let me be the devil's advocate. Africa wants to go on its own. The West cuts off the fiber optic cable that gives them the internet. Okay, do we have any way of doing it ourselves?
No,
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to listen. I'm just trying to, let's see whether we have all we need to be able to hack it on our own.
You're saying some things that are like on the extreme end. But yes, they are.
What that's Russia now? You find out what is extreme.
They do some extreme. They blow up the oil pipeline. No, it's going to be a loss. It's going to be a loss for their businesses as well. Some of the businesses, like Facebook and all that, it's going to be a loss for them. But number two, you do have alternatives in which the Chinese will come and fill that space, and you also,
that's why I'm asking, so that we can game these things out.
The Chinese, the Russians, let me ask you a question. Because the minute they start to act against Africa, China and Russia will come and fill that space. You see what I'm saying? They'll come and say, okay, fine, we will provide you China's now launching satellites like Elon Musk. Say, fine, we will temporarily give you the internet access for you guys to communicate.
So if they give us internet access, they start listening to everything we say.
Yeah. It's an interim move to Niger. Okay. It's an interim move to allow information to traverse, but still the presidency will still have to meet on a private situation. You understand what I mean? So in the interim, you have wherever space they withdraw from Africa, China and Russia right now will fill that space. They cannot do that. They cannot. That's why my paper argues they cannot allow to let Africa just go like that. Anytime they withdraw from Africa, China and Russia will encroach. You see what I'm saying?
And then to an extent, you can argue that that too is a security threat to them. So that's why they will
It's a
encroach. It's
security
not only
threat to
about
them.
taking their resources.
So that's why when you say the space we live in right now, we can capitalize. That's why I focus. So, but I'm focusing first on the African leaders, on how they can remove themselves from slavery, because they are the ones that are enslaved, and then they enslave the nations, because they are enslaved themselves.
That's true.
Okay, Darth, let me say this, right? So, okay, so you gotta understand how these African leaders are chosen, are trained slowly, and then how they become presidency, you know, man, or like you know, like what you call it, like you know, assistant through type of government and stuff like that, right? Okay, if I made you powerful, right? At the end of the day, you're gonna pay me back, right? Basically, right? If I made you a president, you're gonna return that favor back, right? Just like how, like you know, in America, right? You got Congress.
But it's a fair point to make. It's a good point to make.
Think about it, because these guys have never had that position of power.
To Niger, let me give you an example. To Niger, let me ask you: if the West put you in power, so would you pay them back and continue remaining a slave to them?
I think if they put you in power, they probably would have known a lot about you to compromise.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they would have known a lot about you to put you in power in the first place.
Yes,
they hardly choose anybody that they don't. But it doesn't mean you can't break away.
No, but you can understand. Okay.
No, that's straightforward.
Okay. To Niger, right? If you want, let's say $100 million, right? I don't know what if you're gonna do with it. You might change. You might not say, "Oh, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna invest the money." You're gonna say all that, but once the money get under to your control, right, and then nobody can say no to you, we don't know what the F2 Niger is gonna do with it. You might become a savage.
Yeah.
Because now you have the $100 million in your own control. You can do whatever you want. You could be a king. You could go buy Ferraris like it's nothing. You could go get a hotel, a 5-star hotel, and stay there for a whole 2 years and blew that money up.
They've been doing that. Okay.
Because
they've
you don't know how
time. Okay, they've been doing that for time. So it maybe it's not even a.
It becomes addicted.
It also is an impetus on the people tonight.
It becomes addicted.
People's awareness, but which the people's awareness is now a different thing. You can hear people are so gung ho about Ibrahim Traore. You know what I mean? Like right now, that's the trend. You know what I mean? Even some African leaders are kowtowing and having to actually have the Ibrahim Traore effect is happening on them. They have to say, "Oh, we have to renegotiate now." You know what I mean? The Senegalese have been doing that. The military bases are not a trend now. You understand? So even though to a certain extent Europeans have their clutches under these leaders, but to a certain extent, I would like to say to a human being, why would you want to be? Oh, a good example, good thing, Alassane Ouattara. He is a good example. Like that is the epitome of the type of man that is just willingly a slave, and they chose him specifically, and he will never leave. So what do we do with that man? That man is the type of problem.
Do you think he even knows that people see him as the worst African leader in terms of selling out to the French? Do you think he knows, Ouattara?
Some of these people have been rewarded with medals and stuff, and they are part of some kind of secret masonry groups in the US.
That's a big problem.
So now they you know, so the way they look at things, it's like, okay, I'm above these people at a higher level. I'm above these people at all. So, but still, you can still die and get shot. so you can still die. It doesn't matter if you're masonry.
The way they look at it is that they only see them, their children, and maybe if they see too far, their children's children. And I did an analysis on this actually, that, okay, what is the consequence? Because you have to ask yourself, how do you rationalize to your own people that they should not be selling out to foreigners? What are the consequences to them? Sorry, let me just make this point, because I took my time to ask this question repeatedly, even on ChatGPT. And the consequences arises from the fact that one, genetically they will be going extinct. If they, let's say they go to the West and they have children there, their children is more likely to be westernized, and if they lose power, their country will be weaker, and in time they will become an irrelevance in that country, and their wealth may not be secure, even because the nation can decide that they will seize the wealth, do whatever they like with their wealth, and their children will go. They will experience one. They will go down the economic ladder. If they were upper middle class before, they will become middle class. If they were super rich, they will just become middle class in the country. And after generation, they will fall out of this thing, basically genetic this in pipeline. So in other words, they are dying, but just dying slowly. Because the critical point, this is the last one, 15 seconds. The critical point that was made there was that their original power base was that nation, and they killed it. You see what I mean? And if they kill it, they don't have anything else anymore.
Okay.
Do you think that really bothers them? Do you think that bothers them to assimilate into another? Because these people, they completely have a thing.
That's the problem. They won't. They will go extinct.
You're not getting it. When these Western countries, right, pick a leader, they're not picking a leader to better our people. They making sure they picking somebody they have studied over and over again.
They didn't pick Traore. They didn't pick Traore.
They're not going to pick somebody like him. Come on now.
Hold on. I'm just saying. They didn't pick Traore. They didn't. Hold on. Impulse control. They didn't pick Traore. They didn't pick Assimi Goïta. They didn't pick Niger guy. They didn't pick the Senegalese president as well. The current Senegalese president. They didn't pick him.
Nah, he's a puppet.
So no, he's not.
Man.
He's not.
He's a different type of puppet.
Okay.
He's a different type of puppet.
Okay, difference of opinion. The current Senegalese
No.
The current Senegalese president.
It's not a different type of opinion. You see what he has done. You see his movement. He's trying to stay in the middle. Come on now. Let's be honest. Why would France pick a leader like Traore? That's not their purpose. Their purpose is to extract wealth from your country as cheap as possible and take it to their country. So why would they pick somebody like Traore? Come on.
Yeah, of course they will not pick somebody like Traore. So but what I'm saying is what I'm highlighting here is it's not all the time that they are able to pick presidents in Africa. Sometimes they are able to. Sometimes you have revolutions that happen sporadically. You understand what I mean? Sometimes you have a revolt of the people, and sometimes the people end up with the right leaders, with the leaders that really care, like the ones in Senegal, like the ones in Burkina Faso. Sometimes revolutions occur, so they don't pick them all right. So you just have to. The people have to create that fervor to produce these revolutions, to have these people, either be it democratically or be it through military coup. Either way, we want leaders that move in lockstep. You understand what I'm saying, Tonaja? We want leaders that can move in lockstep. If it happens through democratic, which the democratic means is the means I think is the means we're gonna lose from. But I don't care how it happens. We want the leaders to be able to move in lockstep. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me give you an example, right? Of which
I'm not a proponent of democracy.
Okay. Democracy don't mean nothing. It's just because at the end of the day, if your people are happy, you basically democracy. You basically it is. Democracy at the end of the day is just that overall is your population overall are happy at what you're doing as a president or as a leader. That's it.
Look at the Ghanaians right now. Tunaja, you see, Akufo-Addo was the president of Ghana. Hey, people hated him. You know what I mean? So John Mahama came back in. This was a democratic process, and it was the people rejecting of Addo. They brought the Mahama back. Now, this guy understands how the international thing works. And this guy is actually in favor of the Sahel nations and working with them. You understand what I mean? So Ibrahim Traoré never goes to visit any other African leader except the Ghanaian president. He went there to visit the Ghanaian leader. You see what the new leader. So between Ghana, Senegal, and Ivory Coast, and these three nations, they have enough weight to kind of want to shift ECOWAS that way. But Nigeria obviously is still there. I don't know what Tinubu is like. Sometimes I think he's a cunning guy. I really don't understand Tinubu. Sometimes I say maybe I should give him the benefit of the doubt. This guy is quite cunning. You see.
Tinubu is a very, very he's a kind of undercover operator. You don't necessarily know the ideology that drives him, other than what you see, the destructive things he's doing.
He's a slippery one. Sometimes I feel he's playing a much more higher level game. Sometimes I hear different things, but I think he's playing a much more higher level game.
Maybe he is. You can't always tell, but from what I can see on the ground, it's all I see devastation. And I'm sorry to say, the guy has cost Nigerian economy $60 billion in 2 years. The Nigerian GDP now in dollar terms has reduced from almost 500 billion GDP.
But what about other things he's doing in terms of security? Nigeria is able to produce their own weapons. They're going into drone manufacturing now.
We have not seen the dividends of that yet. We've not seen the weapons that are manufactured.
But he's laying the foundation.
That was just a sample. That was just a
sample.
Correct. That's not like they mass producing drone, man. Come on now.
But
that was just a sample.
It doesn't appear to be very fundamental, because if it was, you will see a shift in the natural.
Maybe it's too. Maybe I'm being too hopeful to think why wouldn't the CIA have more? Why wouldn't the CIA be very, very interested in Nigeria? Why wouldn't they be? I mean, I should mention that. Why wouldn't they be interested in Nigeria, to think that Nigeria is one of those that's just free like that? So I'm being hopeful. I'm
hopeful too. I hope there is a method to his madness. But if you look at the dynamics of where they emerge from, I'm sorry to say that, as painful as it is, I don't see is the best he will get us to is the level we were in 1970 something. Maybe I don't think 1977 is too much. Maybe early 80s if we are lucky. If we get there, we will be lucky, and maybe from there some other person may emerge and take us further to a place where we will break free. But then I'm not holding my breath for him, because the guy so far, he has damaged the Nigerian economy, barely been around, governs in a corrupt way, everything he's been doing. But at the same time, like you said, he has this extra gift as a political figure that seems to know how to maneuver politically. So you are thinking there has to be something there.
There has to be something there.
Maybe there is nothing. Who knows?
He's still making. The Chinese still maybe investing in Nigeria. He's still working with almost everybody. He's working with every partner and all that kind of stuff. He's not just being dependent on anybody. He's working with the EU, China, the United States. He's dealing at all levels. So I don't know what he has in plan. So, but whatever he does, it's good for Nigeria.
Come on, man. He's just like,
is he gonna stand in the way? Is he gonna stand in the way of other countries?
If you look at it from a macro level, you just feel like there clearly cannot be any plan based on the observation that many people have, including Bang, that said that they are just there to caretakers, basically.
Of course, it's common sense.
They are not going to do anything.
It's common sense. People don't realize these things. You guys need to realize and come to a conclusion.
So why do black people enjoy being?
Hold on. Let me say this.
Don't enjoy.
I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet.
They just don't.
I'm gonna be quiet. Let me say this.
You don't think it's optional. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me say this. I'm gonna be quiet. Black folks around the world, black people in Africa, we have to come to like a conclusion. Western countries would never want to see us compete with them. We have to challenge them. If we don't challenge them, they will never get our freedom economy-wise. Never.
I think
if we think these people coming to Africa for us to be, just like them, powerful just like them, that is an absolute lie. Western countries do not want competition.
Niger, that you say existential crisis, existential threat, being back to a corner. It goes back to that thing. So you said something like, they think it's an option. It's an option available.
It's optional.
It's an option available for you. This is an option. You have like Ramaphosa. Like some people are saying, why didn't he go ham on Trump and all that kind of stuff? Why did he tell him, oh, but you're killing black Americans? Oh, but you this and that. Why didn't he hammer Trump and all that stuff? Because there's options there that he can choose to do.
He won't drop the offer Ramaphosa.
So there's an option here.
So you
I
want
can
to
either
take
go
Black Americans? You're welcome.
Nah, man. He just like
hold on, bang. You have to remember, it's just the few of us here, so we're gonna have turns talking.
Yeah, but man, you were just talking. Man, I
let
didn't interrupt you.
me complete. Well, let me just complete what I got.
Come on, man.
What I gotta say. So what
You just interrupt me.
Okay, sorry, but let me finish this and then you can go. So this thing of the options that we have, you feel is an option that even though you're being pushed and back to a corner, that you feel there's still another option out for you. So if you feel there's another option out for you, you will take the easier option, the easier way out. So most African leaders don't choose to fight back. They don't choose to fight back. They choose the available option. Out of this, they choose the available option because that's what I say. Most of us don't feel back to a corner, down to the individual level and to the nation state level. We don't feel back to a corner. We don't feel that existential threat.
Okay, go ahead, Bang. You wanted to say something?
Sorry, Bang.
You good? I mean, at the end of the day, Western countries do not want you to compete with them. That's you look at it. Okay, if you have a sport team, right? Let's say you have a team versus the other team, right? You got to prepare yourself for a couple months, right? At the end of the day, you know that eventually, man, game time is gonna come. You got to face these teams and these teams, right? If you don't practice, you don't train well enough, you can't compete with them. That's the same thing with countries wise. When you look at, you know what I'm saying, like economy wise, you got to make sure your students are being trained the best way. Your this and that. Your economy is running independently. So then when it comes time to challenge them, you challenge them economy wise. Western countries, they don't want Africa to behave like that. That is absolutely facts. So their job is to make sure that you don't compete with them. You're about 20 steps behind them.
Hold on, let's try to examine this, because if you look at Japan now, they nuked Japan twice, but they enabled Japan to be able to emerge to the point whereby Japan is living like a futuristic people now. South Korea, the same thing. Taiwan, the same thing.
No. You're moving the goalpost too much, man. Thailand.
No, the reason why I'm saying that is because maybe there is something in common that they all have that we can tap into. You see what I mean? What do you think?
Thailand belongs to China.
Sorry, did I say China? I said Taiwan. Taiwan,
yeah, Taiwan
Japan,
belongs to China.
Yeah, but yet Taiwan is the most advanced manufacturer of microchips.
That's pedal China, my friend. Don't let the Western
but it's
media
China,
fool
but right
you.
now they are not part of China, are they?
They are. They still is.
Don't
let the Western media fool you, man.
Hold on. Let's not confuse this. My point is that officially they are not China.
They are.
Okay. My point is that the government.
If you don't believe me, you can go to the U.S. government department website and read it.
Bang. Are you trying to tell me the government of Taiwan reports to China?
Yes.
No.
You missed the point. Okay, let's go to South Korea, right? Because you want to use the idea of South Korea, right? Okay, South Korea. The reason why South Korea was allowed to develop the way they is right now, right? It's because of the Western countries use South Korea to check North Korea. You understand how things work now.
It's a balance of power thing. I think this is another thing we need to tackle, because the reason why you see many Asian countries develop and Americans need them to develop to be able to kind of contain China to an extent. And if one African continent, let's say the AES nation decide to go nuclear, you find that America will fund another country like Nigeria, as a country like Nigeria or Ghana to go nuclear too, because they need balance of power between both sides.
Yeah, sorry to just go on, continue on your train of thought.
No. I'm just trying to highlight the aspect of balance of power. Really, I think.
Yes. It is to contain China and to keep them away from the emerging Chinas, because Japan was already done for. Depleted. You understand? South Korea couldn't mount. China became a nuclear power. Then China moving with the Soviets. They didn't want China going with the Soviets, and they didn't want China to have such a weight in that East Pacific region. You understand what I mean? So Taiwan being a breakaway government that's just there and say we're democracy, they say, okay, this is a way we can keep China in check and still have our interests in the Pacific region and not China have the complete dominance of that region. You see what I'm saying? So that's the interest there as well. So they didn't want communism to just, this is a fight against government. They didn't want communism to just take over the whole place. And that's the reason. And Taiwan doesn't report to China, my guy. You see.
So let's say now.
Let them know, Darth.
Let's try another one now, since Dinas is not back yet. Let's say one African country decides to break free again, and okay, I think if you have done it, like Burkina Faso now that has done it, do you think the trade that they are doing now is good enough, or do you want to see another country that is a lot richer, like Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, behave like this, so we can actually see what it's like for a nation that is relatively rich to break away from the West to an extent and still do a lot of deals and trade with China to actually speed up their development?
Good question. Let me ask you a question, right? Have you guys ever heard about BIC?
What's that?
No.
BIC, I'll look it up. It's a bank.
Okay.
No, sorry. BIS. My bad. BIS. It's a bank. Yeah, it's a bank. So you guys, you see, we don't focus on the money, like the real money. We don't focus on that. We focus on a lot of distractions. Western countries, let me tell you guys something, right? One of the great tools that Western countries have, right, is distraction. They use distraction very well. They're real good at distracting you at something else, but then they turn around and then do something. So they distract you right here, and then have another distraction up here, but at the same time, they'll go around and then do exactly what they really wanted to do. Okay. So in Africa, right? On West Africa generally, right? We don't have our own independent bank. Our biggest downfall is because we don't have our own, independent bank. That bank right there, right? That bank right there, you see right there, that's the headquarters of the European Union in banks-wise, finance-wise. West Africa, we don't have nothing like that. In England, they have the Bank of England.
Yeah, but the question was about.
Let me take a stab at the question. Let me take a stab as well, bang as well. Are they trading enough? Not enough yet, because the infrastructure is not there as well. They trading rudimentary as they were always trading as well, but they are engaging in a major infrastructure project to Niger, building roads and improving transport. You understand?
Sorry to cut you off, please.
What is the real economy to Niger?
Sorry to cut you off, please, man. I apologize. But look how you guys did not even know that bank. That bank is the soul of the European Union. You barely heard them talk about that bank. A lot of people don't know nothing about that bank. Think about it.
But what is the
bank.
relevance of knowing that precise bank at this stage?
Okay. It's just like American Reserve, the Fed, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Fed is everything. When the Fed raises interest, everything's, goes blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm trying to say? So think about that. That's the headquarters of European banks-wise. The bank is everything. If you want to challenge other countries and invest in developments and invest in education and invest in infrastructure.
What did Europe use that bank to do? What did they do with that bank? What does it do?
They use that bank to loan money to other countries in the European Union.
In the European Union. How did that bank get its money?
That bank started in, I think, in 1931 or something like that.
So how did it get its money in the first place?
They slowly invest, slowly develop their countries, take resources from Africa, take a lot of gold as well, and then print their own money, and then the money backed by gold, and then stuff like that.
Okay, so how can we use this concept of a bank in which, if you say this bank gained resources from Africa and enrich itself and then started to be beneficiary to other European nation states and lend them money, for Africa right now, you're saying we need to have a central bank or something?
We have to. We have
Yeah, okay.
we
No,
have
no
that's
problem.
We
Hold
have
on.
Afrexim Bank now. We do have
no,
Yeah,
no, 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 no,
Afrexim
no,
Bank.
no.
Yes,
We don't have
I see it.
independent
I see
central
it.
bank.
Afrexim
Don't let
Bank.
that fool you.
Afrexim Bank. Oh,
I'm
hold on.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Hold
I'm
on, bank.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry
Hold
to
on.
Niger. Don't let
I,
these banks you see in Africa, they're not independent. Stop it. I'm talking about our own independent bank, backed by gold.
Okay.
That's not attached
To get those
to the
things,
Western.
then that
but
would be
how
after a
does that
stroke
bank
now.
how does that bank have its money? Like how does it may have its money? I'm talking about
Okay,
you. Yes,
okay,
we
okay, okay.
accept your thing of a
Doc,
central bank, but how does that bank
good
have
question.
money?
Good question. Good question. The biggest issue that the Western countries have with Ibrahim Traore, right? The biggest issue they have with him, right? When he came in power, right? And then after that, later on, right? He started doing his own gold reserve, right? So which means now Burkina Faso is refining their own gold. And then their own gold stays in Burkina Faso. So at the end of the day, right? The gold keep piling up and keep piling up, right? When you have a currency, when your currency is backed by gold, your currency becomes more heavy. You understand?
Yes.
So that means now you could print more money
Yeah,
and give it
but
to
you
more.
completely taking it away from the question that was asked.
What's the question?
It's
The
too
question was
overexcited.
about an African country just like Burkina Faso, but a richer one emerges and starts trading with, say, with China. What kind of development should we have expected to see in such a country? Like, Traore has been in office for about 2 years, going to 3 years now. So 2 years, 3 years. The reason why I'm not blaming him too much for where they are right now is because I don't see the country is not super rich. It wasn't like super rich that it has the resources.
They have a security problem as well. They have an internal security problem that they have to deal with. Yeah.
No. That country was being destroyed in and out. Anywhere you
But
look at
answer
it,
to
that
Niger's
country was
question though. Let's
being
focus on Niger's
destroyed
question.
for years, in and out.
Yeah,
In and out,
let's
in and out.
let's focus on the question. What would that country develop? What kind of
development should we expect to see if
yeah,
a
a
country
country that
like
is rich
Nigeria,
and working with China
Ghana
fully?
works with China? That's what he's asking. What kind of development should we
Because
expect?
the Chinese can build a 10
Okay.
story high building in 20 hours.
Okay. Like if you're gonna work with China, right, and stuff like that, one of the great things that the Chinese government did, right? You know what I'm saying? Like when they allowed these Western countries to come in China and make a lot of money and have cheap labors and stuff like that, right? One of the best things that they did, right? They told these companies, you got to transfer technology to us, which means now you got to teach us how some of these technologies, you know what I'm trying to say, the in and out about it. So at the end of the day, we could duplicate that and then make our own and stuff like that, right? So if you're gonna invest with countries like China and stuff like that, you gotta force them in some type of way for them to transfer technology to your people. You go back in China 20 years ago, even 30 years ago, they did the same thing with these Western countries. These Western countries, they didn't give a fuck. They said, okay, well, we capitalism. We come in China, we making more money. Who gives a F about transferring technology? The Chinese said, okay, no problem. As long as you give us this, we're gonna make your product as cheap as possible. What the Chinese was doing, they was playing the long-term game.
Right.
They knew eventually if they get access to these technologies and then they study as much as possible and then they learn the in and out of it and then they could duplicate the same thing from the house. What do you have then? Then you could transfer that to something else. You could transfer it to something else. Then we could start making our own, fancy bridges.
Making our own stuff, being industrialized, making our own stuff and all that kind of stuff. So Niger, is that a satisfactory answer?
I think yeah, something like that. Because if you are a richer country, you probably have better angle in terms of say in terms of what you want to get from them.
But you see, where I focus on is what the real economy is, right? Is people think economy, there's this thing, miasma, where people are stuck in economy. They focus on finance, money, exchanging, stock exchange, and all that. But the economy is the physical environment on the ground. It's the population, the ease of transport of goods. You understand what I mean? The security that you need for people to actually do business. You see what I'm saying? All this infrastructure that's necessary for that is the real economy. The fact that you're able to produce, buy, and sell. China became rich because they decided to, in order to become rich, because it's not that Chinese businesses are selling to the West. The millionaires you see in China are made in China. You see what I mean? they made from selling in China. So they built the railroads, transportation system, everything, so you can move goods around. So that's why they built it and made sure they shut out people like Elon Musk, people like Apple. They shut them out of the market and gave preferential treatment to Chinese businesses like Xiaomi and all that stuff to sell in the Chinese market to capitalize from the population. You understand what I mean?
Okay.
But if you're like a Nigeria, you invite another person to come and build a telesatellite in your country or build the network in your country. They are gaining from your economy, and your people are not building those data centers. They're not building those satellites, and you're not making millionaires. People are coming
Because
in
it goes
and
back
making
to
money from your population.
it goes back to what
I
I told you.
Yeah, I
Our
agree.
leaders,
You were right. You were right with
our
the
leaders are just
production.
managers.
Yeah,
They are just managers.
Yes,
You see the big difference.
You are right
Our
with the
leaders are just
production.
managers.
We know that. I think there was this other news that was on the, when you go online, you won't stop seeing it. This ginger business. I don't know whether any of you have seen it. Where
Let me say this.
some black women decided that they are going to tell gingers that.
Let me say this, right?
Yeah.
Let me say this to
are
Niger,
you
right?
on the topic.
Okay, let me say this to Niger, right? I'm sorry to cut you off. Africa needs to copy Russia and China. Russia, let me give you why. The reason of Russia, right? One reason of Russia, right? In Russia has found a way to protect their resource. Whatever you could say about them, their people make sure they benefit of their gas, of their oil, of their diamonds, of their gold. In Africa, right? If we could implement that same system and study how Russia defeat these nations constantly, making sure that they want Russia gas, Russia this. Because when you look at this war in Ukraine was because of they want Russian resource for cheap or free, basically. So if we could learn how Russia did it, military-wise, economy-wise, right? Not privatize,
Why are we still talking about this for now? Let's leave, because we've talked geopolitics for quite a while now.
Geopolitics is everything.
I'm just trying to say, right? One last thing. If you want your economy to grow and you understand, you need to build the infrastructure on the ground for it, and you need to build the environment, the security environment for it as well. You understand me? Security, infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, it can be anything. It can be the legal framework. It can be the transportation, the physical infrastructure, the framework. Even security is part of the infrastructure as well. All necessary infrastructure to facilitate this trade, and it's what like Nigeria has always lacked. Nigeria was doing well in the 2015s and all that kind of stuff. Maybe 2012 and all that. It was doing so well, and then the terrorism just started. Just terrorism. This is destabilizing the nation, at least in the north. At least you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
So at least in the north. So the Sahel nations, yes, they are trading, but they are building. They are building the roads. They're building the infrastructure. They still need to work on security, but they are building, and at the same time, they're doing that. The Chinese focus on that, and because of that, a lot of Chinese people became rich from their own population, not from the West. It's only now they start. So when are we black people going to be rich from our own population? When are we going to allow Westerners to come and become rich from our own population? Are you going to allow Westerners to, not Westerners, anybody from around the world right now, even Indians? I see the amount of businesses in Nigeria. They are coming in heavy, and they are coming in to build in Nigeria. Yes, they will build. I even told my Nigerian friend, he even told me, Daf, all these people, the way they're coming here, yes, I mean, we work for them and all that kind of stuff, but they're coming in and building in our countries and becoming richer and all that stuff. I said, well, maybe there's power maybe consumers have power somewhere. Let them build. Let them build it. Let them build the infrastructure. Somewhere there, we just arrest it like Ibrahim Traore, and let them build the infrastructure. We arrest it later.
Yeah, I know. Okay, because we've gone with this one for over many hours. I'm a bit worn out from that one for now.
I say
I want to go with something lighter. I want to go with something lighter because
why does Rakoya come to your channel?
Why does Rakoya not come to my channel?
To your channel.
I think she's been before. I think she's been a couple
Maybe
of
create
times.
a separate kind of conversation, not a separate conversation. Create a space for her to come in and that, because I think you and Rokaya are two people I listen to very well, and I take a lot from what you people say to kind of summarize what I'm thinking, or you understand me, to improve what I'm thinking. So I take a lot from you guys. So and even some people, a lot of people as well, and all that kind of stuff. So I wonder why she don't come to your channel that much, but she does come to
I think when
Dine
I
FM.
was streaming, when I'm streaming, she's not around. But there was a time when I was streaming, the requirements was to have your camera on, so she wasn't able to even come on that channel. So, but that said, though, I'm still a bit interested in this topic of
the gingers.
The gingers. What is going on? How do black people just wake up overnight and decide that gingers are black? I don't understand. Is this for want of a better word? I've never had to use this term. A kind of psyop where they just say, "Oh, gingers are black," and we see how it happens. Because it looks like they touched a nerve. Some people were in tears and they were like, "Oh my God!"
Yes,
it looks like white people have been very mean to gingers. So they were really like oppressing them very badly, and they even have what they call kick a ginger day. I'm like, what is that all about? Your population, even in this day and age, 2020 something, and you're still having kick a ginger day. And I didn't know they were so mean to gingers. I thought it was like a mild thing. And again, black women, they always have to step out of the way. They will not. They're always ahead of their men. They will go and say, "Oh, we welcome you to become the black community." How does that even work? Why do they care what we think? I don't understand it.
Bang, what do you think?
About what? What, ginger? Like ginger, like what?
Yeah, have you seen the trend about gingers being black?
What the hell is that? Like the regular ginger beer you talking about?
No, gingers, the white gingers.
Oh,
redheads.
you mean those people in Africa that's like that like half white?
Seriously, have you been under a rock? What is going on here?
No, man. I don't spend a lot of time on social media, man. I really don't.
Okay,
yeah. I don't spend a lot of time on social media because if you do, you're gonna lose your head, man.
Yeah, there's this stuff going
around. It's basically I don't know what it is, Tonaja. I think it's partly black people's need for acceptance or finding solidarity, to find this solidarity with white people and all that stuff, and some white people being overly emotional as well. Maybe some white people somewhere there, they always look at black people as black people are cooler than them. We're cooler than them or something. So someone, they want some level of acceptance. For some of them, they are emotional about it. They are emotional about it. And then for black women, it's also this need for this need for acceptance from each other. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know how black people just go. Black women again.
Yeah.
You guys should chill out. Stop reaching out to people without nobody sent you. But maybe there's some magic to it. I don't know what it is because, and in the context of America, we have to be careful because there was this white lady that said, when she heard that, she was so happy to hear it, that she was. There's always this thing about black women that she feels like if a black woman says it again, the black woman should be her mother. I was like, so you are doing that stuff. Black women have been complaining about that. They treat them like mothers.
Most
like
gingers are Irish.
women.
Most gingers are Irish, and I've just been watching a documentary on the British Empire lately, and the amount of times these people attack and massacre the Irish. Every time invasion, they massacred every time the Irish, because Ireland was the first colony of Britain and all that stuff. Was the first people they were trying to colonize. They destroyed the Welsh. The Scottish were there, but the Irish got attacked every time. Irish famine. Every time they were just killing them in droves.
Yeah, it was a long time the English was able to defeat the Scottish. I think more than 1,000 years ago now.
Yeah.
And they were able to defeat the Scottish, but the Irish, for some reason, they kept. I guess the Irish were easier to get to
than the Scottish. The Scottish were up north, and that
But
area
then
is a bit rugged.
Scotland was I don't know if Scotland was much larger, but then Scottish tribes
Not,
were
I
much
think
more
their
fierce.
population was more closer
Larger.
together than that of England before, but now England has dominated the population.
Yeah.
But the land itself, you have to travel north, while most of England is in the south.
Yeah.
So you have to travel north, and the terrain and the people there, the weather is a bit different, and it's more hostile. So maybe that's why they found it easier to go
They
after.
found it, yeah. You see, but the attacks they did on the Irish, I don't know, maybe some xenophobia came out from that, in which a lot of the
Some
Irish were.
serious one.
Yeah.
This is it's quite serious to an extent. I didn't personally. I knew that they picked on the gingers. You know, I've heard of the ginger hair, but I didn't know it was quite insidious, that deep. And some of the way those gingers are coming online,
And also the way Irish were treated in America when they first arrived, they were, you remember, no Irish, no dogs, no blacks, and all that kind of stuff. The Irish were treated like black people. In fact, the first communities, as you know, as black people always welcome everybody, and also that attitude is the same attitude. We always like to embrace everybody. So it's the same extension that we're doing. So when the Irish and the Italians and everybody came in America first, the black people extended this kind of clemency to them, or they extended this kind of solidarity with them because they were treated horribly when they first arrived in America. So there was some kind of solidarity there, some understanding there. But I don't know to what extent
they said in many of these movies and plays that we watch that the Irish and the redheads are often the ones acting with the black actors. And in many areas in society, you see when you see black person and white person, I wouldn't say most of the time, but quite a lot of the times, in a higher proportion, you tend to see more gingers with black people because of that. Even if it's subconscious, because of that feeling of
but you know,
outsiders.
Ginger hair and green eyes is the most rarest of white there ever is. It's the most furthest of white there is. It's even further than blood. Yet they're the closest to black. Imagine that, Turaja.
Yeah, because they are very, very white, very bright colored, and
very
they have
pale,
freckles
white,
they pick on them too much. From what I gathered, the picking on them was just out of control.
Maybe it's also they pick on them similar to how they pick on how other black people pick on dark skinned people.
Yeah, it's really weird because I don't know what I'm like.
If you're too pale, they say you're ghost. If you're too dark, they say you can't you can't be seen. If you're too dark,
you are right,
because
and you know another one that they say gingers, whether they have souls. That one is bad. That is really bad. Whether a ginger has a soul.
Well, sometimes even me, I get shocked when a white person surprises me out of nowhere. I say, "Hey, a ghost!"
Oh God!
When I don't expect them, I just say, "Hey, that's a ghost." Because sometimes it's very ghostly. Sometimes it's ghostly. You understand?
Yeah.
But I don't understand this. There are some black people that are ginger as well. Do you know that?
Yes, of course. Black
naturally ginger. Even me, I had ginger hair. Under the sun, my ginger hair starts to come out.
Look at that, all the way from Senegal becoming ginger hair. Stop being silly. Where are you gonna get ginger hair? Senegalese are
my ginger hair starts to come out. You know what I mean? The top it starts to get ginger. You know what I mean?
So what was that on the news again? I think there was something else that was on the news that is a little bit that threw me off this week too. That wasn't the ginger one. Was it Puff Daddy? No, Puff Daddy's one. I think that one. Some people say it's going to work actually. What was the other one that was on the news again?
Ramaphosa. Oh, we talked about
Ramaphosa. We dealt with that Ramaphosa one. That one, I think he's handled that one well. I really remember it just now. It just escaped me again. There was something that happened this week, within the black community and. Yeah, well, I get the talk just dominated every, eating up everything.
Something that happened this week within the black community. Is it a man or woman versus this man versus woman thing conversation? Gender war?
I think it's just one of these silly things that often you get now and again within the community. You know, just like the ginger business, you always get
African American pretendians versus. Is that what I'm doing?
Those ones who had them for 2 years, now 3 years, they've been wrecking the discourse. I don't know, man. This was just emerged from nowhere and they just start causing chaos everywhere. But this ginger business is something that it needs to be explored a little bit more, because how is it that why do they always wait for? I don't understand it. It's almost as if there is something about when black people give approval to other people, it impacts them more. I don't know why it impacts them more. Why?
It depends on different people. Different people reacted to it differently, comically. Different people took it comically. Different people shed tears. You understand what I mean? So, some gingers are damn right racist as well and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So don't be fooled by that as well. But some people took it emotionally. So these are the people that I find fascinating, and I'm flabbergasted by them. I'm like, what the heck? What's going on?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But the ones that reacted comically, I was like, okay, fine.
I was quite surprised. The elderly men crying because of this. So it means all their life nobody has ever shown.
Well, are you trying to say that they are somehow the mother of the earth has accepted them as human beings?
I'm wondering whether there's an element of that going on here.
Where the actual Mother Earth has accepted them as you are actually a full human now.
Was it not an Indian guy that said that his mother advised him that when he needs help, he should go to a black woman?
Well, yeah. There's that. Go to a black woman. That is
weird. I don't know why they do that. And black women, you need to watch yourself. I don't know what you are doing out there. Everybody seems to want to be coming to you. Maybe that's why we keep getting ourselves in trouble. I don't know what's going on. Because that thing that I felt that was very insidious. That an Indian lady was telling her own son that if you need somebody to support you, that you know is going to support you at all costs, go to a black woman. That is taking advantage.
We wear our hearts on our sleeves too much for our own good. We wear our hearts too much on our sleeves for our own good. You understand? So black women, black men, we wear hearts towards our own good in the sense that we are willing to help everybody and embrace everybody.
Are you looking at the chart? Man, some people are really bigging up the gingers in the chart. Where did you guys? Some people are saying gingers are more trustworthy than Bushmen. And this was the Ginger Lives Matter. And what's going on out there? I think you guys are the ones online giving them the validation that they did.
Perhaps this is an American phenomenon to Niger due to the Irish situation, the relationship between Americans and the Irish people, Black Americans and Irish people.
Yeah,
because the Irish were expelled. They were expelled for the people for the Christianity.
Churchill a ginger.
Yeah. Huh?
Was Churchill a ginger? I didn't know Churchill was a ginger. This guy is making it up now. Look at this one saying, "Oh, don't read the charts." Who told you I should not read the charts? I will read the charts. I'm not going to leave you. I'm not going to.
Bang, what do you think? What do you think, Bang? What do you think about this whole thing?
Bang, he's not interested in all these discussion.
Nah, I'm not, man. I'm not. I care about empowering our people, man. We need to get power back, man. I'm not worried about
you couldn't get away with
social media, man. See, if you want to empower your people, you want to know the power your people have, because I think this is getting a little bit out of hand. Actually, like you heard this, was it the black woman magic or? It's getting out. Like I'm getting a little bit worried by it because there's an element of this ginger stuff and black woman magic, and you hear this type of talk, and there's also an element of trying to separate the black woman from the black people. It's weird. It's really strange.
Okay.
Because,
let me say this.
Yeah.
Let me say this about black women, right? You gotta understand, right? In America, right? Because from my experience, right? I've been in this country probably like 29 years now or 27. In this country, right? The biggest defeat they have done to black men in this country, right? They have made the black woman as the leader in a sense that what I mean, like, I'm not trying to like belittle, females at all, right? But in society, right? Your man has to be the one in charge. majority. So what the white folks have done, they have replaced the men and put a female in it. So when you see like black folks, you know what I'm saying, like the black man, you know, being struggling, you know, being frustrated, being mad, it's because of that. Because they can't project power to their females.
Yeah.
If you can't project real power to your females, I don't care. Your society is not going to be respectful.
Tunaja, do you have a preference between the Irish, the English, or the Scots?
But you get what I'm saying.
Between them. Oh, sorry.
The Irish, English, and the Scots.
Who do you have a
That's
preference?
a very tricky one. The Welsh. You see,
Do you prefer the Celtic lot or the Anglo-Saxon lot?
Wow, I don't think I have much of a preference because I'm not even sure I can tell too much of a difference. But it depends on scenario, I guess, because the English can be formidable if you did you say trust?
Okay, but let's think about who do you trust more, or who do you prefer more?
Oh, in terms of trust more, if you say trust, I'll probably trust a Scottish person more than an English person.
What about a Scottish person versus an Irish person? Who would you trust more?
I'll probably trust a Scottish person more than an Irish person.
Interesting. An Irish person or an English person, who would you trust more? An Irish person or an English person, who would you trust more?
That's an interesting one, because both seem to be capable of being quite duplicitous in their own way. But on balance, wow, trust is a big term to be putting me on there. You know.
Okay, let's say who do you prefer?
Prefer?
Yeah.
This
question also goes to the panel as well. Let's ask.
Yeah, that's really odd that I picked Scottish straight up, but the other two,
who do you
all the
prefer?
others I cannot even pick.
I'll question you about that Scottish, considering they had a huge play in colonialism. The Scottish were notorious.
Yeah, but because Scottish are a little bit more, they wear their views on their sleeves. They don't hide it. They show you what they are thinking. They don't care, and they really give it to you. And the Irish, to an extent, are like that too. I think if you say whom I prefer and I will feel more comfortable around, I'll probably say Irish, because the Irish, they may not like you and they will tell you straight up.
They wear their hats on their sleeves.
From that point
they wear
of
their
view.
hats on their sleeves. They're not foxy. They're not as foxy, not as duplicitous. But you think that okay. So perhaps it's that lack of duplicity, but I think it has more to do with power, because I think it's the Anglo-Saxon lot that are in power a lot. And then it comes the Scots and all that stuff, the Germanics, the Scots, then it comes the Scots, and then it comes to the Irish. And the Irish were the most persecuted, especially in the Americas, in the Caribbean, and also in America North itself, and also in that. So is that solidarity? That's the reason why some black people, that solidarity and that wearing your heart on your sleeve, that black people feel like this. Maybe black people feel like these people are also black because they also wear their hats on their sleeves.
Well, all Irish are not gingers, though. So
not Irish are all gingers, but that's why I asked you that specific question. You have a preference there. I
have a preference because of the way Scottish people carry themselves. It doesn't mean they are not duplicitous too, but from their
the most rancid racists. So the Scottish people are some of the most rancid racists ever. I'm telling you, I've heard them.
Of course, they can be racist now. No, but
they were some of the most notorious colonizers and all that.
Every move can be racist, and they can be very, very. They were part of the colonizing forces now. So, but it's just that within the country itself, if you say prefer to be around and talk to, they are more likely to tell you their feelings than generally. I like to think, because the English will, they have this thing they call the stiff upper lip. They don't. They are not very, very revealing of what they think. So, and if you put it that way, then. But if you're asking me who I would want to work with, let's say, be an ally with, that is going to be formidable,
Yeah, I would say maybe the English actually, because the English are
Oh,
very, very
well,
low.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking your preference in who you basically trust, who you have more trust on, I guess. Who you trust the most, I guess. That's what it is. But I don't know if that is esoteric enough for you. It's not esoteric enough for you to explain away this ginger thing to Niger. But maybe the answer is not really as deep or esoteric, but it could be shared solidarity.
I think it's mostly about solidarity, and I think the ginger said it too. They said that, you know, according to one lady, that they already had their load packed. That is just something that when the black people said it, it just blew, it just opened up. So that they were, because they've always been discriminated against, you know.
Yeah.
Man, you need to see how far they went.
Hey, guys, we gotta close out now. Hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share. Oh, let me read these last super chats. Raphael Vigil Dozun, thank you for the €2. African sold out Lumumba and Nkrumah, etc. Raphael Vigil Lanzun, Wildflower is right. Ramaphosa was licking Trump boots and bucking his eyes. He even sold out Malema, his own African brother. John Zola, thank you for $1.9. Holla. Darth, check the back chat. Okay. All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Till next time, family. Peace.
All right. Cheers.